Chapter 1. The first time Izuku Midoriya understood what he was 8 years old, sitting on a curb with a split lip, watching Katsuki Bakugo laugh with the others as they walked away. He did not cry. He had promised himself, 3 weeks earlier, that he would not cry again, and he kept that promise the way he kept every promise he made only to himself, with a kind of stubbornness that had no name yet. His mother found him on the porch that evening, dabbing at the corner of his mouth with a wet towel before she could see it, and when she asked what happened he told her he fell. Inko Midoriya was not a stupid woman. She had seen the bruises come and go for 2 years, had heard the word quirkless spoken in the mouths of children like it was a diagnosis, like it was a verdict. But she also knew her son, knew that pressing him only made the walls go up faster, so she held him instead, and he let her, because whatever else was changing inside him, this had not changed. He loved his mother. He would always love his mother. It was that same week that he found the old training hall. It sat 2 neighborhoods over, behind a shuttered noodle shop, a squat concrete building with a rusted sign that had lost half its characters to weather. Nobody used it. The city had condemned it years before Izuku was born, back when quirks were new enough that the old unarmed disciplines had not yet been laughed out of relevance. He was not supposed to be there. That was, in some ways, the point. Inside, the mats had rotted through in patches and the mirrors were spiderwebbed with cracks, but the frames on the wall had survived, black and white photographs of men and women in plain clothes, none of them glowing or growing wings or breathing fire, all of them simply moving, caught mid-strike, mid-throw, mid-fall. Izuku did not know their names. He would learn later that this place had trained some of the last unarmed fighters of the pre-Quirk world, men who broke boards with bare hands because there had been nothing else to break them with. But that night, and every night after, all he knew was that here was a kind of strength that did not ask permission from your blood. He started with what the photographs showed him. A stance, low and rooted. A strike, thrown from the hip instead of the shoulder. He fell down more than he stood up, in those first months, and there was no one to catch him, no one to correct his footing, no one to tell him he was doing it wrong. So he corrected himself, over and over, watching his own reflection in the cracked mirror until the reflection began to look less like a boy who had been laughed at and more like something else. Something that did not flinch. He never told his mother where he went in the hours after school. He told himself it was to protect her from worry. That was true, but it was not the whole truth. The whole truth was that this was the only thing in his life that belonged entirely to him, untouched by the word quirkless, and he was not ready to let anyone else near it, not even her. Bakugo's group found new ways to remind him of his place as the months went on. It became a ritual, almost, the way cruelty can when no one intervenes to break the pattern. Izuku absorbed it the way he had always absorbed it, silent, still, waiting for it to end. But something in him was changing, quietly, in that condemned building with the broken mirrors, and the day was coming when silence would no longer be the only answer he had. He was 10 when he first noticed the shift in the way he watched people. Not just Bakugo's group, but everyone. The boy down the street who could make his skin harden into stone bragged about it constantly to anyone who would listen, and Izuku watched him do it and felt something curdle in his chest that had no clean name. Contempt, maybe. Or something colder than contempt. A quiet, growing certainty that the world had built itself around a lottery of birth and then called the lottery's winners heroes. He still wanted to be a hero. That confused him more than anything else. He would lie awake some nights turning the contradiction over like a stone in his palm, hating the people quirks had made arrogant, and still, underneath all of it, wanting more than anything to be the kind of person who stood between the weak and the cruel. He did not yet have a word for how both things could be true in him at once. He only knew that they were. Chapter 2. By the time he was 12, Izuku Midoriya could break a wooden board with the flat of his palm without flinching, and no one in his life knew it. He had grown careful about hiding what the training hall had made of him. His body had changed in ways that were easy enough to explain away, a growth spurt here, a habit of walking to school the long way there, but the calluses on his knuckles were harder to hide, and more than once he caught his mother's eyes lingering on his hands at the dinner table before she looked away, choosing, as she often did, not to ask a question she was afraid to hear the answer to. He filled notebooks instead of talking. Analysis had always come naturally to him, an inheritance from a childhood spent studying heroes on television with the sound of his own hollow uselessness ringing in his ears, and now that habit turned inward and forensic. He wrote down every strike he threw and diagrammed how his weight moved through it. He timed his own recovery between falls. He studied the photographs on the training hall wall until he had memorized the angle of every hip, every elbow, and then he built on what they showed him, refining a private style that owed as much to his own trial and error as it did to the ghosts who had trained there before him. It was raw. It was often ugly, more instinct than technique in those early years. But it was his, built without a system passed down from anyone, without a sensei correcting his form, without the safety net that comes from being taught. Every mistake cost him bruises. Every bruise taught him something the last one hadn't. He was becoming, slowly and without any name for it, something the modern world had almost entirely forgotten how to produce, a fighter shaped entirely by will instead of gift. The bullying did not stop, but its texture began to change without his tormentors noticing why. Bakugo still sneered. The others still followed his lead out of habit more than conviction. But there came a day in the schoolyard when one of them, a boy with a wind quirk who liked to knock Izuku's bag out of his hands from a distance for sport, found himself suddenly grabbed by the wrist, and discovered that Izuku Midoriya's grip did not let go until Izuku decided it should. Nothing dramatic happened that day. Izuku released him, said nothing, and walked away, and the wind quirk boy told no one, too embarrassed by the fear that had spiked through him in that instant to explain it to his friends. But something had shifted, quiet and unspoken, a data point in a private ledger that Izuku was keeping without fully admitting to himself that he was keeping it. He was not helpless anymore. He had not been helpless for a long time. He had simply been waiting to know it for certain. His mother noticed the change before anyone else did, the way mothers often notice things they cannot yet name. He carried himself differently. He met people's eyes instead of dropping his gaze to the floor. When she asked him, gently, one evening while they washed dishes together, whether things had gotten better at school, he told her, truthfully, that people mostly left him alone now. He did not tell her why. She hugged him from behind, her chin resting against his shoulder, and told him she was glad, and he closed his eyes and let himself have that moment without complication, because whatever else the world had made hard on him, it had not touched this. It never would. He still dreamed, some nights, of the hero costumes he used to sketch as a small child, before the word quirkless had carved out a hollow in him that anger and discipline were only beginning to fill. He would wake from those dreams with a strange grief he did not examine too closely, because examining it meant admitting that some part of him still wanted the thing the world insisted he could never have, and admitting that felt, some nights, like weakness he could not afford. Chapter 3. The confrontation that would define the next 4 years of Izuku Midoriya's life happened on an unremarkable Tuesday, behind the gymnasium, 3 weeks after his 14th birthday. Bakugo had never fully let go of him, not the way the others eventually had. There was something in Izuku's continued refusal to break, to beg, to disappear into the background the way a proper victim was supposed to, that seemed to offend Bakugo on some level he could not have articulated even if asked. That Tuesday, he had brought 3 others with him, cornering Izuku against the chain-link fence with the easy confidence of someone who had never once, in his entire life, considered that the calculation might not go his way. What made this day different was not the fight. It was what came after. Izuku did not throw the first strike. He never did, in all the years that followed, a rule he held to with a rigidity that would come to define him as much as anything else about his character. He let Bakugo close the distance, let the first explosion crack against the fence an inch from his ear, and only then did he move, and when he moved, the schoolyard learned in the space of perhaps 11 seconds exactly what 4 years of self-taught, unwitnessed, uncorrected, ferociously disciplined martial arts had built inside a boy the world had written off as nothing. He did not use his fists the way Bakugo expected fists to be used. He moved low and close, inside the arc of every explosion, redirecting momentum instead of meeting it, and when he put the largest of the 3 on the ground it was with a throw that used the boy's own charging weight against him, not raw strength. Bakugo, furious and unbalanced by watching his backup fall in seconds, threw everything he had, and Izuku took the explosion on a forearm angle to bleed off the force rather than absorb it, staggered, and did not fall. Then he did something none of them expected. He stopped. He stood over Bakugo, breathing hard, hands loose at his sides instead of raised for another strike, and he said, quiet and flat in a voice that had lost every trace of the boy who used to apologize for existing, that he was not going to do this again. That the four of them were going to leave him alone from this day forward, not because he was asking, but because he was telling them, and that the next time any of them put a hand on him, he would not stop at putting them on the ground. Nobody moved for a long moment. Then Bakugo, blood on his lip, staring up at the boy he had spent a decade convincing himself was worthless, said nothing at all, and that silence was its own kind of answer. Word spread through the school in the particular, distorted way these things always do. By the time it reached the teachers, it had become a fight Izuku started, unprovoked, and he was suspended for 3 days while Bakugo, whose father sat on the school's parent council, received a warning. Izuku did not argue the injustice of it. He had stopped expecting fairness from institutions built to protect the Quirked a long time before that day, and the confirmation only settled deeper something that had already taken root in him. His mother cried when the school called her. Not from anger at him, but from a fear so old and so tired that she did not have the strength to hide it anymore, and when he came home that afternoon and saw her face he felt something in his chest crack open that had nothing to do with any fight. He knelt in front of her chair and told her, and meant it with everything he had, that he would never let anyone hurt her, that whatever he had become, whatever the world thought of him, this part of him existed to protect the people who had never once made him feel like nothing. She held his face in both hands and told him she was not afraid of him. She had never been afraid of him. She was only afraid for him, in a world that had already decided who deserved protecting and who did not. He did not have an answer for that. He only held her hand and let the silence say what he could not yet put into words, that he intended, someday, to prove the world's decision wrong, on his own terms, in his own way, whether the world was ready for it or not. Chapter 4. After that Tuesday, Izuku Midoriya walked through the halls of his middle school like a closed door. Bakugo kept his distance, more out of a wounded, unexamined confusion than any real fear, though he would never have admitted either. The others gave Izuku a wide, careful berth, and the rumor that trailed him now was not Quirkless failure but something closer to warning. Nobody knew what he had, exactly, since he so plainly had no quirk at all, and the not knowing bred its own kind of respect, the way people respect what they cannot categorize. Izuku used the space this bought him to keep training, and to keep watching. He had never stopped noticing things. That habit from childhood that had once been the only outlet for a boy the world refused to let participate in its favorite subject. Now the noticing had teeth. He watched the quirked kids around him and catalogued their casual cruelty, the boy who used his fire quirk to intimidate smaller kids into carrying his bag, the girl who bragged that her decorative wing quirk meant she would never have to work hard for anything because pretty flew further than smart. He watched, and the old contempt in his chest grew a second layer, colder and more deliberate than the first, a private conviction hardening into a kind of doctrine, that a gift handed out at birth, undeserved and unearned, had made an entire generation forget what it meant to actually build something in themselves. He did not hate everyone. He told himself that, some nights, staring at the cracked mirror in the training hall, trying to be honest with the only witness he had ever allowed close to this part of him. He did not hate his mother, who had no quirk of her own worth mentioning and loved him without condition. He did not, if he was truly honest, hate the idea of a quirk. What he hated was what quirks did to people who had never had to fight for anything, the arrogance it bred, the laziness, the way an entire society had organized itself around worshipping a coin flip of birth. That distinction mattered to him, even if no one around him would have believed he was capable of drawing it. It was during this period that the vigilante instinct in him first found a target outside his own self-defense. He was walking home late from the training hall when he heard it, a boy no older than 9 being shaken down for money by 3 older kids with minor quirks stacked in their favor, the kind of casual predation that happened in every neighborhood in every city and rarely made the news because it never rose to the level anyone in authority found worth their time. Izuku did not think about it. He simply changed direction. He did not hurt them badly. He never did, In all the years of this that followed, a restraint that cost him effort every single time because some new, sharpened part of him wanted to hurt them exactly as badly as they deserved, and he would not let himself become the thing he despised. He put 2 of them on the ground with efficient, almost bored precision and let the third run, and then he crouched down in front of the boy, who was staring at him with wide, terrified eyes, and told him, gently, that he was safe now, that he should go straight home. The boy asked him if he was a hero. Izuku did not answer for a long moment. Then he said that he did not know yet what he was, but that he was not going to let people like that hurt kids like him. It was the first time he had said something close to the truth of what was forming inside him, and saying it out loud to a stranger felt different than thinking it alone in a condemned building. It felt like a promise he could not easily take back. He walked the boy home himself, staying half a block behind so as not to alarm him, and watched from the shadows until a door opened and swallowed the child back into safety. Then he turned and walked the rest of the way to his own house, where his mother had dinner waiting, and he sat across from her and told her, for the first time in years, something close to the truth about where his afternoons went. Not everything. Not yet. But enough. She listened without interrupting, and when he finished, she reached across the table and took his hand, and told him that whatever else was true about the world and its unfairness, she had never once doubted the goodness underneath his anger, because she had raised him, and she knew what was in his heart even when he did not trust it himself. It was, he would think later, one of the truest things anyone ever said to him, and he carried it with him longer than he carried almost anything else. Chapter 5. The years between 14 and 15 passed for Izuku Midoriya in a rhythm that had become almost peaceful, in its own grim way. School during the day, a wall of practiced indifference around him that kept most conflict at bay. The training hall in the afternoons, where his private style kept sharpening itself against nothing but his own relentless self-correction. And, increasingly, the streets after dark, where a pattern of small interventions had begun to add up into something with its own quiet momentum. He never sought credit for any of it. That was, in its own way, the point. The heroes he had grown up idolizing as a small child, before the word Quirkless carved its hollow into him, had always seemed to crave the cameras as much as the rescue itself, and some ungenerous part of him had decided, without much evidence beyond his own resentment, that this was true of all of them. So he worked in the margins, breaking up the kind of casual cruelty that never made headlines, and he told no one, and he left before anyone could ask his name. That changed on a rain-slicked evening in early spring, on a street 2 districts from home, when a delivery van skidded out of control and pinned itself against a storefront, and the storefront, weakened by the impact, began to come down. There was a woman on the sidewalk directly beneath the collapsing awning, frozen the way people freeze when the moment moves faster than the mind can process it. Izuku did not think. He was moving before the calculation finished, crossing the distance in a controlled sprint that owed nothing to any quirk and everything to 4 years of a body pushed past what untrained limits should have allowed, and he got his shoulder under the falling structural beam a half-second before it would have crushed her, redirecting its fall with a technique he had built himself out of pure trial and error, absorbing the impact through a rooted stance rather than raw strength alone. It hurt. It hurt more than almost anything had in years, a deep, grinding pain through his shoulder and down his spine, and he held the position anyway, teeth gritted, until the woman scrambled clear, and only then did he let the beam finish its collapse away from where anyone stood. He was still catching his breath, one hand braced against his ribs, when he became aware of someone watching him from across the street. She was tall, dressed in a hero costume he did not immediately recognize, though something about the confident, unhurried way she crossed toward him suggested she was well established in the profession rather than some amateur who had wandered into the wrong moment. He tensed instinctively, the old contempt rising in him on reflex, ready for the performance he had come to expect from anyone wearing a costume, the cameras that never seemed far behind, the practiced smile aimed more at an audience than at the person actually saved. There were no cameras. She knelt down instead, checking the shoulder he was favoring with quick, professional hands, and asked him, without a trace of theater in her voice, if he was all right, and whether he needed a hospital. He told her he was fine. It was not entirely true. She looked at him for a long moment, something assessing and unreadable in her expression, And then she asked him the question that would, though neither of them knew it yet, begin to unmake 4 years of hardened certainty in him, one conversation at a time. She asked him what his quirk was. He told her, flatly, bracing for the reaction he had catalogued 100 times before, the flicker of disbelief, the subtle withdrawal, the polite condescension that always followed the word quirkless out of a stranger's mouth. He told her he had none. That what she had just watched was 4 years of work, alone, unwitnessed, built out of nothing but stubbornness and a body that had refused to accept the word never. She did not flinch. She did not withdraw. She looked at him with an expression he did not have a name for yet, something between respect and genuine curiosity, and she told him that what she had just watched was, in her professional opinion, more impressive than half the Quirk-assisted rescues she had performed in her own career, and that whoever had decided a boy who could do that had nothing worth training was a fool. He did not know what to say to that. Nothing in 4 years of hardened preparation had readied him for someone with a quirk looking at him like he was worth something on his own terms, and the silence stretched long enough that she finally smiled, small and genuine, and told him her name was Ryukyu, and that she hoped, whatever path he chose, the world got the chance to see what he had just shown her. She left before he could fully process what had happened, called away by the arrival of proper emergency response, and Izuku stood in the rain for a long moment afterward, his shoulder throbbing, something unfamiliar and unwelcome turning over in his chest. It would be a long time before he let himself examine what that feeling was. But it had been planted, that night, small and stubborn as a seed in cracked pavement, and nothing that came after would fully uproot it again. Chapter 6. He told no one about Ryukyu, not even his mother, though he turned the encounter over in his mind for weeks afterward, examining it the way he examined every strike and every fall, looking for the flaw in it, the angle that would let him file it away as an exception rather than a crack in something he had built to feel unbreakable. He did not find one. That bothered him more than he wanted to admit. The second encounter came less gently, and considerably louder. It was early summer, the month before his final year of middle school began, and Izuku had wandered farther from home than usual, chasing a lead on a string of muggings that had been quietly terrorizing an older, poorer part of the district that the local hero agencies seemed content to patrol only in passing. He found the group responsible faster than he expected, 4 of them, all with combat-relevant quirks, cornering an elderly shopkeeper in an alley behind his own store. He did not hesitate. He never did anymore. He was 3 strikes into taking the group apart, moving through them with the same rooted, redirecting economy that had become his signature, when a shape dropped out of the sky directly into the alley behind him with enough force to crack the pavement, and a voice, sharp and delighted and entirely too loud for the situation, informed him that he was, quote, way too fun to watch for someone with apparently nothing going for him. Mirko had been tracking the same string of muggings from the opposite end of the district, and had arrived just in time to watch a quirkless teenager dismantle 4 armed opponents with nothing but bare hands and what looked, to her professionally trained eye, like genuinely unusual technique. She did not step in to help. She stood back, arms crossed, watching with open, undisguised interest as he finished the job, and only moved once the last of the 4 had been left groaning on the ground and the shopkeeper had fled safely inside. She circled him afterward like she was inspecting a piece of equipment she was considering buying, and Izuku, wary and coiled, watched her do it with the same flat suspicion he gave every hero. She asked him, bluntly, who had trained him. He told her, just as bluntly, that no one had. She laughed at that, a short, sharp bark of genuine surprise, and told him that was either the best lie she had heard all year or the single most interesting thing that had happened to her in months, and that she was inclined, based on what she had just watched, to believe the second. He asked her, in return, why she cared. It came out harder than he meant it to, an old defensiveness surfacing on reflex, and she studied him for a moment before answering, her usual bravado dropping just slightly into something more honest. She told him that she had clawed her way up through a hero ranking system that did not always reward the people who worked hardest, that she knew exactly what it felt like to be underestimated by people who assumed talent was the only thing that mattered, and that watching someone build what he had built out of nothing but sheer bloody-minded stubbornness was the kind of thing that made her remember why she had wanted to be a hero in the first place, before the rankings and the politics had worn some of the shine off it. It was, Izuku would think much later, The first time a hero had spoken to him like an equal instead of a curiosity or a cautionary tale, and something in the flat certainty he had built around himself over 4 years shifted a fraction of an inch, quiet and unwilling, the way a locked door shifts when someone leans against it without yet finding the key. He did not tell her his name that night either. But he found himself, walking home afterward, less angry than he expected to be, and that absence of anger frightened him more than its presence ever had. Chapter 7. His final year of middle school arrived carrying a decision he could no longer put off: what came after. He had never stopped wanting to be a hero, not really, not even at the height of his contempt for the world that had told him he could never be one. The wanting had simply gone underground, buried beneath 4 years of discipline and quiet fury, resurfacing only in small, unguarded moments, like walking a frightened child home, like holding a beam off a stranger in the rain, like the specific, unfamiliar warmth that had settled in his chest after Mirko had looked at him like he mattered. UA High School's entrance exam loomed as the obvious, impossible target. Obvious because it was, by every measure, the best hero training institution in the country. Impossible because everyone knew, the way everyone knows the sky is blue, that its practical exam was built entirely around quirk use, points scored against mock villains through quirk-assisted combat, an entire system engineered to filter out exactly the kind of applicant he was. He almost did not apply. It was his mother, in the end, who changed his mind, in a conversation that neither of them ever fully repeated to anyone else afterward. She had watched him for months, watched the bruises fade into muscle and the anger settle into something more controlled, and though she had never asked him directly about the nights he came home smelling of rain and adrenaline, she was not blind, and she was not foolish. She sat him down at the kitchen table one evening and told him, plainly, that she had spent years being afraid for him, afraid of what the world might do to a boy who refused to accept its verdict on him, but that she had realized somewhere in those years that her fear was never going to be the thing that stopped him, and that she would rather stand beside a son chasing an impossible thing than watch a son who had given up on all things simply because they were called impossible. He applied that week. There existed, buried in UA's admissions policy and rarely used, a recommendation pathway typically reserved for applicants with quirks too specialized or unconventional to be fairly scored by the standard practical exams point system, a pathway that required an existing hero's formal sponsorship and a demonstration reviewed by faculty rather than machine. Izuku had learned of it from an old article buried 3 pages deep in a search that had taken him most of a night to complete, and he had filed the knowledge away without much hope of ever using it, until the memory of a woman kneeling beside him in the rain resurfaced, unbidden, at exactly the moment he needed it. He found Ryukyu's agency through the same dogged research instincts that had once filled a dozen notebooks with hero analysis, and he wrote her a letter instead of showing up in person, because he did not trust himself, even now, to ask for anything face to face without the old defensiveness curdling the request into something closer to a demand. He wrote plainly. He told her who he was, the boy from the rainy street with no quirk and a shoulder that still ached when it rained. He told her what he wanted. He asked, in the end, whether what she had said that night about being impressed had been true, or only kindness offered to a stranger who would never be seen again. Her reply came 4 days later, handwritten, 3 lines long. She told him she did not offer kindness she did not mean. She told him to be at her agency Saturday morning, ready to demonstrate exactly what she had watched him do in the rain. And she told him, in a final line that he read more times than he would ever admit to anyone, that she had been hoping he would ask. Chapter 8. Ryukyu's agency occupied 3 floors of a converted industrial building near the harbor district, and Izuku arrived Saturday morning 40 minutes early, standing outside the entrance in the gray dawn light running through the same mental checklist he had run 100 times in the training hall's cracked mirror. She met him personally, out of her costume for once, and led him to a reinforced training floor in the building's lower level where 2 other figures were already waiting, and Izuku's stomach tightened when he recognized one of them as Mirko, arms crossed, an unreadable smile playing at the corner of her mouth as though she had been expecting exactly this outcome since the night they met. The third figure introduced herself as Shino Sosaki, though the world knew her better as Midnight, and she studied him with a frank, evaluating look that had nothing performative in it despite her reputation, and told him she had come at Ryukyu's request because UA faculty sponsorship for the recommendation pathway required at minimum 2 established heroes willing to formally vouch for an applicant, And she wanted to see for herself what had impressed two heroes she respected enough to trust. Their judgment. The demonstration that followed was not a fight, exactly, though it tested him the way a fight would have. Ryukyu ran him through a structured combat evaluation, mock villain drones calibrated to escalating difficulty, rescue simulations under time pressure, a final stress test that combined both while Mirko, unable to resist, jumped in unannounced partway through to see how he adapted to an opponent who genuinely did not intend to make it easy for him. He did not fail a single component. It was not effortless. He came out of the final simulation bruised, breathing hard, one knuckle split against a drone's reinforced shell, and the years of self-taught, uncorrected technique showed themselves in small inefficiencies that a trained eye could not help but notice, moments where a properly instructed fighter would have wasted less energy, recovered a half-second faster. But what struck all three women watching, more than his flawlessness, was precisely the opposite, the sheer, relentless refusal in him to accept a setback as a stopping point. He fell twice. He was back on his feet inside a second both times, adjusting, correcting, closing the gap between what he knew and what the moment demanded in real time, in a way none of them had seen from an applicant in years. Midnight was the first to speak, once the simulation ended and he stood catching his breath in the center of the training floor. She told him, without any of the theatrical warmth she was known for in public, that she had walked in skeptical, certain that whatever these two had seen in a dark alley had been exaggerated by the drama of the moment, and that she was leaving convinced instead that Yue would be making a serious mistake letting a talent like his slip through a system that had never been built to recognize it. Ryukyu and Mirko signed the sponsorship forms that afternoon, and Midnight added her own signature as third faculty witness, more than the pathway strictly required, because, as she told him with a small, genuine smile, some cases deserved more support than the minimum. Izuku walked home that evening in a kind of daze he did not have a framework for, 3 hero signatures folded carefully in his jacket pocket, and for the first time in 4 years he found himself thinking less about the injustice of a world built around quirks, and more, quietly and against every instinct he had spent years training into himself, about the 3 women who had just looked past everything the world had told them to see, and chosen, instead, to see him. Chapter 9. The recommendation review took place in a modest faculty conference room at UA itself, 3 weeks later, and Izuku sat across a long table from a panel that included the school's famously exacting principal and a scarred, tired-looking pro-hero named Shota Aizawa, who spent most of the review saying almost nothing at all, watching Izuku with an intensity that felt, somehow, more thorough than the entire practical demonstration had been. The sponsorship letters were read aloud. Ryukyu's was measured and professional, precise about technique and instinct. Mirko's was blunt, characteristically unfiltered, and included the phrase most naturally gifted fighter I have personally evaluated in 5 years, a line that made even the principal's ever-present smile flicker into something more genuine. Midnight's was the longest of the 3, and the only one that spent as much time on his character as his skill, describing a boy who fought only in defense, who released every opponent the moment the threat ended, who had, in her own words, more restraint at 15 than most professionals ever develop. Aizawa finally spoke near the end of the review, and what he said reshaped the rest of Izuku's life in a single, unadorned sentence. He said that UA did not exist to produce quirk users. It existed to produce heroes. And that he had, in 15 years of teaching, met exactly one other applicant who understood the distinction as thoroughly, in practice rather than theory, as the boy currently sitting across from him. The panel deliberated for 11 minutes while Izuku waited outside, his hands clasped so tightly together that his knuckles had gone white, his mind running through every possible outcome with the same relentless analytical habit that had filled a dozen childhood notebooks with hero statistics. When the door opened again, it was Aizawa who delivered the verdict, flat and undramatic, in a voice that made the words land harder for their lack of ceremony. He was in Class 1A General Department, Hero Course, admitted through recommendation on the strength of 3 sponsorships and a demonstration that had, in Aizawa's own dry assessment, made his decision considerably easier than most years did. Izuku did not remember the walk home that day. He remembered, with total clarity, the moment he stepped through his own front door and found his mother waiting in the kitchen, her hands twisted together in the same anxious knot they always formed when she was trying not to hope too hard for something, and he remembered the sound she made, somewhere between a sob and a laugh, when he told her, and the way she crossed the kitchen and wrapped both arms around him and held on like she was afraid the moment might dissolve if she let go too soon. She told him, into his shoulder, that she had always known. Not known the way certainty knows, but known the way a mother knows, underneath every fear she had carried for him, that whatever the world decided to call him, he had never for one single day been nothing. He held her back and let himself, for once, simply believe her. Chapter 10. He arrived on the first day of the school year already a curiosity before he had said a single word. Word traveled fast in a class of 15-year-olds hand-picked from across the country, and by the time Izuku found his seat in Class 1A's homeroom, most of his new classmates already knew, in outline if not detail, that the quiet, green-haired boy near the window had been admitted without a quirk at all, through a recommendation pathway most of them had never heard used that way before. He felt the eyes on him and braced, out of old habit, for the reaction he had spent 4 years learning to expect. It did not come the way he expected. Momo Yaoyorozu introduced herself first, formal and precise, and told him, with a directness that startled him slightly, that she found the recommendation pathway's use in his case genuinely fascinating from an academic standpoint, and that she looked forward to seeing his technique in practice. Ochako Uraraka sat down beside him without waiting to be invited, grinning, and told him that anyone who got into UA without a quirk had to have a story worth hearing eventually, and that she hoped he would tell her sometime. Across the room, a girl with a lightning bolt-shaped hairstyle and headphone jacks in her earlobes gave him a small, appraising nod that felt, somehow, like respect offered before it was earned rather than after. He did not know what to do with any of it. For years of hardened expectation had built no framework for classmates who simply seemed curious rather than contemptuous, interested rather than dismissive, and he found himself, in the strange disorientation of that first morning, saying less than he meant to and thinking considerably more. Bakugo was there too, seated near the front, and the look that passed between them when their eyes met across the room carried 4 years of history neither boy needed to explain aloud. Bakugo said nothing. For the first time in a decade, that felt less like restraint and more like something closer to uncertainty, and Izuku, watching him, felt none of the old satisfaction he might once have expected to feel. He felt, mostly, tired of carrying the weight of that particular history at all. Aizawa entered the room without ceremony, informed them all with characteristic flatness that the standard orientation had been cancelled in favor of an immediate practical assessment, and told them to change into their gym clothes and meet him on the training field in 10 minutes. Izuku rose with the rest of his new classmates, his heart beating hard and fast against his ribs, and as he walked toward the door he became aware, for the first time in longer than he could remember, of something that felt distinctly like hope moving alongside the old, familiar armor of his anger, unwilling to fully replace it yet, but no longer entirely crowded out either. Whatever came next, on that training field and in the years that would follow it, he understood, with a clarity that startled him, that he was no longer facing it alone, and no longer entirely certain that everything he had spent 4 years believing about the people around him was still true. Chapter 11. The practical assessment on that first training field was, by design, brutal. Aizawa ran them through a battery of physical tests disguised as simple exercises, a 50-meter dash, a standing long jump, a grip strength measurement, each one rigged with a quiet trap that most of the class walked into without realizing it until the results were announced. Every student had been allowed to use their quirk except for one, a boy named Minoru Mineta, whose quirk offered no advantage in that particular test, and who was told, without warning, that he would be expelled on the spot for coming in last. Mineta went pale and the color drained from half the class along with him, the easy confidence of the morning curdling fast into real fear. Izuku, who had spent the entire assessment placing near the top of every event on raw conditioning alone, watched the scene unfold with a familiar, cold clarity, recognizing the shape of institutional cruelty when he saw it even dressed up as pedagogy. It was, in the end, a lie, a first-day test meant to gauge composure under pressure rather than an actual expulsion threat, and Aizawa admitted as much once Mineta's despair had reached its peak, watching the class's reaction with the same unreadable flatness he brought to everything. But Izuku noticed something in that moment that stayed with him longer than the trick itself. Several of his new classmates, without any coordination or discussion, had quietly begun offering to help Mineta however they could, had reached for him with sympathy instead of relief that it hadn't been them. It did not fit the model he had spent 4 years building. He filed the discrepancy away, the way he filed away every piece of data that refused to confirm what he expected, and told himself it was one data point among thousands, not yet proof of anything. Ochako found him afterward, on the walk back toward the changing rooms, and asked him, without any of the caution most people used when broaching the subject, how he had placed so well in every physical event without a quirk to help him. He told her the truth, plainly, the way he had told Ryukyu and Mirko and Midnight before her, 4 years of training, alone, self-taught, built out of nothing but stubbornness. She did not respond with pity, which was the reaction he had braced for. She responded with something closer to awe, telling him that she could not imagine the discipline it must have taken, that most people, herself included, she admitted with a rueful laugh, would have given up somewhere around year 1. He found himself, for the first time in longer than he could remember, explaining a piece of his private history out loud to someone his own age, and the strange, unfamiliar lightness that followed the conversation stayed with him the rest of the day, refusing to be filed away quite as easily as everything else. Chapter 12. The first real test of how Class 1A as a whole would treat him came during a joint training exercise 3 weeks into the term, when UA arranged a mountain retreat with the Wild Pussycats, a veteran rescue-focused hero team whose members specialized in search and extraction work in difficult terrain. Izuku had read about all 3 of them years earlier, in one of the dozens of notebooks he had filled as a small child before the word Quirkless carved its hollow into him, and some old, buried version of himself surfaced briefly when he saw them in person for the first time. Mandalay, calm and steady, with a telepathic quirk that let her coordinate an entire team through thought alone. Pixie Bob, energetic and blunt, capable of shaping the earth itself into towering combat constructs, and Ragdoll, whose search quirk could track anyone within a considerable radius, currently laughing at something Pixie Bob had said as the students filed off the bus. The training exercise itself was straightforward on paper, a search and rescue simulation through rugged mountain terrain, students working in pairs to locate and extract simulated victims before a time limit expired. Izuku was paired, by the luck of a randomized draw, with Momo Yaoyorozu, whose creation quirk let her produce equipment and tools from her own body's stored lipids, a pairing that on paper favored her considerably more than him. What happened instead surprised nearly everyone watching, including Momo herself. Izuku navigated the terrain with an instinctive, hard-won efficiency that came from years of moving through the city's forgotten margins at night, reading uneven ground and unstable footing the way other people read a printed map, and Momo, quick to recognize genuine expertise when she saw it, deferred to his lead on terrain decisions while contributing equipment and technical support exactly when it was needed, a partnership that clicked with a speed neither of them had expected. They located their assigned victim with nearly 20 minutes to spare, the best time of any pair in the exercise. Mandalay pulled Izuku aside afterward, her telepathic quirk letting her speak to him privately even amid the noise of the debrief, and told him she had coordinated hundreds of rescue operations in her career and rarely seen instinct that clean in someone without formal search and rescue training. She asked him, gently, where he had learned to read terrain like that, and he told her, honestly, that he had learned it the way he had learned everything else, alone, in the dark, with no one watching and no safety net beneath him. She did not flinch at that either. None of them did. Pixie Bob told him, cheerfully and without any apparent awareness of how much weight the words carried for him, that whatever he had built himself into, it was clearly working, and that she hoped Yue knew what it had in him. Ragdoll simply smiled and told him that her search quirk had flagged something interesting about him the moment he stepped off the bus, a kind of quiet, coiled readiness she said she usually only saw in seasoned professionals, not first-year students. Momo, walking beside him back toward the lodge as the light faded over the mountains, told him quietly that she had gone into the exercise expecting to be the one carrying their pairing, given the obvious asymmetry between a quirk built for exactly this kind of scenario and a partner who had none at all, and that she was, if she was honest, more than a little humbled to have been wrong. She said it without any trace of condescension, simply as an honest observation freely offered, and Izuku, walking beside her in the cooling mountain air, felt the same unfamiliar lightness he had felt after his conversation with Ochako weeks earlier, settling a little deeper this time, a little harder to dismiss. Chapter 13. The mountain retreat ended with an evening bonfire that the Wild Pussycats organized as an informal celebration once the training exercises concluded, and Izuku, who had spent most of his life avoiding exactly this kind of casual, unstructured social gathering, found himself sitting at its edge with a paper cup of tea he had not asked for, placed in his hands by Ochako before she settled down beside him without waiting for permission. Momo joined them a few minutes later, and then, more surprisingly, a handful of other classmates drifted over across the course of the evening, drawn less by any deliberate effort on Izuku's part than by simple curiosity about the quiet boy who had apparently out-navigated a mountain with nothing but instinct and stubbornness. Nobody asked him to perform his own strangeness for their entertainment, the way he had half expected, braced without meaning to for a version of scrutiny he had endured for most of his childhood. They asked him ordinary things instead: what music he liked, whether he had always wanted to be a hero, what his mother thought about him getting into UA. He found himself answering more of it than he expected to, surprised each time by how little it cost him. Mandalay found him again near the end of the night, once most of the class had drifted off toward the lodge for the evening, and sat down across the dying fire from him with the unhurried patience of someone who had spent a career learning to read people in crisis. She told him, without preamble, that she had noticed something in him that afternoon during the debrief, something guarded, held carefully behind a wall he clearly did not lower easily. She said she was not asking him to explain it, only that she wanted him to know she had seen it, and that whatever had put it there, it had not made him worse. It had made him careful, and disciplined, and quietly, fiercely protective of the people around him, and she said she had met enough heroes in her career, gifted and otherwise, to know that those qualities mattered considerably more in the field than raw power ever did. He sat with that for a long moment, watching the last embers of the fire, and told her, finally, something he had never said aloud to anyone outside his own mother, that for years he had believed, with total certainty, that quirks made people arrogant and careless, that an entire society built around unearned gifts had forgotten what it meant to actually work for anything, and that he had built his entire sense of himself in opposition to that world. He told her that nothing in the weeks since starting at UA had matched what he expected to find, and that he did not yet know what to do with the gap between the two. Mandalay listened without interrupting, and when he finished, she told him, gently, that certainty built in isolation rarely survives contact with actual people, and that perhaps the gap he was describing was not a flaw in his reasoning but simply the sound of a true thing meeting a world larger and more varied than any single hard year of it had shown him. She told him he did not need to abandon everything he had built to survive his own childhood. He only needed to stay willing to keep looking, the way he clearly already was, or he would not have told her any of this at all. He walked back to the lodge alone under a sky thick with stars he rarely saw from the city, and for the first time since the word Quirkless had carved its hollow into an 8-year-old boy on a curb with a split lip, he let himself wonder, seriously and without flinching away from the thought, whether the hollow might someday be filled with something other than anger. He did not have an answer yet. But for the first time, he was no longer certain the answer was no, and that uncertainty, quiet and unfamiliar, followed him all the way home. Chapter 14. The weeks that followed the mountain retreat settled into a rhythm Izuku had not expected to find at UA, and had certainly never expected to find comfortable. Mornings began with Aizawa's characteristic bluntness and afternoons filled with the kind of rigorous, quirk-agnostic combat theory that finally gave structure to the instincts Izuku had spent 4 years building alone in a condemned training hall. He learned, for the first time, the proper vocabulary for techniques he had invented by trial and error, watched his own private style sharpen under actual instruction the way a blade sharpens under a whetstone it had never before had access to. He was, by any honest measure, thriving, and some quiet, suspicious part of him kept waiting for the other side of the coin to reveal itself, for the arrogance and cruelty he had spent years cataloging in quirk users to finally surface in the classmates who had so far only offered him curiosity and respect. It did not come. Not from Momo, who continued to seek him out for study sessions where their opposite skill sets complemented each other with an ease that surprised them both. Not from Ochako, who had taken to sitting beside him at lunch as though it had always been assumed rather than decided, chattering easily about nothing in particular in a way that asked nothing of him beyond simple company. Not from Kyokujiro, whose dry, understated humor had a way of catching him off guard into something close to real laughter, an experience so unfamiliar it startled him each time it happened. Even Mina Ishido, whose boundless, chaotic energy had initially put him on guard out of pure unfamiliarity, turned out to carry a fierce, unglamorous loyalty toward anyone she considered a friend, a category she had apparently decided, without asking his permission, that he now belonged to. There was still Bakugo, a live wire of unresolved history that neither of them had found a way to address directly, and there was still Mineta, whose behavior towards several of their female classmates had already begun to grate against something protective in Izuku that had nothing to do with quirks at all and everything to do with a lifetime spent hating the specific, casual cruelty of people who mistook power, of any kind, for permission. But even those two data points, Izuku found himself admitting privately, felt less like evidence for a general rule and more like exactly what Mandalay had suggested by the dying bonfire: two individuals, not a verdict on an entire world. He wrote to his mother every few days, longer letters than he had ever managed before UA, filled with more of his actual life than he had allowed her to see in years, and her replies, when they came, were full of a warmth and relief that he could feel even through the paper, as though 4 years of carefully guarded worry were finally being allowed, in small increments, to set down some of their weight. It was during the final week of that first settling-in period that Principal Nizu announced, during a full-year assembly, the return of an old UA tradition that had been quietly shelved for several years under prior administration, the UA Sports Festival, reinstated in full for the first time in half a decade, a nationally televised event that would put every first-year student's abilities on public display before an audience of scouting hero agencies and millions of home viewers. The announcement sent a ripple of nervous excitement through the assembly hall, students already calculating opportunity and exposure in the same breath, and Izuku sat very still amid the noise, feeling the old, familiar tightening in his chest that had nothing to do with excitement and everything to do with 4 years of bracing for the moment his quirklessness would finally be paraded in front of a national audience for ridicule rather than quietly accommodated within the relative safety of a single classroom. Ochako must have seen something of it on his face, because she leaned over without a word and bumped her shoulder gently against his, a small, wordless gesture of solidarity that asked nothing and offered everything, and across the room he caught Momo's eye as well, a small, steady nod that carried the same unspoken message. He did not know, sitting there in that crowded assembly hall with the whole shape of the coming festival stretching out ahead of him like unmapped terrain, exactly what the following weeks would demand of him, or exactly how much further the walls he had spent 4 years building around himself were about to be tested. He only knew, for the first time in longer than he could clearly remember, that he was not going to face whatever came next entirely alone, and that the ground beneath 4 years of hard-won certainty had not finished shifting yet. That evening, walking home from the train station under a sky just beginning to darken, he found himself replaying the assembly hall in his mind the way he had once replayed every slight and every bruise, except the habit had turned, somewhere in the last few weeks, toward gentler material. He thought of Ryukyu's steady hands checking his shoulder in the rain. He thought of Mirko's blunt, delighted respect in a dirty alley. He thought of Midnight's unglamorous, careful attention during his evaluation, and Mandalay's patient honesty beside a dying fire, and Momo's quiet trust on a darkening mountainside, and Ochako's shoulder against his in a crowded hall, asking nothing and offering everything anyway. None of it erased what 4 years had built in him. He doubted, some nights, that it ever fully would, or that it should. The anger had made him something, had carved discipline and strength out of a boy the world had tried to carve into nothing instead, and he was not interested in pretending it had not served its purpose. But he was beginning to understand, slowly and without any single dramatic turning point he could point to, that the anger had never needed to be the whole of him, only the part that got him through the years before anyone bothered to look past his empty quirk registry and see the rest. He let himself into the house to find his mother waiting with dinner, as she always did now, and when she asked him how his day had gone, he told her, honestly, that something enormous was coming, a festival, a stage, an entire country about to watch him for the first time. She reached across the table and took his hand the way she always did, and told him she was not worried, not anymore, because whatever the country saw when it looked at her son, she already knew the truth of him, and she trusted, finally and completely, that the rest of the world was only a few steps behind her in figuring it out too. Chapter 15. The 2 weeks before the sports festival passed for Izuku Midoriya in a blur of extra training sessions, most of them self-assigned, held in the gym long after his classmates had gone home for the evening. He was not naive about what the festival meant. A nationally televised event, watched by every pro-hero agency in the country looking to scout their next generation of hires, and at the center of it, for the first time in his life, would be the word Quirkless, displayed not as a quiet fact tucked into a recommendation file but as a headline for millions of strangers to react to however they chose. He had spent 4 years building armor against small, local cruelty. He had no proof yet that the armor would hold against a country's worth of it at once. Bakugo cornered him after practice on the Friday before the festival began, and Izuku braced out of old habit for the confrontation he had learned to expect, only to find something else waiting instead. Bakugo did not raise his voice. He stood with his arms crossed, jaw tight, and told Izuku, in a clipped, graceless approximation of an apology that clearly cost him more than he wanted to admit, that he had spent years telling himself Izuku's quirklessness made him worthless, and that watching him for the past month had made that story considerably harder to keep believing. He said he still intended to beat Izuku in the tournament, decisively, and that he was not doing this because he had gone soft. He was doing it, he said, because he refused to go into a fight against someone he still, on some private level, considered a rival, while carrying a lie he no longer believed. It was not friendship. Izuku understood that, and did not expect it to become one overnight. But it was the closest thing to honesty the two of them had exchanged in a decade, and Izuku found himself, watching Bakugo walk away afterward, letting go of a small piece of weight he had not fully realized he was still carrying. His mother sent him off on the morning of the festival with a lunch packed larger than he could possibly finish and a hug that lasted several seconds longer than usual, and told him, her hand cupping his cheek the way it had when he was small, that she did not care where he placed. She only wanted the country to see, even for a moment, the boy she had always known was there. He carried that with him onto the transport bus, past the nervous chatter of his classmates, and settled into a seat beside Ochako, who took one look at his face and, without asking, offered him half of her own lunch as though trading food might somehow trade away some of the nerves along with it. He accepted, and found, to his mild surprise, that it helped more than he expected. Chapter 16. The opening obstacle race sent all 100 first-year students from both the general course and support course, alongside Class 1A and 1B, sprinting through a punishing course of robotic obstacles, a minefield of hidden explosive charges, and a narrow rope bridge over a canyon, and Izuku, positioned near the back of the pack at the starting gun, closed the distance within the first 100 meters using nothing but raw conditioning and the same efficient, ground-reading instinct that had carried him through the mountain retreat weeks earlier. He took the robotic obstacles apart with brutal, practiced economy, using their own momentum against them rather than meeting their attacks directly, and crossed the minefield reading the disturbed earth for pressure triggers with the kind of patient attentiveness that had once kept him alive on dangerous streets at night. By the time he reached the rope bridge he had moved into the top 10, and it was there that he first noticed the girl in the gaudy, half-unzipped shiketsu tracksuit keeping pace beside him with an easy, unbothered grin. She introduced herself between strides as Kami, from Shiketsu High, and told him, with a frankness that startled a short laugh out of him despite the circumstances, that she had heard rumors flying around before the festival about a quirkless UA student who apparently fought like something out of an old martial arts film, and that she had been hoping to see it for herself before deciding whether to believe any of it. He did not have breath to spare for a real answer. She seemed satisfied enough simply watching him clear the bridge's final unstable section with a controlled, low center of gravity roll that no amount of quirk-assisted balance could have improved on, and called out, as their paths diverged toward the finish, that she was looking forward to whatever came next. He finished 6th, comfortably inside the qualifying bracket for the following event, and allowed himself, jogging past the finish line, a small, private satisfaction that had nothing to do with anyone watching and everything to do with a promise he had made to himself years earlier in a condemned building with cracked mirrors, that he would never again let anyone's assumptions about his limits become his own. Chapter 17. The cavalry battle scattered the qualifying students into improvised teams built around a headband point system, each competitor's accumulated points displayed openly for every rival to see and target, and Izuku found himself, in the strange calculus of the event's 10-minute planning window, approached first not by a friend but by Momo Yaoyorozu, who laid out with characteristic precision exactly why his terrain reading and combat instincts made him worth more to a team than his relatively modest point total suggested on paper. They built their team quickly around that logic, Ochako providing her gravity-manipulating quirk for mobility and disruption, Tsuyu Azui offering her own considerable reflexes and a frog-like agility that made their formation harder to pin down, and Izuku anchoring the front as the team's primary striker, close enough to the ground to intercept incoming attacks before they reached the others. The battle itself became, within minutes, a chaotic scramble of alliances and betrayals across the field, and it was in the middle of that chaos that Izuku found himself briefly matched against a team anchored by a green-haired girl from Class 1B whose tail-like tongue lashed out to snag headbands with startling precision. Setsuna Tokage introduced herself mid-clash with an easy, competitive grin, her quirk letting her separate parts of her own body to attack from unexpected angles, and Izuku, adapting on the fly to an opponent whose body did not move the way a body was supposed to move, found himself genuinely enjoying the puzzle of her attacks even as he worked to counter them. Beside her, a broad-shouldered girl with orange hair pulled back in a practical ponytail called out sharp, clear tactical instructions to her own teammates with an authority that immediately marked her as a natural leader, and when their team's paths crossed again later in the battle, she introduced herself between exchanges as Itsuka Kendo, her enlarged fists driving forward with considerable force that Izuku redirected rather than blocked outright, a technique that made her eyes widen slightly with open interest even mid-fight. Izuku's team ended the battle in 4th place overall, comfortably inside the qualifying bracket, and as the students dispersed toward the break area, both Setsuna and Itsuka sought him out separately, unprompted, to tell him, with genuine and unguarded curiosity, that they had never fought anyone whose technique felt so entirely unfamiliar, built from some system neither of them recognized, and that they intended to be watching closely once the one-on-one tournament began. Chapter 18. During the break before the tournament bracket was announced, Izuku found himself sought out by a third-year student he did not recognize, a girl with pale blue hair swept up in twin buns who introduced herself with an enthusiasm so immediate and unguarded that it caught him entirely off balance. Nijire Hato explained, talking fast enough that he had to concentrate to keep pace with her, that she had come down from the third-year stand specifically because a friend on the teaching staff had mentioned there was a quirkless first year putting on a show worth seeing, and that she had spent the obstacle race and the cavalry battle both thoroughly convinced that friend had undersold him. She asked him questions in rapid succession, how he had trained, whether it hurt more than quirk-based combat, whether he had always wanted to be a hero, barely pausing for his answers before the next question arrived, and yet somehow, underneath the scattershot delivery, Izuku found himself feeling genuinely listened to rather than merely tolerated. She told him, growing briefly serious in a way that stripped away some of her earlier energy, that UA's upperclassmen had their own informal grapevine about promising first years, and that his name had already come up more than once in conversations he had never been present for, always with the same note of surprised respect. She said she found something quietly thrilling about watching someone succeed on pure will in a world so thoroughly organized around inherited gifts, and that she hoped, whatever the tournament brought, he would not let anyone's low expectations shrink what he was clearly capable of. She left as abruptly as she had arrived, waving cheerfully over her shoulder as she darted off toward another cluster of students, and Izuku stood for a moment in her wake feeling strangely warmed by the encounter, another small brick pulled loose from a wall he had built to feel permanent. Chapter 19. The one-on-one tournament bracket placed Izuku against a support course student in the first round, a straightforward match he closed out in under 2 minutes with controlled, efficient technique that drew a ripple of surprised applause from a crowd that had clearly expected a longer fight from the boy without a quirk. In the commentary booth, present mixed booming enthusiasm carried across the stadium as he narrated Izuku's win with genuine excitement, and beside him, the pro hero brought in as guest commentator for the day, a tall woman in a form-fitting hero costume who introduced herself to the audience as MT Lady, offered her own professional assessment with a thoughtfulness that surprised more than a few viewers who knew her mainly from her flashier public appearances. She told the audience that what they had just watched was not luck or spectacle, but genuine technical skill built through years of dedicated training, and that she, personally, found it far more impressive than half the flashier quirk-based finishes the festival would produce that day. Her comments circulated quickly among the students and staff gathered near the competitors' waiting area, and when Izuku passed her later near the tunnel leading back to the stands, she stopped him, introducing herself in person with a warm, genuine smile that held none of the performative distance he had come to expect from public figures. She told him she had meant every word of her commentary, and that she intended to keep a close eye on his career going forward, quirk or no quirk, because talent like his did not come along often enough to ignore. She added, with a small, wry smile, that she had spent enough years in an industry obsessed with flashy quirks to recognize genuine substance the moment she finally saw it, and that recognizing it in him had honestly come as something of a relief. The second round brought the match the entire stadium had, in one form or another, been anticipating since the bracket was announced, Izuku against Bakugo. It was, by any measure, the hardest fight of the tournament so far, Bakugo's explosive quirk closing distance and altering trajectory with a speed that tested every reflex Izuku had built over 4 years, and Izuku, in turn, refusing to give ground, absorbing and redirecting blast after blast with a discipline that visibly frustrated Bakugo even as it clearly, grudgingly, impressed him. The match ran nearly to the time limit before Izuku finally found the opening he needed, timing a redirected throw against Bakugo's own momentum that put him outside the ring by the narrowest possible margin. The stadium erupted. Bakugo, breathing hard on the ground just outside the boundary line, stared up at Izuku for a long moment, and then, to the visible shock of nearly everyone watching, extended his hand. Izuku took it and pulled him up, and neither of them said anything, because for the first time in a decade, nothing needed to be said at all. Chapter 20. Izuku's third-round match paired him against Ibara Shiozaki from Class 1B, whose vine-covered head produced razor-edged plant growths she could direct with considerable precision, and whose calm, almost serene demeanor throughout the fight never wavered even as Izuku closed the distance again and again through her ranged advantage. It was a longer, more grinding match than his fight against Bakugo, Ibara's vines forcing him into constant, careful footwork to avoid being ensnared outright, and more than once he took a shallow cut across the forearm working his way inside her range. He won, eventually, on a clean, controlled grapple that left her immobilized without serious injury, and helped her up afterward with a gentleness that seemed to surprise her. She told him, once she had caught her breath, that she had gone into the match expecting a purely physical, almost brutal contest given what she had heard about his self-taught background, and that she was struck instead by how consistently he had pulled his strikes short of real harm even in the middle of a fight he clearly intended to win. She said she found that restraint more admirable than his obvious skill, and that she hoped the rest of the tournament treated him kindly. His fourth-round opponent, Kinoko Komori, whose quirk let her grow small mushrooms from any surface she touched that released a disorienting spore cloud, gave him a harder tactical puzzle than raw combat difficulty, forcing him to fight the terrain around him as much as his opponent, and it was only by staying low, beneath the worst of the drifting spores, that he found his way to a decisive finish. She laughed good-naturedly afterward, waving off his apology for how the match had ended, and told him she had never in her life seen anyone fight quite like that, all patient calculation and controlled aggression at once, and that watching him had honestly been fun regardless of the outcome. Reiko Yanagi and Yui Kodai, both eliminated earlier in the bracket by other opponents, found him afterward in the competitors' rest area anyway, curious enough about the growing buzz around his fights to introduce themselves unprompted. Reiko, whose quirk let her manipulate the bones of the deceased, told him with characteristic bluntness that she found his fighting style refreshingly free of unnecessary flourish, an efficiency she said she respected on principle. Yui, quieter and more measured, simply told him that she had been keeping a private count of every technique he used across his matches so far, and asked, with real academic curiosity, whether he had ever considered writing any of it down for others to study someday. He told her, a little startled by the question, that he had filled more notebooks than he could count over the years, though never once imagined anyone besides himself reading them. Chapter 21. The semi-final pitted Izuku against Atsuka Kendo, whose enlarged fists and sharp tactical mind from the cavalry battle had already told him this would be the most demanding fight of the tournament so far, and the match lived up to that expectation from the opening bell, both competitors trading calculated exchanges that tested reach, timing, and recovery in equal measure. Itsuka fought with the same clear-headed leadership she had shown coordinating her cavalry team, adapting her approach mid-fight when her early strategy failed to find purchase against his redirecting technique, and Izuku found himself, more than once, genuinely challenged to keep pace with her adjustments. The match ran the full time limit, decided in the end by the judge's assessment of accumulated effective strikes rather than a clean knockout, and when the decision came down narrowly in his favor, Itsuka accepted it with the same steady composure she brought to everything, shaking his hand and telling him, with clear sincerity, that it was the best fight she had had all festival regardless of the outcome, and that Class 1B would be keeping a close eye on him from here forward. The final match placed him against a support course upperclassman whose gadget-assisted quirk augmentation gave him a considerable reach and speed advantage, a fight Izuku ultimately lost in the match's final minute after a grueling exchange that left both competitors exhausted and the crowd on its feet. He did not begrudge the loss. He had gone further into the tournament than he, or nearly anyone else, had privately expected of a quirkless entrant, and as he stood on the runner-up podium with the sun setting behind the stadium, he found himself scanning the crowd instinctively for his mother's face among the thousands, and found it, near the front of the stands, streaked with tears and beaming with a pride so total it needed no further explanation. Empty Lady found him again once the ceremony concluded, along with Ryukyu and Mirko, who had both apparently arrived partway through the tournament once word reached them of how far his run had gone, and the three of them together, along with a handful of scouting agency representatives who approached him with genuine, unguarded interest despite his empty quirk registry, made it clear to Izuku, more thoroughly than any single conversation could have, that whatever the world had once told him about his own worth, that verdict had never been the final one. His mother reached him last, pushing gently through the small crowd of well-wishers and agency representatives with an apologetic smile for the interruption, and the moment she wrapped her arms around him every other voice in the stadium seemed to fade into background noise. She told him, her voice thick with emotion she no longer bothered to hide, that she had watched every single match with her hands pressed so tightly together her knuckles had gone white, not from fear that he would lose, but from the overwhelming, disbelieving joy of watching the entire country finally see even a fraction of what she had always known was there. Ryukyu, standing nearby, told her warmly that she had every right to that pride, and Mirko, characteristically blunt even in a tender moment, added that Izuku's mother had clearly done something right raising a kid who refused to know when to quit. Inko laughed through her tears at that, and pulled Izuku tighter against her, and for a long moment none of the cameras or scouts or accumulating opportunities mattered at all beside the simple, steady fact of his mother's arms around him. Chapter 22. In the days following the festival, the internship offers began arriving at UA's administration office in numbers that startled even Aizawa, who informed the class with his usual flat understatement that this year's response had been, in his professional experience, unusually enthusiastic across the board. Izuku received 7 offers of his own, a number that would have seemed impossible to him only months earlier, and he spent an evening at the kitchen table with his mother reading through each one aloud, her hand pressed to her mouth more than once at some of the language the agencies used to describe him. Words like exceptional and once in a generation that neither of them had ever expected to see attached to his name in any official document. He chose, in the end, Ryukyu's agency, both out of genuine respect for how she had treated him from their very first meeting in the rain and out of a practical understanding that her rescue-focused, technically demanding hero work would push his skills in directions a flashier offensive agency might not. His mother hugged him tightly when he told her, and reminded him, only half joking, to actually eat proper meals during the internship rather than surviving on nerves and determination the way she suspected he had managed most of the tournament. The internship began the following week, and Ryukyu wasted no time putting him to real, if carefully supervised, field work, bringing him along on minor rescue calls and low-risk patrol routes while she and her established sidekicks evaluated exactly how much responsibility his skill level could reasonably support. He absorbed everything she taught him with the same relentless, notebook-filling intensity that had defined his entire self-taught education, and within days she had begun trusting him with tasks that, by her own admission, she would not have handed a typical first-year intern nearly so quickly. It was during that first week that he crossed paths, briefly, with Empty Lady again, her patrol route intersecting with Ryukyu's during a minor building fire evacuation, and the two heroes worked the scene alongside him with an easy professional rhythm that made clear they had coordinated before, trading quick updates while Izuku moved through the smoke-assisted evacuation with the same low, careful technique that had once carried him through a mountain training exercise. MT Lady caught his eye once the last resident had been cleared, and told him, grinning, that watching him work a real scene only confirmed everything she had said in the commentary booth, and that agencies across the city were going to be kicking themselves in a few years for whatever hesitation his empty Quirk registry had cost them today. Chapter 23. The second week of the internship brought Izuku back into contact with the wild pussycats, whose rescue territory bordered Ryukyu's own, and a joint operation following a minor landslide in the mountain district reunited him with Mandalay, Pixie Bob, and Ragdoll for the first time since the training camp weeks earlier. The work was grueling and unglamorous, hours of careful, methodical search through unstable terrain for residents who might be trapped beneath debris, and Izuku moved through it with the same patient, ground-reading instinct that had impressed them the first time, earning a fresh round of quiet, professional respect from all three women by the operation's end. Mandalay told him, during a brief rest between search sectors, that she had thought about their conversation by the bonfire more than once in the weeks since, and that watching him work now, steady and unshaken even in genuinely difficult conditions, only confirmed what she had told him that night, that whatever the anger had once cost him, it had not made him lesser, only more careful with the people he chose to protect. Ragdoll, scanning the debris field with her tracking quirk, found the operation's last trapped resident, an elderly man pinned beneath a collapsed retaining wall, and it was Izuku who reached him first across unstable ground too dangerous for the larger rescue equipment to navigate safely, working the wall's weight off the man's legs with the same rooted, redirecting technique that had once saved a stranger from a falling storefront awning in the rain. The man, once freed and safely stabilized, asked him, in a shaking, grateful voice, what hero agency he worked for, and Izuku told him, honestly, that he was only an intern, still a student, and the old man laughed despite his pain and told him that whatever agency was lucky enough to eventually hire him properly did not deserve him nearly as much as he deserved them. Pixie Bob overheard the exchange and repeated it to the others with obvious delight once the scene was finally cleared, and the four of them shared a rare, easy laugh together in the fading afternoon light, the kind of moment Izuku had never once imagined himself having with people who carried quirks, and one he found himself, walking back toward the transport vehicle afterward, genuinely reluctant to see end. Chapter 24. Back at UA once the internship concluded, Izuku found the rhythm of his classroom life subtly but permanently altered by everything the festival and the weeks that followed had built. Momo had taken to seeking his opinion on tactical exercises with a regularity that had become almost routine, trusting his read on terrain and positioning as readily as she trusted her own considerable intellect. Ochako's easy companionship at lunch had, without either of them formally deciding it, become a fixed and comfortable part of his day, one he found himself looking forward to more than he examined too closely. Tsuyu, whose quiet, direct observations rarely wasted words, told him one afternoon in the training gym, apropos of nothing, that she had always found the loudest people the hardest to trust and the quietest ones, like him, considerably easier, and he had turned the compliment over in his mind for the rest of the day, unsure exactly what to do with how much it had meant to him. Toru Hagakure, whose full invisibility made her impossible to read by expression alone, had developed a habit of narrating her own enthusiasm out loud in a way that more than made up for it, and she took every opportunity to tell Izuku, cheerfully and at considerable volume, exactly how impressed she remained by his tournament run, to the point that Kyoka had started teasing them both about it during their shared study sessions, her own dry commentary a fixture of those evenings that Izuku had, somewhere in the past month, come to genuinely look forward to. Mina Ishido, for her part, had appointed herself without any formal announcement as a kind of self-assigned advocate for his continued social integration, dragging him along to group outings he would once have declined on reflex and watching, with obvious satisfaction, as he found himself actually enjoying more of them than he expected to. He did not fully understand, some evenings, walking home from one of these gatherings with the city lights blurring past the train window, how thoroughly the walls he had spent 4 years building had begun to develop doors in them, unlocked one conversation at a time by people who had never once asked him to justify his own existence before extending their respect. He wrote to his mother about all of it, more openly than he had ever managed before, and her replies, increasingly, carried less of the old careful worry and more of a simple, uncomplicated joy that he could feel radiating off the page even from a distance, and some nights, reading her letters over before falling asleep, he let himself believe, fully and without reservation, that whatever the world had once decided about a quirkless boy with a split lip on a curb, it had been wrong, and that he was, slowly and against every expectation he had built to protect himself, finding out exactly how wrong. Chapter 25. It was near the end of that settling period that Class 1A received notice of an upcoming joint training exercise with Class 1B, a series of structured combat scenarios designed to test coordination across unfamiliar partnerships, and Izuku found himself paired, this time, with Setsuna Tokage, whose unconventional detachable body parts had already given him one of his more interesting fights during the cavalry battle weeks earlier. The exercise went well from the opening scenario, Setsuna's willingness to experiment with unorthodox tactics meshing naturally with Izuku's own instinct for reading an opponent's weaknesses in real time, and by the third scenario the two of them had developed an easy, almost playful rapport, trading quick tactical suggestions between rounds with a comfort that surprised them both given how little time they had actually spent together outside the festival. She told him, during a break between scenarios, that she had spent more of the tournament than she wanted to admit thinking about their earlier clash, replaying the exchange in her head trying to work out exactly how he had anticipated her tongue's attack angle before she had fully committed to it, and that she still had not entirely solved the puzzle even now. He explained it to her honestly, the way he explained most things when someone actually asked with genuine curiosity rather than performative interest, breaking down the specific tell in her shoulder rotation that preceded the strike, and she listened with real, focused attention, filing the information away with the same competitive seriousness she brought to everything. Itsuka Kendo, paired that day with Kyokujiro, found a spare moment during the exercise's final break to seek Izuku out as well, telling him plainly that Class 1B had, in the weeks since the festival, developed something of a running conversation about him, most of it centered on genuine curiosity rather than the resentment she admitted she had half expected some of her classmates to feel toward a quirkless student who had outperformed several of them. She told him she had shut that resentment down quickly wherever she saw it start to form, on the simple principle that anyone willing to work as hard as he clearly had deserved better than petty jealousy from people who had never once had to build their own strength from nothing. Izuku did not know how to fully absorb the accumulating weight of it, conversation after conversation across weeks that had begun, one small brick at a time, to genuinely undo something he had spent 4 years believing was permanent and unshakable. He was not angry anymore, not in the constant, low-burning way that had once defined nearly every hour of his life. He still noticed, sharply, the rare classmate who wore their quirk like an entitlement rather than a responsibility, Mineta chief among them in ways that continued to grate at him more with each passing week. But he had begun to understand, slowly and without any single dramatic revelation, that the world he had built his entire identity in opposition to had never actually been the whole world at all, only the narrow, cruel slice of it that had found him first. Chapter 26. His mother's health scare arrived without warning on an otherwise ordinary weekend, a sudden dizzy spell at the grocery store that sent her to the hospital for observation, and Izuku, informed by a neighbor's frantic phone call, crossed half the city faster than any train schedule should have reasonably allowed, arriving at the hospital still in his UA gym clothes with his heart hammering harder than it had during any tournament match. The scare turned out, thankfully, to be minor, low blood pressure and exhaustion from weeks of worry she had apparently been carrying quietly on his behalf without ever mentioning it to him, and the doctor's calm reassurance did little to slow the frightened pounding in his chest until he was finally allowed into her room and found her sitting up, tired but steady, offering him an apologetic smile for the scare. He sat beside her bed for the rest of the afternoon, holding her hand, and told her, quietly, that he needed her to promise to take better care of herself, that he could survive nearly anything the world threw at him except the thought of losing her, and she reached up to touch his face the way she always had, telling him gently that the exhaustion had been worry, yes, but worry that had turned, somewhere over the past few months, into something closer to happiness than fear, watching him finally live the life she had always hoped for him even when the world had insisted for years that he never would. Word reached his classmates faster than he expected, and by Monday morning nearly half of Class 1A had found some quiet way to check on him, Momo leaving a carefully worded note of concern on his desk, Ochako simply sitting closer than usual at lunch without commentary, Tsuyu offering a soft, sincere inquiry about his mother's condition that he found unexpectedly steadying. Even Bakugo, gruff and characteristically indirect about it, muttered something about hoping the old lady was doing better before quickly changing the subject, and Izuku, absorbing the accumulated, unglamorous kindness of an entire classroom that had, without any fanfare, decided he mattered to them, felt something in his chest settle more completely than it had in years. Chapter 27. The final training exercise before the school year's midpoint break brought UA's first and second year Hero Course students together for a large-scale joint simulation, and it was there, coordinating logistics among the assembled students, that Izuku crossed paths again with Nijire Hato, who greeted him with the same unfiltered enthusiasm she had shown at the festival, immediately launching into an update on everything she had heard about his internship exploits in the weeks since. She told him, growing briefly serious in the middle of her characteristic rapid-fire energy, that she had mentioned him more than once to upperclassmen and faculty alike, always met with the same surprised, grudging respect once people actually looked past his empty quirk registry to what he had genuinely built, and that she found a particular, personal satisfaction in watching that respect spread, conversation by conversation, the way water eventually wears down stone. She told him she believed, without any doubt she felt the need to qualify, that in 5 years his name would be spoken across the entire hero industry without anyone thinking twice about the absent quirk beside it, and that she intended to say she had recognized it early, long before it became obvious to everyone else. The simulation itself tested large-scale team coordination against a simulated villain incursion, and Izuku found himself, in the middle of directing his own smaller unit through a collapsing structure scenario, working alongside Momo, Tsuyu, and, unexpectedly, Kami, whose Shiketsu class had been invited to participate as part of an inter-school cooperation initiative. Kami's illusion-based quirk, once she and Izuku worked out how to coordinate it with his ground-level tactics, proved devastatingly effective at misdirecting the simulation's opposing forces, and by the exercise's end their combined unit had cleared its objective with time to spare, drawing approving notice from the observing faculty. Kami told him afterward, peeling off her simulation gear with her usual easy grin, that she had come into the exercise expecting the rumors about him to have grown in the telling the way rumors always did, and that she was, if anything, mildly annoyed to discover they had actually undersold him. She told him Shiketsu would be watching his career with real interest going forward, rival school rivalry aside, and left him with a parting wave and an open invitation to visit sometime if UA's training ever started feeling too predictable. Chapter 28. The midpoint break arrived at last, a rare stretch of unscheduled days that Izuku spent, for the first time in longer than he could remember, doing very little that resembled training at all. He and his mother spent an entire afternoon at the small, unremarkable park near their apartment where he had played as a small child, before the word Quirkless had carved its hollow into him, and she told him stories he had never heard before, about his father, about her own childhood, about the exact moment she had first held him and understood, with a certainty that had never once wavered even through the hardest years, that whatever else the world decided about him, he was hers, and he was enough. He listened to all of it with an attentiveness he rarely allowed himself outside of combat analysis, and found, walking home with her in the fading evening light, that some of the oldest, most carefully guarded grief in him had finally begun, quietly, to loosen its grip. He visited the old training hall one final time during the break, the condemned building behind the shuttered noodle shop where 4 years of solitary discipline had first taken root, and stood for a long while in front of the cracked mirror that had once been his only witness, studying the reflection of a boy who had grown into someone he barely recognized from those early, furious months. He did not feel the old anger looking at himself now, not in the same consuming way. He felt, instead, a quiet, complicated gratitude toward the version of himself who had refused to give up in that empty room with no one watching, because that stubbornness, whatever else it had cost him, had built the foundation everything since had been able to grow from. He thought, standing there, of Ryukyu's steady hands in the rain, and Mirko's blunt delight in a dirty alley, and Midnight's careful, unglamorous attention, and Mandalay's patience beside a dying fire, and Momo's quiet trust on a mountainside, and Ochako's shoulder against his in a crowded hall, and Nijire's unfiltered belief in a future he had not yet earned, and a dozen other small, accumulating kindnesses that had, one at a time, without any single dramatic turning point, rebuilt something in him he had once been certain the world would never let him have. He left the training hall that evening and did not look back, not out of rejection of everything it had given him, but because he understood, finally and completely, that he no longer needed a condemned building's cracked mirror to tell him who he was. The break ended 2 days later, and he returned to UA for the second half of the year lighter than he had walked through its gates the first time, carrying, alongside 4 years of hard-won discipline, something new and still unfamiliar and entirely worth keeping, the quiet, steady beginning of trust in a world he had once been certain would never make room for him at all. Chapter 29. A transfer student from an overseas hero academy joined several of UA's joint exercises for a 2-week cultural exchange program near the end of that stretch of school term, and Izuku found himself paired for a language and tactics workshop with Pony Tsunotori, whose horn-based quirk let her fire concentrated blasts of milk with startling force and even more startling personal embarrassment whenever anyone brought it up. Her Japanese was still developing, halting in places and occasionally comic in its literal translations, but her enthusiasm for hero work needed no translation at all, and Izuku found himself, over the course of their shared sessions, falling into the same patient, careful explanatory habit he had once used only in the private notebooks of his childhood, breaking down technique and terrain reading into pieces small enough for her to absorb even across the language gap. She thanked him for it with an earnestness that startled him, telling him, in halting but sincere phrasing, that most of her classmates spoke too fast for her to keep up and grew visibly impatient when she asked them to slow down, and that his patience meant more to her than he probably realized. When she learned, midway through their second session together, that he had no quirk at all and had built every ounce of his skill from nothing, she stopped mid-exercise entirely, staring at him with open, unguarded amazement, and told him that where she came from, a story like his would be considered nothing short of extraordinary, the kind of thing told to young students as inspiration rather than treated as a quiet footnote in a single classroom. She asked, hesitantly, whether he would be willing to demonstrate some of his self-taught technique properly, outside the structure of the workshop, and he agreed, and spent the following weekend afternoon walking her through the basic stances he had once learned alone from cracked photographs on a condemned building's wall, watching her practice them with a focus and gratitude that reminded him, not for the first time that year, how much simple respect could accomplish where the world's assumptions had once only ever offered him contempt. By the end of the exchange program, Pony had grown noticeably steadier in both her technique and her confidence, and she told him, on her last day before returning to her home academy's regular schedule, that she intended to write to him, and that she hoped, someday, their paths might cross again on more equal footing, hero to hero rather than tutor and student. He told her he was looking forward to it, and meant it. Chapter 30. Not every response to his growing public profile was kind, and Izuku learned that lesson properly for the first time in the weeks following the festival, when a segment of the internet's more anonymous corners decided that a quirkless student succeeding at UA represented, in their eyes, an affront to some vague and poorly examined principle about the natural order of hero society. The messages that reached him were not numerous, but they were vicious in the particular, practiced way anonymous cruelty often is, recycling every insult he had spent 4 years training himself to withstand in person, only now delivered by strangers who had never met him and knew nothing of the years of discipline behind what they dismissed as an undeserved fluke. He read the first handful before he understood what he was reading, and something old and cold settled briefly back into his chest, a familiar weight he had thought, foolishly, he had mostly set down. He did not tell his mother at first. He told Kyoka instead, almost by accident, during one of their study sessions, when she noticed him staring at his phone with an expression she had not seen on him since before the festival, and pressed him gently until he showed her. Her reaction was immediate and fierce, an anger on his behalf that startled him with its intensity, and she told him, flatly, that anonymous cowards hiding behind a screen had no more claim to truth about him than the bullies who had once cornered him behind a gymnasium fence, and that he was under no obligation to let either group rent space in his head. Toru, overhearing part of the conversation, added her own blunt, cheerful insistence that he was, and she would fight anyone who said otherwise, the single most impressive person in their entire year, quirk or no quirk, and Mina, arriving a few minutes later and quickly briefed on the situation, simply sat down beside him and stayed there for the rest of the evening without much further comment, her presence itself the point. He told his mother that night after all, unable to fully carry the weight of it alone, and she listened with the same steady attention she always gave him, and then told him something he turned over in his mind for a long time afterward, that cruelty from strangers who had never once had to earn anything for themselves said everything about their own insecurity and nothing at all about his worth, and that the true measure of how far he had come was not the silence of anonymous critics, but the growing number of people in his actual life who had chosen, freely and without any obligation to do so, to stand beside him anyway. He fell asleep that night thinking less about the cruelty of strangers and more about the small, steady crowd of people who had quietly proven her right. Chapter 31. Aizawa gathered the class for an announcement on the final Monday before the term's midpoint break concluded, informing them with his usual flat economy of words that the following term would bring the Provisional Hero License Examination, a rigorous, nationally standardized test that all first-year students would need to pass before they could legally perform any hero work beyond the strict supervision of an internship. He warned them, without softening the delivery, that the exam's pass rate ran considerably lower than most students expected, that entire hero courses from other schools had failed it in single-digit percentages in past years, and that UA's reputation would offer them no shortcut through a practical evaluation built specifically to punish overconfidence. Several students exchanged nervous glances across the room, the easy confidence built up over a successful festival run tempering visibly under the weight of a new, harder benchmark looming ahead. Izuku felt the old, familiar tightening in his chest that had nothing to do with fear of the exam's difficulty and everything to do with a lifetime spent bracing for the moment his quirklessness would finally meet a wall his stubbornness alone could not climb. He caught himself doing it, this time, and made a conscious, deliberate effort to set the old fear down rather than let it take root the way it once would have without question. Momo, noticing his brief distraction, leaned over after class to tell him plainly that she had already begun drafting a study plan built around both of their strengths, and that she intended to make sure his physical conditioning and terrain instincts were paired with exactly the kind of technical, quirk-agnostic knowledge the written and practical portions of the exam would likely test. Ochako added, only half joking, that she planned to enforce a strict rule against him skipping meals during the study sessions to come, a promise she made him repeat back to her before she would let the subject drop. He walked home that evening turning the coming challenge over in his mind with the same relentless analytical habit that had once filled a dozen childhood notebooks, but for the first time in longer than he could remember, the anxiety sat alongside something steadier, a quiet, growing certainty that whatever the exam demanded of him, he would not be facing it with the same isolated, unwitnessed discipline that had built him in the first place. He would be facing it, this time, with people who had already decided, without his ever having to convince them, that he was worth standing beside. Chapter 32. The weeks of preparation that followed fell into a demanding but oddly comforting rhythm, study sessions stretching late into the evening at Momo's family estate, a sprawling, quiet residence that still occasionally left Izuku faintly overwhelmed despite how thoroughly Momo herself downplayed it. She organized the material with the same rigorous precision she brought to everything, breaking the exam's likely content into manageable blocks, quirk law, emergency triage protocol, disaster response coordination, and rescue equipment operation among them, and paired each block with practical drills designed to test not just his knowledge but his ability to apply it under the same kind of pressure the exam's practical component was rumored to simulate. Ochako joined most sessions as well, less naturally inclined toward the dense written material but fiercely determined not to fall behind, and more than once it was Izuku, drawing on his own long-practiced habit of breaking difficult concepts into digestible pieces, who helped her find a foothold in material that had initially left her frustrated. Tsuyu attended several sessions too, contributing a calm, methodical perspective that balanced Momo's intensity and Ochako's determined energy, and it was during one of these evenings, the four of them scattered across Momo's family library with notes and practice diagrams spread between them, that Izuku found himself, without quite planning it, telling them more of his own history than he had ever shared with anyone outside his mother, the condemned training hall, the cracked mirror, the 4 years of falling down alone with no one to correct his form. None of them interrupted. When he finished, Momo told him quietly that she had wondered, more than once, where his particular efficiency of movement had come from, and that knowing now only deepened her respect for what he had built rather than diminishing it in any way. Ochako reached over and squeezed his hand briefly, saying nothing, which somehow said more than any words could have. Tsuyu, characteristically direct, told him that she thought the version of him sitting in that library, sharing something so guarded with people who cared about him, was proof enough that whatever the condemned building had cost him, he had not let it close him off permanently, and that the distinction mattered. He left Momo's estate that night walking slower than usual, turning the evening over in his mind the way he turned over every piece of data that reshaped his understanding of the world, and found, for once, that he did not feel any urgent need to file it away for later analysis. He simply let himself feel it, the strange, steady warmth of having been trusted with vulnerability and having it met with nothing but care. Chapter 33. Mirko tracked him down unannounced on a Saturday afternoon 2 weeks before the exam, dropping into the training yard behind his apartment building with the same characteristic disregard for formal introduction she had shown from the very first night they met, and informed him, without preamble, that she had heard about the license exam looming and had decided, on her own initiative, that his physical conditioning could use a proper professional's eye before the practical portion tested it. Under pressure. What followed was 2 hours of the hardest sparring Izuku had endured since the tournament, Mirko pushing him relentlessly through drills calibrated to expose every remaining inefficiency in his self-taught technique, correcting his footing with blunt, good-natured criticism that stung considerably less than it might have coming from anyone else, because underneath the bluntness ran an unmistakable current of genuine investment in seeing him succeed. She told him, catching her breath during a rare pause, that she did not offer this kind of personal attention to just anyone, that her schedule as one of the country's highest-ranked heroes left little room for it, and that she was making the exception because she had recognized something in him, from that very first night in the alley, worth investing her own limited time in properly. He asked her, during the walk to get water afterward, why she had never asked for anything in return for any of it, the sponsorship, the training, the steady stream of respect she had shown him since the beginning, and she considered the question with more seriousness than her usual bravado typically allowed, before telling him that she had spent her own career clawing past people who assumed her rough edges and her refusal to play the industry's usual games meant she did not deserve her ranking, and that watching someone else fight the same uphill battle against a different kind of unearned assumption made helping him feel less like generosity and more like paying forward a debt she had never fully been able to repay to the handful of people who had once done the same for her. She left as abruptly as she had arrived, calling over her shoulder that she expected to hear he had passed the exam with room to spare, and Izuku stood alone in the training yard afterward, muscles aching, turning her words over with the same careful attention he gave everything that mattered, adding one more brick to a foundation of trust that had once seemed, to a boy on a curb with a split lip, entirely impossible to build. He thought about that foundation often in the days that followed, turning it over the way he once turned over technique diagrams in his childhood notebooks, and found himself arriving, again and again, at the same quiet conclusion. None of it, not Mirko's brutal, generous training, not Ryukyu's steady professional trust, not Midnight's careful advocacy, not Momo's rigorous study plans, not Ochako's easy companionship, had been owed to him by anyone. Each one had been a choice, freely made, by people who had looked past an empty Quirk registry and decided, on the evidence of his character rather than his birth, that he was worth their time. He had spent 4 years building himself into someone who no longer needed anyone's permission to have value. It was a stranger, more complicated gift to learn that he did not have to carry that weight entirely alone anymore, and he was still, some evenings, relearning how to accept it without flinching. Chapter 34. The night before the provisional license examination, Izuku sat at the kitchen table with his mother long after he should have gone to sleep, notebooks closed for once, the two of them simply talking the way they had when he was small, before the word quirkless had reshaped every conversation between them into something more careful and guarded than it needed to be. She told him, watching him across the table with an expression that held equal parts pride and the last, lingering trace of a fear she had carried for most of his life, that she did not need him to pass tomorrow to know everything she already knew about him. She told him that the boy she had held on a porch with a split lip all those years ago, telling her he had fallen when they both knew better, had grown into someone the entire country had watched stand toe-to-toe with the best young talent it had to offer, not because the world had finally decided to be fair to him, but because he had simply refused, for 4 relentless years and every year since, to accept its unfairness as a final answer. He told her, in return, that none of it, not the festival, not the internship, not the growing list of names who had chosen to see him clearly, would have been possible without the one person who had never once needed convincing. She had loved him before he had a single thing to show for himself, before the training hall, before the calluses, before any of it, simply because he was hers, and that love, more than any technique he had ever taught himself in a cracked mirror, was the actual foundation everything else had been built on. She cried a little at that, the good kind of crying, and hugged him tightly before finally sending him to bed with strict instructions to actually sleep rather than review notes until dawn, and he obeyed, mostly, lying awake only a little while longer than he intended, running through the accumulated weight of the past several months, the rain-soaked rescue that started it all, the alley where Mirko first saw him, the mountain where Momo learned to trust his lead, the stadium where Bakugo finally shook his hand, the quiet library evening where he let himself be known. He thought, drifting toward sleep at last, that whatever the exam brought tomorrow, pass or fail, he was no longer the boy who had built a wall around himself to survive a world he had decided, at 8 years old, could never make room for someone like him. That boy had done exactly what he needed to do to survive. But the world, it turned out, had made room after all, more room than he had ever let himself imagine, and he intended, walking into the exam center the following morning surrounded by classmates who had become something closer to family than he had thought possible, to prove himself worthy of every bit of it. Chapter 35. Somewhere in the middle of that long, transformative stretch of the term, during a routine patrol shadowing Ryukyu's agency through the city's harbor district, Izuku was introduced to a hero he had only ever encountered before in the footnotes of his childhood notebooks, a foam quirk specialist who worked mostly in flood and fire suppression support and went by the professional name Bubble Girl. She was quieter than most of the heroes he had met since the festival began, less inclined toward grand gestures or public spectacle, content instead to do careful, unglamorous containment work that rarely made headlines but consistently kept small emergencies from becoming large ones. She had heard about him, she admitted, mostly secondhand through Ryukyu, who apparently spoke about her in turn with more open pride than she typically extended to anyone still a full year from graduation, and Bubble Girl told him, watching him help coordinate a minor chemical spill containment with the same patient, methodical attention she brought to her own work, that she recognized something familiar in how he approached a scene. She told him, once the spill had been fully contained and the immediate danger cleared, that her own career had been built less on flash than on reliability, on being the hero other heroes trusted to handle the unglamorous work competently and without complaint, and that industry recognition for people like that came slowly, if it came at all, regardless of how essential the work actually was. She said she saw the same quiet, unglamorous diligence in him, and that she hoped, unlike her own experience, the industry would learn to recognize it in him faster than it ever had in her. He thanked her, and meant it more than the simple words conveyed, because something in her observation landed differently than the tournament praise or the festival commentary had. It was not about being impressive. It was about being trusted, quietly and consistently, to do the difficult, unglamorous work correctly every single time, and he understood, walking away from that harbor district scene as the sun began to set over the water, that this, more than any single flashy rescue, was probably the truest measure of the hero he actually wanted to become. Chapter 36. The morning of the provisional license examination arrived clear and cold, and Izuku met his classmates outside the examination center with the particular, focused quiet that comes before a challenge everyone has spent weeks preparing for and no one can fully predict. Momo found him first, running through a last-minute mental checklist out loud more for her own reassurance than his, and Ochako fell into step beside them both a moment later, offering him a piece of candy from her pocket with the same easy, grounding companionship she had offered on the bus to the festival months earlier. Tsuyu joined them without a word, her calm presence its own kind of reassurance, and even Bakugo, passing them near the entrance, offered nothing more than a short, clipped nod in Izuku's direction that nonetheless carried more genuine acknowledgement than anything he would have managed a few months earlier. Izuku scanned the gathered crowd of examinees from across the country, hundreds of students from dozens of schools, each of them carrying their own version of the nerves currently sitting in his own chest, and found himself thinking, briefly, of the boy who had once trained alone in a condemned building with no one watching and no guarantee that any of it would ever matter to anyone but himself. That boy could not have imagined this moment, Could not have imagined an entire supportive cluster of friends standing beside him at the entrance to a test that would officially mark the next real step toward the future he had never been allowed to believe in without a fight. The examination proctor's voice crackled over the assembled crowd, calling the first group forward, and Izuku felt Ochako's hand briefly squeeze his own before releasing it, felt Momo's steady nod beside him, felt the collected weight of a year that had rebuilt, one relationship at a time, nearly everything he had once been certain the world would never allow him to have. He walked forward into the examination center with his head high and his chest steady, no longer the boy who had needed a cracked mirror to prove he existed, and whatever the day ahead held, pass or fail, he understood, with a clarity that settled over him like calm water, that he had already won something far larger than any single exam could measure or take away. The doors closed behind the first group, and for a moment the hallway outside held only the quiet murmur of the students still waiting their turn, nerves and hope tangled together in the cold morning air. Somewhere beyond those doors lay a test built to measure readiness for a profession the world had once told him, flatly and without room for appeal, he would never be allowed to enter. He thought of the curb, the split lip, the promise he had made himself not to cry again, and understood, standing in that hallway surrounded by people who had chosen him, that the promise had long since evolved into something larger and steadier than he could have imagined at 8 years old, and that whatever waited on the other side of those doors, he was ready to meet it. Chapter 37. The written portion of the provisional license examination passed in a blur of careful, methodical recall, hours of quirk law, disaster protocol, and emergency triage questions that Izuku worked through with the same patient thoroughness Momo had drilled into their study sessions for weeks, and he left the morning block cautiously confident, though he knew, as every proctor had warned them, that the written exam was never the portion that determined most failures. The practical trial began after a short break, examinees divided into small groups and released into a sprawling, artificial disaster site built to simulate a collapsed urban block, complete with mock civilians in need of extraction, unstable structural hazards, and roaming examiner-controlled obstacles designed to punish overconfidence or wasted motion. Izuku's group included 2 students from a rival school he did not recognize and, to his quiet relief, Tsuyu, whose calm, methodical presence steadied him as the scenario's opening horn sounded. He moved through the wreckage with the same ground-reading instinct that had carried him through every rescue since the rainy night that started it all, prioritizing trapped civilians by injury severity the way Ryukyu had drilled into him during his internship, and it was there, working a stubborn support beam off a mock victim's legs, that the scenario's real test revealed itself, an examiner-controlled rogue element, a hulking practice construct with a simulated quirk designed to overwhelm anyone who approached it head-on, bearing down on the exact sector where 2 examinees, overwhelmed by the pace of the scenario, had frozen in place. Izuku did not think. He crossed the distance at a dead sprint, placing himself between the construct and the 2 frozen students, and used the same redirecting technique that had once saved a stranger from a falling storefront awning, absorbing and diverting the construct's momentum rather than meeting it directly, buying the precious seconds the other 2 needed to recover their composure and pull their assigned civilian to safety. The construct's simulated attack clipped his shoulder hard enough to leave a deep bruise that would ache for days, but he held his ground until the sector cleared, and only then allowed himself to fall back and catch his breath. When the scenario's horn finally sounded the end of the trial, the lead examiner, an older pro hero Izuku recognized distantly from childhood television broadcasts, pulled him aside briefly to tell him, with a directness that carried real weight coming from someone who had evaluated thousands of examinees over a long career, that what he had just watched was exactly the kind of instinct the license was meant to certify. Not raw power, but the willingness to place oneself between danger and the vulnerable without hesitation. It was, the examiner told him, the rarest thing his exam ever measured, and the hardest to fake. Chapter 38. The results arrived by mail 5 agonizing days later, and Izuku stood in the apartment entryway holding the sealed envelope for a full minute before his mother, hovering nearby with barely contained anxiety of her own, finally told him gently that the letter was not going to open itself no matter how long he stared at it. He passed. Not merely passed, but scored among the top bracket of examinees nationwide, a result that made his mother burst into tears of relief and pride before he had even finished reading the second paragraph aloud, and he found himself, reading his own name printed beside the words provisional hero license granted, needing to sit down at the kitchen table to fully absorb what 4 years of solitary discipline and 1 transformative year of unexpected kindness had actually built. The following morning brought a flood of messages from classmates comparing results, and Izuku learned, over the course of the day, that nearly all of Class 1A had passed alongside him, Momo's meticulous preparation and Ochako's stubborn determination both paying off exactly as expected, Tsuyu's calm competence never in serious doubt. Even Mineta scraping through by the narrowest possible margin in a way that drew more relief than celebration from his classmates. Bakugo's results, when they circulated, placed him near the very top of the national ranking, and he made a point, gruffly and without much ceremony, of telling Izuku that placing above him this time did not erase the tournament loss, a comment that carried, underneath its characteristic bluntness, an unmistakable note of respect that would have been unthinkable a year earlier. Class 1A held an impromptu celebration that weekend at a modest restaurant near the school, the kind of loud, chaotic gathering Izuku would once have found 100 reasons to avoid, and found instead, surrounded by classmates trading stories about their exam scenarios and teasing each other over near misses, that he did not want to leave early the way some old, quieter version of himself might have. Ochako toasted him specifically at one point, raising her glass of soda with theatrical formality to announce that the quirkless kid who had once been expected by exactly no one outside his own mother to make it this far had, in fact, made it further than most of them, and the table erupted in good-natured applause that left him faintly embarrassed and, underneath the embarrassment, quietly, thoroughly happy. Chapter 39. Summer arrived with the announcement of a training camp deep in a remote mountain region, organized jointly between UA's Hero Course faculty and the Wild Pussycats, whose rescue-focused terrain expertise made their territory an ideal setting for an intensive week of quirk and technique refinement away from the structure of ordinary classroom life. Izuku boarded the transport bus already anticipating the terrain with a kind of eager readiness that would have surprised the boy who once trained alone in a condemned building convinced no instructor would ever bother correcting his form, and the week that followed proved him right to be excited. Mandalay, Pixie Bob, and Ragdoll running the students through grueling terrain-based exercises calibrated to each student's specific growth areas, and Izuku found his own assigned regimen pushing him harder than almost anything since Mirko's brutal personal training sessions months earlier. The dormitory arrangement placed him in a cabin alongside several of his male classmates, evenings filled with the easy, unguarded camaraderie of exhausted students comparing bruises and swapping technique notes, and it was during one of these evenings that Kurashima, who had grown steadily friendlier with Izuku over the course of the year without either of them quite noticing when the shift happened, told him plainly that watching him train all week had taught him more about the meaning of the word manly than any single quirk-based feat ever could, a compliment delivered with such earnest sincerity that Izuku found himself laughing harder than he had in weeks. The female student's cabin, situated a short walk down the same forest path, became a frequent evening gathering point as well, informal study and technique sessions blurring easily into simple socializing, and Izuku found himself, more evenings than not, welcomed into that circle with the same casual ease that had come to define most of his relationships with his classmates over the past year. Momo quizzed him on emergency protocol between exercises. Kyoka played quiet music from her earphone jacks while Toru narrated increasingly elaborate hypothetical hero team-ups involving the two of them. Mina organized an impromptu late-night snack run that nearly got the entire group caught by a patrolling Pixie Bob, and the ensuing scramble back to their respective cabins left Izuku laughing so hard he had to stop and catch his breath against a tree. Ochako doubled over beside him doing the same. Chapter 40. The camp's midpoint brought a specialized exercise focused on nighttime search and rescue under low visibility conditions. Students paired off across the mountain's forested terrain with only minimal equipment and a strict time limit to locate a series of hidden markers scattered through the woods. Izuku was paired with Yui Kodai, whose size manipulation quirk let her shrink or enlarge objects she touched, a skill that proved unexpectedly valuable for navigating dense underbrush once she began shrinking fallen branches and obstacles clear of their path rather than forcing them through by brute effort. She worked with the same quiet, methodical precision he remembered from their brief conversation after the tournament, and the two of them fell into an efficient, low-chatter partnership that covered ground faster than either of them anticipated, locating 4 of their 5 assigned markers well ahead of the other pairs. During a brief pause to reorient near their final marker, Yui told him, with the same careful directness she brought to everything, that she had, in fact, followed through on the idea she mentioned after the tournament, compiling a private set of notes on his fighting technique across every match she had watched, purely for her own academic interest, and asked, somewhat shyly for someone whose usual demeanor gave away so little, whether he would be willing to review her notes sometime to correct anything she had misread. He agreed readily, genuinely touched that anyone had taken that level of careful, patient interest in something he had built entirely alone for so many years, and told her that no one, in all his time training by himself, had ever cared enough to document any of it properly, and that having someone do so now meant more to him than she likely realized. They found their final marker with nearly 15 minutes to spare, and reported back to camp among the first pairs to finish, drawing a rare, approving nod from Mandalay, who told them both that their coordination had been some of the cleanest she had seen from a randomly assigned pairing all week. Yui, walking back toward the cabins afterward, told Izuku quietly that she did not make friends easily, that her reserved manner tended to read as coldness to people who did not take the time to look past it, and that she appreciated, more than she was good at expressing, that he had never once treated her reticence as anything other than simply who she was. Chapter 41. The camp's final night brought a security breach that no one had anticipated, a small group of independent criminals drawn by rumors of Yui's remote training location and the opportunity it seemed to offer for a high-profile attack against the next generation of heroes, and the first alarm sounded just after the students had settled into their cabins for the evening. Izuku was moving before the second alarm finished sounding, old instinct from years of nighttime vigilance snapping into place instantly, and he reached the perimeter breach point alongside several of his classmates to find two intruders already engaging Kurashima and Tetsu near the tree line while a third worked to circle around toward the girls' cabin. He intercepted the third intruder before the attacker had covered half the distance, closing on him with the same low-rooted technique that had carried him through 4 years of self-taught discipline, and put him on the ground with efficient, controlled force that ended the confrontation before it had properly begun, careful, even in the adrenaline of a real threat, not to inflict more harm than the situation required. Pixie Bob and Mandalay arrived within minutes to secure the remaining intruders, and it quickly became clear the attack had been a poorly planned, disorganized effort rather than anything approaching the kind of coordinated threat the incident's alarming first moments had suggested, but the fear it stirred through the assembled students in those first chaotic minutes was real regardless, and Izuku found himself, once the immediate danger passed, checking on his classmates one by one with the same instinctive protectiveness that had defined him since he was small enough to be the one needing protection himself. He found Ochako sitting against a tree a short distance from the girl's cabin, shaken but unhurt, and sat down beside her without a word, letting the silence do what conversation could not yet manage. She told him, once her breathing had steadied, that she had frozen for a moment when the alarm first sounded, and hated herself a little for it, and he told her, gently, that freezing for a moment in genuine danger was not weakness, it was simply human, and that what mattered was what a person did in the moments after the freeze passed, which in her case had been calmly and effectively helping evacuate 2 younger students to safety the instant her feet remembered how to move. She leaned her head against his shoulder for a long moment after that, saying nothing further, and he let her, watching the last of the camp's emergency lights sweep across the tree line, quietly grateful that the night had ended with nothing worse than fear to recover from. Chapter 42. The camp's abrupt security breach drew faculty attention and formal review once the students returned to UA, and Aizawa, briefing the class on the incident's aftermath with his usual flat economy, informed them that the intruders had been minor opportunists rather than any organized threat, and that campus security protocols going forward would be tightened considerably as a result. He singled Izuku out briefly during the debrief, an unusual departure from his typical reluctance to offer direct praise, telling the assembled class that Izuku's response time and restrained, controlled handling of the confrontation had been the textbook example of exactly the kind of composure the license examination was designed to certify, and that the rest of the class would do well to study what he had done rather than simply hear it summarized secondhand. Izuku, unused to that kind of direct acknowledgement from a teacher notoriously stingy with it, felt his ears go warm and mumbled a quiet thanks that drew a small, knowing smile from several of his classmates. Word of the incident reached beyond the school walls as well, filtered through official channels to the hero agencies that had been tracking his career since the festival, and Ryukyu called him personally that evening to tell him she had read the full incident report and found nothing in it that surprised her in the slightest, only further, welcome confirmation of everything she had believed about him since the rainy night they first met. Mirko sent a characteristically blunt message shortly after, informing him that she expected a full personal recounting of the incident the next time she saw him and would accept no summarized version, and midnight, reached through the same faculty channel that had first brought her into his recommendation review, sent word that she had always known her early confidence in him had been well placed. His mother, informed of the incident only after its safe resolution had already been confirmed, held him tightly for a long moment when he arrived home for the weekend, and told him, with the particular steadiness she had built over a year of learning to trust the path he had chosen, that she was proud of him, frightened for him in the way she suspected she would always be a little frightened for him, and prouder still, underneath the fear, that he had grown into exactly the kind of person who ran toward danger to protect others rather than away from it, the same way he had once, as a much smaller boy, tried clumsily and without any training at all to stand up for children being teased on a playground long before he had any real ability to back it up. She made him promise, only half seriously, to try not to give her quite so many gray hairs before he officially graduated, and he laughed, properly and easily, in a way that would have felt impossible for the guarded, watchful boy he had been only a year earlier, and told her he would try, though they both understood, without needing to say it aloud, that a promise like that had never really been his to keep. It was simply who he had chosen to become, deliberately and at real cost, and she would not have traded that choice, fear and all, for any safer version of him the world might once have tried to convince her to want instead. Chapter 43. An unexpected opportunity arrived in late summer when UA was selected to send a small delegation of first-year students to an international hero education symposium hosted jointly by several overseas academies, an event designed to foster cooperation and shared technique development among the next generation of heroes worldwide, and Izuku, to his genuine surprise, was among the 6 students selected to attend, his recommendation letter from faculty specifically citing his unconventional, self-taught background as exactly the kind of perspective the symposium's organizers had expressed interest in showcasing. The delegation traveled together for the week-long event, Momo and Tsuyu among the other students selected alongside him, and the symposium itself proved to be an intensive blur of joint training demonstrations, technique workshops, and formal presentations from academies across several countries, each bringing their own distinct philosophy of hero education to compare against UA's own methods. It was during a technology and equipment workshop, midway through the symposium's 3rd day, that Izuku was introduced to a bright, energetic engineering prodigy attending as part of a support technology delegation from an American hero academy, a young woman named Melissa Shield whose family, he learned within minutes of meeting her, had deep and storied ties to hero support technology development, and whose own quiet, carefully guarded secret, shared with him almost immediately once she learned of his own quirkless background, was that she too had no quirk of her own, and had spent her entire life redirecting that fact into an obsessive, brilliant mastery of support gear engineering instead. They spent the rest of that workshop session, and most of the following day besides, deep in conversation that had little to do with the symposium's official programming and everything to do with the specific, particular experience of building a place for oneself in an industry that had never been designed with people like them in mind. She told him about the prosthetic and support equipment designs she had been developing since childhood, technology meant to give quirkless individuals and people with limited or difficult quirks genuine parity in combat and rescue scenarios, and he found himself, listening to her explain the engineering principles behind her latest prototype with unguarded, infectious enthusiasm, more thoroughly fascinated than he had been by almost anything since his own childhood notebooks first turned from hero worship into genuine technical analysis. Chapter 44. Melissa asked him, on the symposium's final full day, whether he would be willing to test an early prototype of one of her support devices, a lightweight, unobtrusive brace designed to enhance grip strength and joint stability during high-impact combat maneuvers, built specifically with quirkless combatants in mind, and Izuku agreed immediately, both out of genuine curiosity and a quiet, growing eagerness to spend more time in her company than the symposium's crowded schedule technically allowed. The testing session, held in a training space borrowed from the host academy, revealed the prototype's rough edges quickly, a slight misalignment in the wrist joint that limited his full range of motion during a redirecting throw, and Izuku, watching Melissa immediately pull out a notebook to sketch adjustments with the same rapid, focused intensity he brought to his own technique analysis, felt a startling, immediate kinship with her that went beyond simple shared circumstance. She was not merely sympathetic to his quirkless background the way so many kind people had been over the past year. She had built her entire life's work directly out of the same frustration and determination that had once driven him alone into a condemned training hall, and watching her work felt, in a strange and specific way, like watching a mirror of his own 4 years of solitary discipline, reflected back through steel and circuitry instead of muscle and bone. She told him, once the testing session wound down, that she had grown up watching her father's closest friend, a legendary hero whose own decline she had witnessed more closely than most people ever would, and that the experience had taught her early and painfully that even the most powerful quirk in the world eventually reached its limits, and that the technology she built was meant, in some deep and personal way, to ensure that limitation was never again allowed to determine who got to help people and who did not. Izuku told her, in turn, about the cracked mirror in a condemned training hall, about 4 years of falling down alone with no one to correct his form, and she listened with the same rapt, careful attention she gave her own engineering problems, telling him afterward that she thought his story deserved to be studied and shared far more widely than a single classroom of classmates who had gotten to see it firsthand. There was an ease between them that neither had quite expected, the specific comfort of two people who had each spent years being underestimated for the same fundamental reason, and who had each, in their own very different way, refused to let that underestimation become the final word on their worth. Izuku found himself telling her things he had shared with almost no one else so quickly, the particular loneliness of building a skill in total isolation, the strange grief of wanting something the world insisted he could never have, and Melissa listened to all of it not with pity but with the recognition of someone who understood exactly what he meant, because she had lived a version of the same story herself, in her own country, with her own particular obstacles, and had come out the other side of it with a workshop full of prototypes instead of a training hall full of bruises. They exchanged contact information before the delegation departed, and Melissa told him, with a directness that reminded him faintly of Mirko's own blunt style, that she fully intended to keep sending him prototype adjustments for testing whether he asked for them or not, because she had not felt this genuinely excited about a testing partnership in longer than she cared to admit, and that distance was not going to be much of an obstacle to a friendship she already considered, cheerfully and without any doubt in her voice, well underway. Chapter 45. The flight home gave Izuku more quiet hours than he expected to sit with everything the symposium had shifted in him, Momo dozing against the window beside him while Tsuyu read quietly across the aisle, and he found his thoughts returning, again and again, to the easy, unguarded conversation he had shared with Melissa, and to the strange, specific comfort of meeting someone whose entire life's philosophy had been built from the same soil his own discipline had grown out of. He thought, too, about how much the past year had reshaped the private ledger he had once kept so carefully in his own head, the quiet accounting of who deserved trust and who did not that had once been built almost entirely around a single, hardened rule, that quirks bred arrogance, and arrogance bred cruelty, and the two were close enough to inseparable that caution toward anyone gifted at birth was simply the safest, most rational position available to him. That ledger looked very different now, crowded with names that refused to fit the old rule no matter how he tried to force them into it: Ryukyu's steady kindness, Mirko's blunt investment, Midnight's careful advocacy, Mandalay's patient honesty, Momo's rigorous trust, Ochako's easy companionship, Tsuyu's quiet directness, Nijire's unfiltered belief, Setsuna and Itsuka's competitive respect, Kinoko's genuine warmth, Ibara's calm admiration, Reiko and Yui's careful attention, Pony's earnest gratitude, Kami's rival school curiosity, Bubble Girl's quiet solidarity, and now Melissa's immediate, engineering-minded kinship, each one a small, specific piece of evidence against a rule he had once been certain no evidence could ever overturn. He still noticed cruelty when he saw it, still felt the old, sharp flare of contempt toward anyone who wore a quirk like an entitlement rather than a responsibility, Minetta's persistent, grating disregard for his female classmates chief among the remaining examples that continued to genuinely anger him. But he understood now, in a way the 8-year-old boy on the curb with a split lip could never have imagined, that cruelty and kindness had never actually sorted themselves neatly along the line of who had been born with a gift and who had not. The line, it turned out, had never been about quirks at all. It had only ever been about character, the same unglamorous, difficult, chosen thing his own 4 years of solitary discipline had been built entirely out of, and he found himself, watching the clouds pass beneath the plane's window on the long flight home, more at peace with that revised understanding of the world than he had been with any certainty he had ever held before it. He glanced across the aisle at Tsuyu, still absorbed in her book, and at Momo dozing peacefully against the window, and thought about how easily, a year earlier, he would have assumed both of them incapable of the kind of genuine, unguarded friendship they had each offered him without hesitation. The thought did not bring shame exactly, not anymore, though it once might have. He had built his old certainty out of real pain, real evidence, a childhood's worth of cruelty that had earned his caution honestly. But he understood now that honest caution and permanent certainty were not the same thing, and that the bravest, hardest thing he had done all year had not been any single fight or rescue, but the slow, deliberate work of staying open to evidence that contradicted a belief 4 years of suffering had taught him to hold as absolute truth. It was, he thought, watching the plane begin its descent toward home, perhaps the truest kind of strength his self-taught training had never explicitly covered, and the one he was, even now, still quietly learning. Chapter 46. Back in Japan, the final stretch of summer break brought Izuku, at Ryukyu's request, back onto active internship duty for a short supplementary rotation before the new term began, and it was during a routine evening patrol through a quieter residential district that he encountered, for the first time, a strange, unsettling presence that would linger in his thoughts far longer than the brief encounter itself seemed to warrant. He first noticed her sitting alone on a low wall near a convenience store, a slight, blonde-haired girl not much older than himself, watching the evening foot traffic with an intensity that seemed oddly focused for someone doing nothing more than people watching. Something about the way her eyes tracked movement, precise and searching in a manner that reminded him faintly of his own old habit of cataloging every stranger's potential threat level, caught his attention enough that he slowed his patrol pace as he passed. She caught him looking, and rather than the wary retreat he half expected, she smiled at him instead, wide and startlingly genuine, and told him, with an odd, disarming directness, that she liked the way he moved, that most people walked through the world like they were sleepwalking through it, and that he clearly was not, a strange, unplaceable compliment delivered with total sincerity. He did not know quite what to make of the comment, and told her, carefully, that he was on patrol and needed to keep moving, and she shrugged, unbothered, and told him her name was Himiko, and that she hoped their paths crossed again sometime, because interesting people were harder to find than anyone liked to admit. He reported the brief, strange encounter to Ryukyu that evening out of a cautious professional habit rather than any specific alarm, and Ryukyu told him, after a moment's thought, that the description matched no one currently on any active watch list she was aware of, but that his instinct to flag anything unusual, however minor, was exactly the kind of careful diligence that separated good heroes from great ones. Izuku found himself, walking home that night, unable to fully shake the strange, unplaceable feeling the encounter had left behind, some quiet instinct he could not yet fully name insisting that whatever else that girl on the wall had been, she had not been quite as ordinary as her brief, cheerful smile had suggested, and he filed the memory away carefully, the way he filed away every piece of data that did not yet fit cleanly into any category he understood. Chapter 47. The new term began with the same nervous, hopeful energy that had marked the start of every fresh chapter of the past year, Class 1A gathering for its first homeroom of the second half with a visibly changed dynamic from the cautious, unfamiliar group that had first assembled around Izuku's desk so many months earlier. Aizawa informed them, with characteristic bluntness, that the coming term would bring their first true hero work studies placements, extended field assignments under direct professional supervision that carried real responsibility and real risk in equal measure, a significant escalation from the carefully bounded internships they had completed over the summer. The announcement sent a fresh current of nervous anticipation through the room, and Izuku, listening to Aizawa outline the placement process, felt the familiar mix of old caution and new, hard-won confidence settle over him in equal measure, a balance that had become, over the past year, something closer to a comfortable equilibrium than the constant, exhausting vigilance it had once been. Momo caught his eye across the room during the briefing with a small, encouraging smile, and Ochako, seated on his other side, bumped his shoulder gently the way she had done so many times before, a small, wordless ritual between them that had come to mean more than either of them had ever bothered to put into words, a quiet shorthand for reassurance that no longer needed any explanation at all. He thought, watching Aizawa continue through the term's syllabus, of everything the past year had built, the rainy rescue that started it all, the alley where Mirko first saw something worth investing in, the mountain where Momo learned to trust his lead, the stadium where Bakugo finally offered his hand, the harbor district where Bubble Girl taught him the quiet value of reliability, the overseas symposium where Melissa's shield showed him a mirror of his own discipline built from steel instead of muscle, and the strange, unplaceable girl on a low wall whose brief smile still occasionally surfaced, uninvited, in the quiet corners of his thoughts. Whatever the coming term demanded of him, hero work studies and every unpredictable challenge still ahead of it, he understood, sitting in that familiar classroom surrounded by people who had chosen him one relationship at a time, that he was no longer the boy who had needed a condemned building's cracked mirror to prove his own worth to himself. He had built that proof himself, alone, in the years when no one else believed there was anything in him worth building. But he had learned, over the transformative course of a single extraordinary year, that proof built alone did not have to stay that way forever, and that the world, for all its old unfairness, had made room for him after all, more room than he had ever let himself imagine on a curb with a split lip a decade earlier, waiting only for him to be ready to walk into it. Chapter 48. The Hero Work Studies placements were announced the following week, and Izuku, to no great surprise given the summer's steady stream of internship success, found himself assigned back to Ryukyu's agency for an extended, more demanding rotation that would carry real field responsibility rather than the closely supervised training exercises of his earlier internship. Ryukyu welcomed him back with the same steady, professional warmth she had shown from their very first meeting in the rain, and told him plainly, on his first day back, that the expanded placement meant expanded expectations, that she intended to treat him increasingly as a working junior member of her team rather than a student shadowing from a careful distance, and that she trusted him to meet that shift because he had, in her own considered professional judgment, already been operating at that level in practice for months. The work that followed tested him in ways the earlier internship had only begun to approach, full shifts patrolling the agency's territory alongside Ryukyu's established sidekicks, coordinated multi-hero responses to genuine emergencies rather than carefully staged training scenarios, and a growing list of small, unglamorous responsibilities that added up, over the term's opening weeks, to something that felt less like a placement and more like the actual beginning of the career he had spent for years alone convincing himself he would never be allowed to have. It was during one particularly demanding week, a string of minor emergencies compounding faster than the agency's usual staffing could comfortably absorb, that Ryukyu told him, during a rare quiet moment between calls, that she had begun quietly recommending him to several colleagues across the industry as exactly the kind of junior talent worth watching closely in the years ahead, and that she did so with full confidence, unclouded by any of the old hesitation his empty quirk registry might once have inspired in a less discerning mentor. He thanked her, and meant it fully, understanding by now that her praise, unlike so much of the performative encouragement the hero industry too often produced, was never offered lightly. Chapter 49. A call came in one afternoon that struck closer to Izuku's own history than most, a disturbance at a local community center where a group of teenagers had been harassing a quirkless attendant, mocking him openly in front of a gathering crowd for the perceived indignity of holding a position that required no special ability at all. And Izuku felt something old and sharp flare briefly in his chest as Ryukyu briefed the responding team on the situation en route. He arrived to find the scene already de-escalating under a combination of the attendant's own weary patience and a growing crowd of bystanders who had begun, unprompted, to push back against the teenager's cruelty on the attendant's behalf. Several of them quirked themselves, voicing open disgust at the display with a conviction that struck Izuku, watching from a short distance as the situation resolved without need for direct intervention, as a small but genuine confirmation of everything the past year had slowly taught him. He had once been certain, with the hardened, absolute certainty of a much younger and more wounded version of himself, that a crowd witnessing this exact scene would either join the mockery or look away in indifferent silence. Instead he watched strangers choose, freely and without any obligation, to stand up for someone the world had taught them they had no particular reason to defend. He spoke with the attendant himself once the crowd dispersed, a tired, older man who thanked him for responding but assured him, with a rueful, knowing smile, that this was far from the worst of it he had endured over a long career spent quietly proving, day after unglamorous day, that competence needed no quirk attached to it to matter. Izuku told him, quietly, that he understood more of that particular frustration than the man likely realized, and the two of them shared a brief, wordless moment of recognition before Izuku returned to Ryukyu's side to finish out the shift, carrying with him a fresh, sharpened reminder of exactly why the work still mattered, regardless of how much kinder the world around him personally had grown over the past extraordinary year. Chapter 50. A joint training exercise between Class 1A and Class 1B filled the following weekend, faculty from both classes eager to build on the successful cross-class cooperation the earlier exercises had produced, and Izuku found himself paired once again with Itsuka Kendo for a complex, multi-stage rescue and containment scenario that demanded exactly the kind of clear-headed tactical coordination both of them had shown a talent for since the festival. They worked through the scenario's escalating stages with an easy, practiced rhythm that surprised even the observing faculty, Itsuka's leadership instincts and Izuku's terrain reading complementing each other so naturally that Setsuna, watching from the sidelines while she waited for her own scenario slot, called out cheerfully that the two of them were making the rest of the assembled students look thoroughly unprepared by comparison. Itsuka told him afterward, catching her breath during the scenario's debrief, that she had spent considerable time over the summer thinking about their earlier conversation regarding Class 1B's initial mixed reaction to his success, and that she had made a point, in the months since, of actively championing his example whenever the old, petty resentment threatened to resurface among any of her classmates, on the simple principle that anyone who dismissed his accomplishment as somehow lesser for having been built without a quirk revealed considerably more about their own insecurity than about him. She told him she considered that advocacy, small as it was, one of the more worthwhile things she had done all year, and Izuku, genuinely moved by the admission, told her that having someone in her position choose to stand up for him, unprompted and without any need to do so, meant more to him than she likely realized. Setsuna joined them once her own scenario concluded, and the three of them spent the exercise's final break trading easy, competitive banter about whose technique had improved most since the festival, a comfortable, familiar rhythm that reminded Izuku, walking back toward the transport buses at the day's end, just how thoroughly his private, carefully guarded world had expanded over the past year, filled now with rivalries built on mutual respect rather than the old, isolating cruelty that had once defined nearly every relationship he had outside his own mother, back when a rival meant a threat rather than, as it did now, simply another person worth measuring himself against honestly. Chapter 51. An autumn afternoon brought Izuku, Kinoko, Ibara, and Reiko together for an unplanned study session in the UA library, the four of them originally intending only a brief review of shared coursework before the conversation gradually wandered, as these sessions often did, into territory considerably more personal than the syllabus in front of them. Kinoko, characteristically cheerful, told him she had spent part of the summer break trying, with mixed success, to teach herself some of the basic stances he had once shown Pony Tsunatori during the exchange program, and demonstrated one, slightly imperfect, right there between the library shelves, drawing a soft laugh from Ibara and a more considered, technical correction from Izuku that Kinoko accepted with good-natured enthusiasm rather than any embarrassment. Ibara watched the exchange with her usual calm attentiveness, and told him, once Kinoko had settled back into her seat, that she had come to genuinely admire the patient, unhurried way he taught technique to anyone who asked, a quality she said reflected, in her own careful assessment, a deeper generosity of spirit than most people bothered to notice beneath his usual quiet reserve. Reiko, blunt as ever, told him she had recently begun incorporating some of his footwork principles into her own bone manipulation technique, adapting the same rooted, redirecting philosophy to complement her quirk's more esoteric applications, and that she had found the results considerably more effective than anything her prior training had produced. She said it without particular warmth, in her usual matter-of-fact manner, but Izuku had come to understand, over months of increasingly frequent interaction, that her bluntness carried its own sincere respect, offered without the softening flourishes most people used and, for exactly that reason, somehow more meaningful for its plainness. The four of them stayed at the library considerably longer than any of them had originally planned, the coursework eventually abandoned entirely in favor of easy, wandering conversation, and Izuku walked home that evening turning the afternoon over with the same quiet gratitude he had come to feel after nearly every unplanned gathering of the past year, still faintly amazed, even now, by how many people had chosen, entirely of their own accord, to make room for him in their lives. Chapter 52. Momo approached him one evening after a particularly demanding study session with a question she had clearly been turning over for some time before finally asking it, wondering aloud, with more visible uncertainty than her usual composed manner typically allowed, whether he had ever considered what came after graduation, which agency he hoped to eventually join, what specific kind of hero work he saw himself doing once his student years finally gave way to a full career. He told her the truth, that he had not fully decided, that Ryukyu's rescue-focused work had taught him more about the kind of hero he wanted to be than he had expected going in, but that some part of him remained drawn to the quieter, unglamorous consistency Bubble Girl had shown him during their brief Harbor District encounter, work that rarely made headlines but steadily, reliably kept people safe. Momo listened with careful attention, and told him, after a thoughtful pause, that she found something admirable in his refusal to chase prestige for its own sake, an instinct she admitted she sometimes struggled with herself, given the weight of expectation her own family's prominent hero legacy placed on her future choices. They talked longer than either of them intended, the conversation drifting from career ambitions into the quieter, more personal territory of what each of them actually wanted their lives to look like once the structured certainty of school finally ended, and Izuku found himself, walking Momo partway toward her family's car afterward, more comfortable in that kind of open, searching vulnerability than he had ever imagined himself capable of being with anyone outside his own mother. She thanked him, before she left, for always being willing to actually talk rather than simply reassure, telling him she had grown tired, over the years, of people offering her comfortable platitudes about her own privileged position rather than genuinely engaging with the harder questions underneath it, and that his willingness to do the latter had become, over the past year, one of the things about their friendship she valued most. Ochako, waiting for him near the school gate once Momo's car pulled away, took one look at his thoughtful expression and asked, with her usual easy directness, what had him so deep in thought, and he found himself, walking home beside her in the cooling evening air, sharing more of the conversation than he might once have offered so readily, grateful, not for the first time that year, for classmates who had taught him, patiently and without ever demanding it of him, that his own inner life was worth sharing rather than carefully guarding behind walls built for a world that no longer entirely applied. Chapter 53. The strange girl from the residential district patrol crossed his path again in early autumn, this time during a crowded street festival where Izuku, off-duty, and accompanying several classmates for an evening of food stalls and games, spotted her watching the crowd from a quiet corner with the same unsettling, searching intensity he remembered from their first brief encounter. She noticed him almost immediately, the same wide, disarming smile spreading across her face, and crossed the distance between them with an easy confidence that made no particular effort to hide itself. Himiko told him she had been hoping to run into him again, that something about their first conversation had stuck with her more than she expected, and asked, with a directness that seemed to catch even his classmates faintly off guard, whether he considered himself a hero because he genuinely wanted to help people or because he needed the world to finally admit he mattered. It was an oddly perceptive question, uncomfortably close to a wound he had spent the better part of a year slowly healing, and he answered it honestly rather than deflecting, telling her that it had probably started as the second thing, years ago, but that somewhere along the way, through people who had chosen to see him clearly regardless of what he could or could not prove, it had genuinely become the first. She studied him for a long moment after that answer, something unreadable and oddly wistful passing behind her eyes, and told him that she found that kind of honesty rare enough to be memorable, before excusing herself back into the festival crowd with the same abruptness she had arrived with. Kyoka, who had witnessed the entire brief exchange with open curiosity, asked him afterward who the strange girl was, and Izuku, turning the encounter over in his mind with the same careful, analytical habit that had once filled a dozen childhood notebooks, admitted he genuinely did not know, only that something about her felt simultaneously guileless and carefully guarded in a way he could not quite reconcile, And that he suspected, filing the memory away once more beside its predecessor from the summer, that this would not be the last time their paths crossed. Chapter 54. Melissa's promised stream of prototype updates arrived exactly as often as she had warned him it would, video calls scheduled around the awkward time difference between Japan and her academy overseas, each session filled with the same infectious, rapid-fire enthusiasm that had first drawn him to her during the symposium. And Izuku found himself looking forward to those calls with a warmth that surprised him each time he noticed it anew. She sent him a second, refined version of the grip-enhancing brace midway through the autumn term, the wrist alignment issue from their first test corrected along with several improvements he had not even thought to request, and their subsequent video call spent nearly an hour walking through every adjustment in exhaustive, mutually delighted technical detail. Melissa sketching diagrams on screen to illustrate a stress distribution problem while Izuku demonstrated the brace's improved range of motion for her benefit. The two of them lost entirely in a shared language of careful, patient problem solving that neither of them had ever quite found with anyone else in the same specific way. She told him, during one of these calls, that she had mentioned him more than once to her father's closest friend, the legendary retired hero whose decline had shaped so much of her own life's work, and that he had expressed genuine interest in meeting the Quirkless UA student she kept talking about with such evident enthusiasm, a comment that left Izuku faintly stunned at the thought of his own small, hard-won story reaching all the way to someone whose face had once covered the walls of his childhood bedroom in a dozen different hero merchandise posters. Their calls, over the weeks that followed, gradually widened beyond pure technical discussion into easier, more personal territory, Melissa asking about his classmates and his internship work with genuine interest, Izuku asking in turn about her own academy and the pressures of building a career in support technology development under the shadow of her family's storied legacy. And by the time autumn began giving way to the first cold edges of winter, Izuku understood that whatever he had first assumed their friendship might become during one enthusiastic symposium conversation, it had grown, steadily and without either of them fully planning it, into something considerably more important to him than a simple testing partnership, a friendship built on the specific, rare comfort of being fully understood by someone who had walked a strikingly similar road. Chapter 55. Winter break arrived at last, and Izuku spent the first quiet evening of it at the kitchen table with his mother, the two of them working through a stack of the year's accumulated mail and messages together, and it was there, sorting through the pile, that he found a small, handwritten card from Yui, thanking him properly and at unexpected length for reviewing her technique notes months earlier, and a cheerful, characteristically enthusiastic letter from Pony describing her continued progress back at her home academy, and a brief, warm note from Nijire simply checking in on how his hero work studies placement was progressing. His mother read several of them over his shoulder, unable to fully hide her pleased surprise at just how many people had apparently taken the time, unprompted, to reach out to her son across the stretch of a single ordinary week, and told him, setting the stack down at last, that watching the accumulated evidence of an entire year's worth of earned relationships spread across their kitchen table meant more to her than almost anything else that had happened since the festival itself. She told him she had spent so many years quietly grieving the isolation she watched him endure as a child that she sometimes still had to remind herself, deliberately and consciously, that the isolation was genuinely, permanently behind him now, replaced by exactly the kind of full, connected life she had always privately hoped, against considerable odds, that he might someday find. He spent the rest of the break in the comfortable rhythm that had become familiar over the past year, mornings training, afternoons split between his mother's company and the growing stream of messages from classmates and friends scattered now across 2 countries, and evenings simply sitting with her, the two of them talking about nothing in particular the way they always had, the one constant thread that had run unbroken through every version of himself he had ever been, angry or isolated or increasingly, steadily, at peace. On the final evening before the new term began, he found himself standing again at his bedroom window, looking out over the city lights the way he had 100 times before across a childhood spent believing the world beyond that window held no real place for him, and thought, with a quiet, settled certainty that no longer needed proving to anyone, that whatever challenges the coming term held, hero work studies deepening into greater responsibility, the strange, unresolved threat of a girl named Himiko, whose questions still occasionally surfaced in his thoughts, the growing distance and growing closeness of a friendship with Melissa that showed no sign of fading. He was ready to meet all of it, not as the isolated, hardened boy who had once trained alone in a condemned building with no one watching, but as exactly who he had become instead, someone who had learned, slowly and against every expectation the world had once tried to force on him, that he had never actually needed to be alone at all. Chapter 56. The new term opened with a request from Ryukyu that carried more weight than her usual assignments, informing Izuku that his hero work studies placement would soon include supervised participation in a larger, multi-agency operation targeting a string of coordinated robberies that had been plaguing the city's financial district for weeks, an assignment considerably more serious than the patrol work and minor emergencies that had defined most of his placement so far. He prepared for it with the same relentless thoroughness that had defined every challenge since the condemned training hall, reviewing case files late into the evening, running through contingency scenarios with Ryukyu until she finally insisted he get proper rest before the operation itself, and when the night finally arrived, a coordinated strike across 3 simultaneous locations meant to catch the group before they could scatter. Izuku found himself stationed alongside 2 of Ryukyu's senior sidekicks at the operation's most structurally hazardous location, an aging parking structure the group had used previously as an escape route. The operation did not go entirely to plan. A structural collapse triggered by the fleeing group's own reckless quirk use during the confrontation left 2 civilians trapped beneath unstable debris just as the group made its final break for the exit, and Izuku, without hesitation, peeled away from the pursuit to handle the collapse himself, working the same patient, careful extraction technique Ryukyu had drilled into him from his very first day at the agency, prioritizing the trapped civilian's safety over the more glamorous prospect of joining the chase that would ultimately end, successfully, without him. Ryukyu told him afterward, once the operation's full debrief concluded, that his decision to abandon pursuit in favor of the collapse had been, without question, the correct call, and that the instinct to prioritize immediate civilian safety over a more visible, headline-generating capture was exactly the judgment that separated heroes who understood the actual purpose of the job from those chasing only its glory. She told him she had submitted a formal commendation to the agency's Central Review Board on his behalf, a rare gesture for an intern still a year from graduation, and Izuku, exhausted and quietly proud in a way that had nothing to do with recognition and everything to do with knowing he had made the right choice when it mattered, thanked her and meant it fully. He thought about that choice often in the days afterward, turning it over the way he turned over every decision that felt like it mattered, and found himself settling on a quiet, private conviction that he suspected would guide him for the rest of whatever career lay ahead, that the measure of a hero was never going to be found in the dramatic, camera-ready capture, but in the unglamorous, unwitnessed decision to choose the frightened stranger over the applause every single time it counted. It was, he realized, the same principle the old photographs on a condemned training hall's wall had first shown him years earlier, ordinary people choosing, again and again, to do the difficult right thing with no one watching, and he understood now, more fully than he ever had as a boy alone in that cracked mirrored room, exactly why those photographs had spoken to him in the first place. Chapter 57. Class 1A organized an informal winter gathering in the weeks following the operation, a modest, cheerful evening at Momo's family estate that had, somewhere over the course of the year, become an unofficial gathering place for exactly this kind of relaxed classroom celebration, and Izuku arrived to find nearly the entire class already spread across the estate's spacious main hall, decorations strung with more enthusiasm than precision by Mina and Toru, who had apparently spent the entire afternoon arguing cheerfully over the placement of string lights. The evening unfolded in the same easy, chaotic warmth that had come to define most of Class 1A's gatherings, Kirishima and Bakugo arguing loudly over a card game that neither of them seemed to actually understand the rules of, Tsuyu quietly besting nearly everyone at a trivia game she insisted she had no particular advantage in, and Izuku, settled comfortably near the edge of the main gathering with Ochako and Kyoka on either side of him, found himself simply watching the room for a long moment, absorbing the sheer, accumulated warmth of a life he had once been entirely certain would never include a scene like this one. Ochako noticed his quiet, and asked, gently, what he was thinking about, and he told her honestly, that he had spent most of his childhood convinced that rooms like this one, full of easy laughter and casual belonging, simply were not built to include people like him, and that some part of him still occasionally marveled, even now, at how thoroughly that old certainty had been proven wrong. She did not offer him easy reassurance in response, the way some might have. She simply reached over and squeezed his hand, telling him that she was glad, more than she was always good at expressing, that he had let himself be proven wrong, because the room, she told him plainly, would have been considerably less itself without him in it. Momo found him a little later in the evening, and told him, with the particular seriousness she reserved for things that mattered to her most, that she had watched him grow more over the past year than perhaps any other person she had ever known, and that she considered herself genuinely fortunate to have been there to watch it happen up close. Bakugo, passing by at exactly the wrong moment to overhear the tail end of the sentiment, muttered something gruff about everyone getting sentimental over nothing before retreating quickly back toward his card game, and Izuku, watching him go with a small, private smile, understood that even that gruff deflection had become, over the course of the year, its own strange and genuine form of belonging. Chapter 58. News reached UA in the final week of winter term that a large-scale hero cultural festival, an annual UA tradition considerably older than the reinstated sports festival, would return to the school's calendar that spring, an event blending public exhibition, school pride, and informal inter-class competition that drew crowds nearly as large as the festival itself, and Class 1A greeted the announcement with an energy considerably lighter than the tournaments had been, the promise of music, food stalls, and open celebration replacing competitive nerves with something closer to simple excitement. Izuku found himself, in the planning meetings that followed, drawn into the same kind of easy collaborative energy that had defined so much of the past year, Momo organizing logistics with her usual meticulous precision, Mina and Toru campaigning loudly for an ambitious performance idea that Kyoka kept quietly refining into something actually achievable, and Izuku himself, to his own mild surprise, finding a genuine, uncomplicated enjoyment in simply being part of the planning rather than standing at its careful edges the way an earlier version of himself might once have chosen to. He thought, walking home after one of these planning sessions through streets dusted with the season's first light snow, about how strange and quietly extraordinary it was that an entire year could pass this way, not through any single dramatic turning point but through an accumulation of small, chosen kindnesses, each one a brick pulled loose from a wall he had once been certain would stand forever. Ryukyu's steady hands in the rain. Mirko's blunt delight in a dirty alley. Midnight's careful advocacy. Mandalay's patient honesty beside a dying fire. Momo's rigorous trust. Ochako's easy companionship. Melissa's engineering-minded kinship built from an ocean away. A dozen other names, each one its own small, specific proof that the world he had once built his entire hardened identity in opposition to had never actually been the whole world at all. He still did not know what waited beyond the coming festival, what the strange, unresolved threat of a girl named Himiko might eventually mean, what greater tests his hero work studies would demand of him as the placement deepened further, what the final stretch of his first year at UA would ultimately reveal about the hero he was still, patiently and deliberately, becoming. But he walked the rest of the way home that evening without the old, familiar bracing he had once carried into every uncertain future, carrying instead something steadier and considerably harder one, the quiet, settled understanding that whatever came next, he would not be meeting it alone, and that this, more than any single victory the past year had given him, was the truest measure of how far he had actually come. He let himself into the apartment to find his mother already asleep on the couch, a half-finished cup of tea cooling on the table beside her, worn out from a long day but clearly having waited up for him regardless, and he covered her gently with a blanket rather than waking her, standing for a moment in the quiet living room to simply look at her, the one constant, unwavering presence that had carried him through every version of himself he had ever been. He thought of the porch, the wet towel, the lie about falling that she had seen through immediately and let him keep anyway, giving him the dignity of his own pace toward eventually telling her the truth. She had never once needed him to prove anything to earn her love, and it had taken him the better part of a decade, and an entire transformative year besides, to understand that the same could finally, genuinely, be said of the wider world around him too. He turned off the last of the lights and went to bed, the coming spring and everything it held waiting patiently for him on the other side of a night's rest he no longer needed to spend bracing against. Chapter 59. The weeks leading into UA's cultural festival filled Class 1A's evenings with a different kind of exhaustion than Izuku had grown used to, less the grinding physical fatigue of combat training and more the scattered, cheerful chaos of a class trying, with mixed success, to coordinate a stage performance under Mina's ambitious creative direction and Kyoka's increasingly essential technical oversight. Izuku found himself assigned, somewhat to his own surprise, to the security and crowd coordination team rather than the performance itself, a role Ida had organized with characteristic thoroughness, reasoning aloud during the planning meeting that Izuku's instinct for reading terrain and anticipating problems before they escalated made him uniquely suited to keeping an enormous public event running safely. Izuku accepted the responsibility gladly, more comfortable, if he was honest with himself, working the event's careful edges than standing at its center under a spotlight. Rehearsals ran late most evenings, and Izuku often found himself staying behind afterward to help break down the stage equipment alongside whichever classmates had not yet exhausted themselves into an early departure, and it was during one of these late evenings, the gymnasium mostly emptied out and lit only by a handful of work lights, that Ochako sat down beside him on a stack of folded risers and told him, with the easy, unguarded honesty their friendship had built over more than a year, that she was more nervous about performing than she had let anyone else in the class see. He listened, the way he had learned to listen over the course of that transformative year, without rushing to fix or minimize what she was feeling, and told her, when she finally paused, that nervousness before something that mattered had never once been a sign of weakness in his experience, only proof that the thing in front of her actually meant something to her, real and worth taking seriously precisely because it scared her a little. She smiled at that, small and grateful, and told him she was glad, whatever chaos the festival brought, that he would be somewhere in the crowd watching, because knowing he was there, steady and present the way he always was, made the nervousness considerably easier to carry. Chapter 60. Festival day arrived bright and unseasonably warm. UA's grounds transformed overnight into a sprawling carnival of food stalls, exhibition booths, and a main stage already drawing crowds hours before Class 1A's scheduled performance slot, and Izuku spent the morning moving through his security rotation with the same careful, methodical attentiveness he brought to every task that placed him responsible for other people's safety. He was midway through a routine perimeter check near the main gate when a familiar voice called out his name over the crowd's noise, and he turned to find Melissa Shield, grinning and waving enthusiastically, having apparently arranged, through channels he would only learn the details of later, an official student exchange visit timed deliberately to coincide with the festival. She told him, once she had closed the distance and greeted him properly, that she had wanted to surprise him, and that the look on his face in that exact moment had been, in her own words, thoroughly worth the elaborate logistics required to make the surprise happen. They spent a short break together weaving through the festival's crowded stalls, Melissa delighted by nearly everything she encountered, and Izuku found himself explaining the significance of each stall and tradition with the same patient enthusiasm he brought to technique instruction, genuinely pleased to be the one showing her something new for once rather than the other way around. She told him, over a shared plate of festival food neither of them had properly finished before his break ended, that meeting his classmates in person, even briefly, had already confirmed everything he had told her about them over their months of video calls, and that she understood now, seeing it firsthand, exactly why this place had become as important to him as it clearly had. Class 1A's performance that afternoon drew one of the festival's largest crowds, Mina's ambitious choreography and Kyoka's carefully engineered sound design coming together into something considerably more polished than their chaotic rehearsals had suggested was possible, and Izuku, watching from his security position at the crowd's edge with Melissa beside him, found himself swept up in a swell of pride that had nothing to do with his own contribution and everything to do with simply belonging to the group performing in front of him. Chapter 61. Nijire found him during the performance's closing number, having made the trip down from wherever her own second-year responsibilities usually kept her, and greeted him with her characteristic rapid-fire enthusiasm, telling him she had been looking forward to the festival specifically to see how Class 1A's first year had shaped up since the sports festival, and that watching the polished, confident performance currently unfolding on stage told her everything she needed to know about how thoroughly the class had grown together over the intervening months. She introduced herself to Melissa within moments of noticing her standing beside Izuku, the two of them falling into an easy, animated conversation about support technology that left Izuku mostly listening, content and quietly amused to watch two people he had come to care about finding their own independent point of connection without needing him to bridge it. Nijire told Melissa, at one point, that she considered Izuku one of the more remarkable people she had met in her time at UA, and Melissa, laughing, told her she had reached the exact same conclusion from an ocean away months earlier. Kami appeared not long after, having crossed town from Shiketsu's own festival exhibition specifically to make good on her promise from the earlier joint training exercise, and greeted Izuku with her usual easy grin, telling him she had come to see for herself whether UA's festival lived up to the rumors, and that she intended to steal considerable inspiration from whatever she found impressive enough to justify the trip. The small, unlikely gathering that formed around him over the course of that afternoon, Nijire and Kami and Melissa each arriving from entirely different corners of his life to share the same crowded festival ground, struck him, watching them all talk easily among themselves, as one more piece of quiet, accumulating proof that the isolated boy from the condemned training hall had built, without ever fully intending to, an entire wide and generous world around himself. His mother arrived in the early evening as the festival's crowds began to thin, and Izuku introduced her, in quick succession, to nearly everyone who had gathered around him that day, watching with quiet delight as she greeted each of them with the same warm, genuine interest she brought to everything involving her son's life. Melissa told her, unprompted, that she had heard so much about her over their months of calls that meeting her in person felt almost like completing a story she had been reading for a long time, and Inko, visibly touched, held both of Melissa's hands and told her she hoped they would have many more chances to properly get to know each other. Chapter 62. The festival's official activities wound down well after dark, but a smaller, informal gathering of Class 1A students lingered on the emptying grounds, sitting in a loose circle near the base of the now silent main stage, trading exhausted, satisfied stories about the day's various minor mishaps and unexpected triumphs, and Izuku found himself, sometime past 9, walking Ochako partway home along a quiet, lantern-lit path that cut through the edge of campus. She was quieter than usual, the day's adrenaline finally ebbing into something more contemplative, and she told him, after a long comfortable silence, that watching him move so easily among so many different people that afternoon, Melissa and Nijire and Kami and his own mother, had made her realize something about how much he had changed since the anxious, guarded boy who had first sat down beside her on the transport bus to the sports festival months earlier. He told her, honestly, that none of it would have happened without people like her choosing, again and again, to make room for him before he had fully learned how to trust that the room being offered was genuine, and she stopped walking at that, turning to face him fully under the soft lantern light, and told him that she wanted him to know, plainly and without any of her usual deflecting humor, that the version of him she had gotten to know over the past year, careful and fierce and quietly deeply kind underneath everything the world had once tried to convince him to hide, was someone she had come to care about more than she had entirely expected to when the year began. She told him she had noticed it first during the mountain training camp, watching him navigate treacherous terrain with a calm, patient confidence that had nothing to do with any quirk and everything to do with a discipline she found herself admiring more than she initially wanted to admit even to herself, and that it had taken the accumulated weight of an entire year, the festival, the internship stories, the quiet, steady way he showed up for everyone around him without ever once demanding recognition for it, before she finally let herself acknowledge that what she felt had grown into something considerably warmer than simple respect. He did not have a ready answer for that, standing there in the quiet dark with something warm and unfamiliar rising in his chest, and she seemed to understand that, laughing softly and telling him he did not need to have an answer right now, that she had simply wanted him to know, and that whatever came of it or did not, she was glad, more than almost anything else that had happened that whole eventful year, to have him in her life exactly as he was. They finished the walk mostly in comfortable silence after that, something new and unspoken settled quietly between them, and Izuku returned to his own apartment that night, turning the conversation over with far more care than he usually gave even his most complicated technical problems. He lay awake longer than usual, running through the entire exchange with the same relentless, detail-oriented habit that had once filled a dozen childhood notebooks with hero analysis, except now the subject of his careful attention was something considerably harder to diagram than any fighting technique. He was not afraid of what he was feeling, only unpracticed at feeling it, and he fell asleep eventually without reaching any firm conclusion, waking the next morning with the settled sense that whatever answer he eventually found, he wanted to find it honestly and slowly, without shortchanging anyone generous enough to have been honest with him first. Chapter 63. Momo sought him out 2 days later during a quiet afternoon in the library, ostensibly to review notes for an upcoming exam, though the notebooks between them remained largely untouched for the better part of an hour while the conversation wandered instead toward the festival and everything it had stirred loose in the weeks since. She told him, with the same careful, deliberate honesty she brought to every conversation that actually mattered to her, that she had watched him that day surrounded by so many people who clearly admired him, and had found herself, somewhat to her own surprise, feeling something considerably more complicated than simple friendly pride. She said she had spent the better part of a year telling herself that the growing warmth she felt toward him was simply the natural closeness of a good friendship and nothing more, and that watching Ochako walk him partway home after the festival, an exchange she had not meant to witness but had made it considerably harder to keep believing that particular story. Izuku sat with that for a long moment, the weight of it settling alongside Ochako's own quiet admission 2 nights earlier, and told Momo, as honestly as he knew how, that he did not yet fully understand everything he was feeling either, that an entire year of people choosing to see him clearly had rearranged so much of what he once believed about the world that he was still, in some ways, learning how to trust his own instincts about anything this personal. He told her that her friendship, her rigorous trust, the quiet way she had always treated his self-taught skill as something worth genuine respect rather than pity, had meant more to him than he had ever properly told her, and that he did not want anything he said now, uncertain as it was, to diminish any of that. Momo told him, with a small, steady smile that held more understanding than disappointment, that she had not expected a tidy answer, only wanted him to know honestly where she stood, the same directness she brought to everything else in her life. She said she was willing to let him take whatever time he needed to sort through what an entire transformed year had left him feeling, about her, about Ochako, about anyone else who might eventually make their own feelings known, and that whatever he ultimately decided, her friendship toward him was never going to be conditional on it going any particular direction. He thanked her, quietly and with real gratitude, for a patience he was not certain he deserved yet, and the two of them returned, finally, to the actual coursework in front of them, though something new and carefully unspoken had settled into the space between them by the time they packed up for the evening. Chapter 64. Word of the quiet shift traveled through Class 1A's female students the way these things inevitably did, not through any deliberate gossip but through the simple, accumulating observations of people who had spent a year watching Izuku's steady presence gradually become important to nearly all of them in their own individual ways, and Mina, characteristically direct about it, cornered him during a free period to ask, half teasing and half genuinely curious, whether he had any idea just how many of his classmates had come to care about him as more than a friend. He admitted, somewhat overwhelmed by the direct question, that he was still working through exactly that, and Mina, softening her teasing into something more sincere, told him that nobody expected him to have it all figured out immediately, that the entire situation was, by any measure, unusual, but that every person she had spoken with about it, and she admitted cheerfully that she had spoken with several, wanted nothing more than for him to take the time he needed to understand his own feelings honestly rather than rushing toward an answer to spare anyone discomfort. Kyoka, overhearing part of the conversation from a nearby table, added, with her usual dry understatement, that she personally found the whole situation a little ridiculous given how oblivious he had apparently been to most of it until Ochako finally said something outright, and Toru, invisible but unmistakably present by her enthusiastic tone, chimed in to insist that obliviousness was, if anything, part of what made him so easy to trust in the first place, since it meant none of the warmth he showed people had ever been calculated to win anyone over. Izuku left that conversation with his thoughts considerably more tangled than they had been that morning, but underneath the tangle sat something steadier than confusion, a quiet, growing recognition that whatever shape the coming months eventually gave to all of this, he was surrounded, as he had been for over a year now, by people determined to treat his own feelings and his own pace with the same patient respect they had always shown him, and that this, more than any single resolved answer, was its own kind of proof that the world he had once been so certain would never make room for him had made considerably more room than he had ever dared imagine. Chapter 65. Aizawa announced the term's final comprehensive exams during the first homeroom after the festival's afterglow had properly settled, informing the class with his usual flat delivery that the exams would combine written coursework with an extensive practical evaluation designed to test everything they had learned across the entire eventful year, from combat technique to disaster response to the kind of split-second ethical judgment calls that no textbook could fully prepare them for. Izuku threw himself into preparation with the same relentless thoroughness that had carried him through every challenge since the condemned training hall, though the studying itself looked considerably different now than it once had, less the isolated, unwitnessed grind of his childhood and more a collaborative, almost comfortable rhythm built around the same study group that had carried him through the license exam months earlier. Momo's rigorous organization, Ochako's stubborn determination, Tsuyu's calm perspective, each of them settling into roles that had become, over the course of the year, as familiar and dependable as any technique he had ever drilled alone in a cracked mirror. The added complication of his own uncertain feelings toward both Momo and Ochako threaded quietly through those study sessions without ever derailing them, both women maintaining, exactly as promised, the same warm, patient friendship they always had, and Izuku found himself grateful, more than once, for the maturity and grace both of them brought to a situation that could easily have grown considerably more complicated than it did. He caught himself, some evenings, watching one or the other of them explain a concept with quiet, focused concentration, and feeling something warm and unresolved stir in his chest that he still did not have adequate language for, but he did not let the uncertainty distract him from the exam preparation itself, understanding, with the same disciplined focus that had built every other part of his character, that some things were worth taking real time to get right rather than rushing toward a comfortable resolution. Bakugo, of all people, offered him an unexpectedly useful perspective on the whole tangled situation one evening after a shared training session, telling him gruffly, without any of his old contempt, that he had spent enough of his own life watching people either chase easy answers or avoid hard questions entirely to recognize that Izuku was doing neither, and that whatever anyone else thought about how slowly he was moving through it, taking a complicated thing seriously instead of rushing it, for everyone else's comfort was, in Bakugo's own blunt assessment, the least surprising thing about him given everything else Izuku had built through sheer stubborn patience over the years he had known him. It was, coming from Bakugo, about as close to open encouragement as Izuku had ever received, and he found himself turning the unexpected kindness over with real gratitude on the walk home that evening, one more small, unlikely piece of evidence that the world he had once built his identity in total opposition to had grown, in ways he still occasionally marveled at, into something considerably wider and kinder than he had ever let himself hope for. Chapter 66. The practical exam unfolded across 2 demanding days, each student cycling through a series of scenarios calibrated to test the full range of skills the year had built in them, and Izuku's assigned rotation placed him through a disaster response simulation, a multi-opponent combat scenario, and, in its final and most demanding stage, a hostage negotiation exercise that tested judgment and restraint as much as any physical capability. He moved through the disaster response and combat portions with the same controlled, efficient competence that had defined his growth since the condemned training hall, earning solid marks from the observing faculty without any particular difficulty, but it was the final negotiation scenario that tested him most thoroughly, an examiner playing a cornered, desperate mock villain who had taken a simulated hostage and refused every standard de-escalation approach the exercise's scripted parameters typically expected students to reach for. Izuku, drawing on instincts that owed less to any formal training and more to a lifetime spent reading the specific desperation of people the world had already decided to write off, abandoned the standard scripted approach entirely and instead spoke to the mock villain the way he might have once wanted someone to speak to the isolated, angry boy he had been himself, acknowledging the character's grievance without excusing the harm it threatened, offering a way out that did not require the character to first admit total defeat. The examiner running the scenario, visibly startled by the unscripted approach, allowed the simulation to play out its unusual course, and it resolved, several tense minutes later, with the mock hostage freed and the mock villain talked into surrender without a single further exchange of force. The lead examiner told him afterward, reviewing the scenario's outcome with clear, genuine interest, that in years of running that particular exercise she had rarely seen a student successfully talk their way through it rather than eventually falling back on force, and asked him, with real curiosity, where he had learned an approach like that. He told her, honestly, that he had not learned it from any curriculum, only from a childhood spent understanding, more intimately than he would have wished, exactly what it felt like to be the person everyone else had already decided was beyond reasoning with, and that he had simply refused, in that moment, to treat someone else the way the world had once treated him. Chapter 67. Results arrived the following week, and Izuku, along with the overwhelming majority of his classmates, passed comfortably into the second year, his practical exam scores placing him, once again, among the class's strongest performers, a fact that no longer carried the startled disbelief it once might have from faculty or classmates alike, simply an expected, unremarkable confirmation of exactly the kind of hero he had spent the year proving himself to be. The final week of the term brought a quieter, more reflective mood to the classroom than the loud celebration of the license exam results months earlier had, everyone aware that the coming break marked not just an ending but a genuine transition, an entire foundational year of hero training now behind them, a considerably more demanding second year waiting on the other side of a short summer's rest. Izuku spent that final week saying quiet, individual goodbyes to people whose presence in his life had reshaped him more thoroughly than he had ever expected possible. Ryukyu extending his hero work studies placement formally into the second year, Mirko promising another round of brutal training before the break properly began, Mandalay and the rest of the wild pussycats sending word that they hoped to see him again at whatever the next training camp brought. He spoke with both Momo and Ochako separately in that final week as well, neither conversation reaching any final resolution, but both settling into a comfortable, patient understanding that the question between them, and whatever answer he eventually found within himself, was not something any of them needed to rush towards simply because a school term happened to be ending. Ochako told him she was content to let the summer breathe some space into things, and Momo, characteristically thoughtful about it, told him she thought some of the most important decisions in life deserved exactly the kind of unhurried consideration he was clearly giving this one. On the last afternoon of the term, Izuku walked the familiar path home one final time before summer break properly began, past the shuttered noodle shop and the condemned building behind it that had first taught him everything he knew about discipline built from nothing, and stood for a moment at its entrance, no longer needing to step inside to feel the weight of what it had given him. He thought of the boy who had first found this place at 8 years old, furious and grieving and utterly certain the world held no place for him, and understood, walking the rest of the way home under a warm early summer sky, that he had spent an entire extraordinary year proving that boy wrong in every way that mattered, one chosen relationship, one hard-won trust, one quiet act of unglamorous courage at a time, and that whatever the second year and everything beyond it eventually asked of him, he was ready, at last, to meet it not as someone still trying to prove he belonged, but as someone who had already, thoroughly and unmistakably, arrived. Chapter 68. News of the quiet shift with Ochako and Momo eventually reached Class 1B as well, filtered through the same informal channels that had carried word of Izuku's tournament run and hero work studies success over the preceding months, and Itsuka Kendo, characteristically direct, sought him out during a shared elective period to ask, plainly and without any particular teasing in her tone, how he was actually holding up under the weight of it. He admitted, with the same honesty he had extended to Mina weeks earlier, that he still did not have a clear answer for himself, and Itsuka nodded, considering that for a moment before telling him she found something genuinely admirable in his refusal to manufacture a tidy resolution simply to make the situation easier for everyone else to categorize. She told him that she had watched enough of her own classmates rush into relationships built more on convenience or social pressure than genuine clarity to recognize the difference, and that whatever he eventually decided, taking the time to actually know his own heart before answering anyone else's felt, to her, like exactly the kind of careful judgment that had defined him since the day they first fought during the cavalry battle. Setsuna, catching the tail end of the conversation as she wandered over with her usual easy grin, added that she personally found the whole situation entertaining rather than complicated, and told him, with characteristic bluntness, that any of the people who had come to care about him clearly had good enough taste to deserve an honest answer rather than a rushed one, and that she intended to keep teasing him about it exactly as much as she had before, because friendship, in her view, did not require tiptoeing carefully around a person's complicated personal life. Izuku laughed at that, grateful for the easy, undemanding normalcy both of them brought to a subject that so much of the rest of his world had begun treating with unusually careful delicacy, and told them both that their honesty, teasing and serious in equal measure, was exactly the kind of grounding he needed most right now. Chapter 69. Kanoko brought up the subject herself during one of the library study sessions that had become a fixture of Izuku's week, doing so with her usual cheerful directness, telling him she had noticed the shift in how several of the girls around him carried themselves lately and wanted him to know, plainly, that she counted herself among the growing number who had come to care about him as more than simply a study partner, though she said it lightly, without any pressure attached, more as an honest addition to a conversation she assumed he was already having with several other people. Ibara, seated across the table, added her own quiet agreement, telling him that she had spent considerable time over the past year reflecting on the particular, unglamorous generosity he consistently showed everyone around him, a quality she said she had come to value more than any single impressive feat of technique, and that she too had found herself, somewhere over the course of that reflection, caring about him in a way that went beyond simple classroom friendship. Reiko, characteristically blunt, told him she was less interested in dressing the observation up with sentiment and simply stated, matter-of-factly, that she considered him one of the more genuinely trustworthy people she had met at UA, and that whatever he decided to do with that information was entirely his own business to sort through at whatever pace made sense to him. Izuku left that particular study session considerably more overwhelmed than usual, walking home under a sky just beginning to turn toward evening, turning the accumulating weight of an entire year's worth of earned affection over in his mind with the same careful, deliberate attention he gave every piece of data that reshaped his understanding of the world. He did not know, walking those familiar streets, exactly what shape his own heart would eventually settle into, or how many of these quiet, genuine confessions might eventually find some clearer answer. But he understood, with a certainty that had nothing uncertain about it at all, that he had spent an entire transformative year being seen, consistently and without condition, by people who had never once needed him to be anything other than exactly who he already was, and that whatever came next, that foundation of genuine, chosen regard was not something he intended to take lightly or resolve carelessly. Chapter 70. The strange, unresolved thread of Himiko resurfaced one final time before the term properly ended, a brief, unplanned encounter near the train station on an evening when Izuku was walking home later than usual after an extended hero work studies shift, and this time she approached him directly rather than waiting to be noticed, falling into step beside him with the same easy, unsettling confidence she had shown at both their previous meetings. She told him, without much preamble, that she had been thinking about their earlier conversation at the street festival more than she expected to, the question she had asked him about whether he became a hero to help others or to prove his own worth, and that his honest answer, the admission that it had started as the second thing before genuinely becoming the first, had stayed with her in a way she found difficult to fully explain. She told him she understood, better than most people probably could, exactly what it felt like to want something the world insisted you could never properly have, though she offered no further detail about what, specifically, that meant for her, deflecting his gentle attempt to ask with the same easy, disarming smile she always used to close off anything approaching real vulnerability. He told her, carefully, that whatever she was carrying, whatever had shaped the particular loneliness he sometimes sensed underneath her cheerful unpredictability, he hoped she had people in her own life who saw her as clearly as he had, over the past year, finally been seen by his. Something flickered across her expression at that, quick and complicated and gone before he could fully read it, and she told him, quieter than her usual tone, that she was not sure such people existed for someone like her, before catching herself and brightening again with visible effort, telling him he worried too much for a stranger she had only spoken to a handful of times. She left before he could respond properly, disappearing into the evening crowd with the same abruptness that had marked both their previous encounters, and Izuku stood on the platform for a long moment afterward, turning the exchange over with the same careful analytical habit he gave every piece of unresolved data in his life, unable to shake the growing, specific conviction that whatever brought Himiko into his path again and again was not simple coincidence, and that the strange, guarded sadness underneath her easy smile was something he had not yet finished learning how to understand. Chapter 71. Summer break arrived at last, and the first quiet week of it settled into the familiar, comfortable rhythm Izuku had come to treasure over the past year. Mornings spent training, afternoons split between correspondence with friends now scattered across 2 countries and simple, unhurried time with his mother, who had taken, over the course of the year, to asking him increasingly detailed questions about the various people who had become important to him, questions he now answered without any of the old hesitation that had once kept so much of his inner life carefully hidden even from her. She listened, one warm evening on their small apartment balcony, as he tried, haltingly, to put words to the complicated tangle of feelings the past several weeks had stirred loose: Ochako's honesty, Momo's patient thoughtfulness, the quiet, genuine affection offered by Kanoko and Ibara and Reiko, the strange, aching pull of concern he still carried for Himiko despite understanding almost nothing about her, and his mother, rather than offering him easy advice, simply told him that she trusted him to find his own way through it at his own honest pace, the same way she had trusted him through every other impossible seeming challenge the past year had handed him. She told him, watching the evening light fade over the city they had shared his entire life, that she had never once needed him to have all the answers immediately, only to keep being the thoughtful, careful, deeply caring person he had always been underneath every version of himself the world had tried to convince him to become instead. He leaned his head against her shoulder the way he had as a much smaller boy, grateful, not for the first time that extraordinary year, for a mother whose love had never once required him to prove anything to earn it, and understood, sitting there in the comfortable summer evening quiet, that whatever answers the coming months eventually revealed, he would face all of it the same way he had faced everything else since a rainy night in a collapsing storefront changed the entire trajectory of his life, carefully, honestly, and never again entirely alone. Chapter 72. Melissa's calls continued through the summer with the same steady regularity they always had, though the conversations themselves had grown, since the festival, into something even more openly personal than their earlier months of enthusiastic prototype discussion, and during one particularly long evening call, the time difference stretching the conversation well past when either of them probably should have gone to sleep, Izuku found himself telling her, haltingly, about everything the past several weeks had stirred loose with Ochako and Momo and the others. She listened with the same rapt, careful attention she gave every engineering problem, and told him, once he finished, that she was not surprised in the slightest, that she had suspected something like this brewing since the festival itself, watching the easy, genuine warmth so many of his classmates showed him even in their brief introduction. She told him, with a small, thoughtful pause that carried more weight than her usual rapid delivery typically allowed, that she considered him one of the most important friendships in her own life as well, distance and circumstance aside, and that she wanted him to know that whatever shape things eventually took for him, her own care for him was never contingent on it looking any particular way. He thanked her, genuinely moved by the honesty, and told her that having a friend who understood the specific, particular weight of being seen for exactly who you were rather than what the world expected you to be, someone who had walked a strikingly similar road on the other side of an ocean, had become one of the steadiest anchors of his entire transformed year. She told him, laughing softly, that she intended to visit again properly before too much longer, prototype testing aside, simply because the distance between their conversations had started to feel considerably longer than it used to, and Izuku found himself looking forward to that promised visit with a warmth that told him something quiet and true about exactly how much her friendship had come to mean to him, whatever its ultimate shape eventually turned out to be. Chapter 73. Tsuyu sought him out near the end of summer break, an unhurried afternoon spent by the river that ran near both their neighborhoods, and told him, in her usual calm, direct manner, that she had watched the past several months unfold with considerable interest, though she had deliberately kept her own thoughts quiet while so many of their classmates worked through their own feelings first. She told him that she had come to value his friendship enormously over the past year, his steady presence, his refusal to perform warmth he did not genuinely feel, the particular honesty he brought to every interaction regardless of how much easier a comfortable lie might have made things. She said she was not certain, even now, exactly how to categorize her own feelings toward him, whether they constituted the same romantic pull several of their other classmates had described or simply the deepest, most trusted friendship she had ever built, and that she found herself, characteristically, more interested in being honest about that uncertainty than performing a clearer answer she did not actually have. Izuku told her, gratefully, that her honesty was exactly the kind of grounding he needed most amid everyone else's more definite feelings, and that he did not need her, or anyone, to arrive at a tidy conclusion simply to make his own uncertain process easier to navigate. She told him, with a small, genuine smile, that she appreciated him saying so, and that whatever eventually became of any of it, romantic or simply the deep, abiding friendship it already was, she considered her connection to him one of the most valuable things the past year had given her, and had no intention of letting any uncertainty about its exact shape diminish that. They sat by the river for a long while after that, comfortable in the easy quiet that had always defined their friendship, and Izuku left the afternoon feeling, once again, grateful beyond easy measure for the patient, generous way an entire circle of people had chosen to walk this uncertain season alongside him rather than demanding he navigate it alone. Chapter 74. The final week of summer break brought one last gathering before the new term began, a casual reunion organized loosely by Mina at a local park, and Izuku arrived to find nearly the entire familiar constellation of his year already assembled, Momo and Ochako trading easy conversation near a picnic blanket, Kyoka and Toru arguing cheerfully over a portable speaker's playlist, Tsuyu quietly amused by the whole scene from a nearby bench. Nijire arrived partway through the afternoon, having apparently coordinated the visit weeks in advance, and brought with her an update on her own second-year responsibilities that left the gathered first years, soon to be second years themselves, listening with a mixture of excitement and nervous anticipation for what the coming term's escalated demands might bring. Cammy sent a message rather than attending in person, caught up in her own school's summer schedule, but promised, in her characteristically breezy style, that she expected a full report on everything he had missed by the time they next crossed paths. Izuku spent the afternoon moving easily between conversations, no longer the careful, watchful presence at the group's edge he had once instinctively positioned himself as, but a genuine, comfortable part of its center, and found himself, watching the late summer light stretch long and golden across the park, thinking of the boy who had once believed, with total and hardened certainty, that scenes like this simply were not built to include people like him. That boy had been wrong, thoroughly and beautifully wrong, and Izuku understood, sitting there surrounded by an entire year's worth of chosen, earned belonging, that he no longer needed to marvel at that fact quite so consciously. It had simply, finally, become his life. Chapter 75. The night before the new term began, Izuku stood once more at his bedroom window, looking out over the same city lights that had once seemed, across a childhood of isolation, to represent a world with no place carved out for him, and found the view, as it always did now, considerably warmer than it once had. He thought of everything the past year had built, the rainy rescue that started it all, the alley where Mirko first saw something worth investing in, the mountain where Momo learned to trust his lead, the stadium where Bakugo finally offered his hand, the harbor district where Bubble Girl taught him the quiet value of reliability, the overseas symposium where Melissa Shield showed him a mirror of his own discipline built from steel instead of muscle, the strange, unresolved sadness behind Himiko's easy smile that he still had not finished learning how to understand, and the quiet, unhurried unfolding of feelings, his own and so many others, that the festival had finally brought fully into the light after a year of careful, patient friendship laying the groundwork beneath it. He did not know exactly what the second year would demand of him, what greater tests his hero work studies would bring, what final shape his own uncertain heart would eventually settle into, or what the strange thread connecting him to a guarded, lonely girl on a train platform might someday reveal. But he understood, standing there on the threshold of everything still ahead, that he no longer needed certainty to feel ready. He had built himself once, entirely alone, out of nothing but stubbornness and a cracked mirror's patient witness, and he had spent an entire subsequent year learning, slowly and against every hardened expectation, that he did not have to keep building alone anymore. Whatever came next, he intended to meet it the same way he had met everything since that rainy night began, quietly rewriting the story he had once been so certain could only end one particular, isolated way, with careful, disciplined resolve, with an open, unguarded willingness to keep being surprised by the world's capacity for kindness, and with the steady, unshakable knowledge that an entire constellation of people, chosen and hard-won and utterly undeserved by any measure except his own quiet, persistent goodness, would be standing somewhere close beside him for whatever came after this, exactly as they always had since the day the world finally started, one relationship at a time, to prove him wrong. Chapter 76. The first morning of the second year began with a briefing considerably more serious in tone than the previous year's welcoming assemblies, Principal Nizu informing the assembled students that the coming year's curriculum would introduce genuine field deployment alongside academic study, formal partnerships between students and licensed agencies that carried real professional weight rather than the carefully bounded internships and work-studies placements of their first year. Aizawa, addressing Class 1A directly once the General Assembly concluded, told them plainly that the coming year would test not just their combat and rescue competency but their capacity to function as genuine professionals under real pressure, and that he expected considerably less hand-holding from faculty than the previous year had provided. Izuku listened to the briefing with the same careful, analytical attention he brought to every new challenge, and found himself, for the first time in longer than he could remember, meeting the prospect of real, escalating responsibility not with the old anxious bracing of a boy convinced the world intended to prove him insufficient, but with a steady, settled readiness built from an entire year of accumulated evidence that he belonged exactly where he now stood. Ryukyu confirmed his continued placement at her agency that same week, informing him during their first session back that his responsibilities would expand considerably to match the year's heightened expectations, and Izuku, walking home from that first session with a renewed sense of purpose settling comfortably alongside the still unresolved tangle of his personal life, understood that the coming months would ask more of him than any single year yet had, in every dimension of his life at once. Chapter 77. A routine hero work studies patrol in the second week of the new term brought Izuku, without warning, into direct contact with Himiko again, this time in circumstances considerably more serious than their previous chance encounters, a minor altercation near a train station that Ryukyu's team had been called to investigate after reports of a disturbance, and Izuku arrived at the scene to find her standing over a fallen assailant who had, according to the shaken bystanders already gathering nearby, attempted to rob her only moments before. She looked up at him with an expression he had not seen from her in any of their previous meetings, something raw and unguarded flickering across her face before the familiar, easy smile slid back into place, and told him, with forced cheerfulness that did not fully mask the tension underneath it, that she had simply defended herself, nothing more, and that she would prefer he not make a formal report out of what had, in her telling, been a straightforward act of self-protection. There was a bruise forming along her jaw that she had not bothered to hide, and something in the careful, practiced way she brushed off his concern about it, as though absorbing minor injury were simply an unremarkable fact of her ordinary life rather than anything worth commenting on, tugged at the same protective instinct in him that had once sent him running toward a frightened child being shaken down for money on a dark street years earlier. He did not push her about it in the moment, understanding instinctively that pressing too hard, too fast, would only send her retreating further behind the easy, deflecting smile she used to keep the world at arm's length, but he filed the detail away carefully, the way he filed away every piece of data that mattered, and found himself hoping, with a sincerity that surprised him given how little he actually knew about her, that whatever life had taught her to expect only violence and self-reliance from the world around her was not the whole truth of what she deserved. Izuku studied the scene carefully, the fallen assailant clearly the aggressor by every physical indicator present, and made the professional judgment, with Ryukyu's eventual concurrence once she arrived to review the situation herself, that the incident constituted legitimate self-defense requiring no further action against Himiko specifically. But something in her rattled, careful evasiveness as she thanked him and slipped away before official questioning could properly begin stayed with him long after the scene cleared, a growing, specific conviction that whatever guarded loneliness he had sensed beneath her easy smile across their previous encounters ran considerably deeper and darker than simple shyness, and that the strange, persistent thread connecting his path to hers was building toward something he did not yet have enough information to fully understand. He reported the encounter to Ryukyu in full once they returned to the agency, and she told him, listening carefully to his account, that his instinct to treat the girl with cautious compassion rather than reflexive suspicion had been the correct call given the evidence in front of him, but she also noted, with the same careful professional thoroughness she brought to everything, that a pattern of unexplained, escalating encounters was worth continuing to track, not out of accusation, but out of the same diligent attentiveness that had always defined his best instincts. Izuku agreed, and found himself, walking home that evening, unable to shake the quiet worry that Himiko's story, whatever it eventually turned out to be, was far from finished unfolding. Chapter 78. That evening, sitting again at the kitchen table with his mother, Izuku found himself trying to put words to the strange, unresolved weight the day's encounter had left behind, and Inko listened with the same patient attentiveness she always brought to his more complicated stories, telling him, once he finished, that she trusted his instincts about people more than almost anyone else's she had ever known, precisely because those instincts had been built the hard way, through years of understanding exactly what it felt like to be misjudged by a world too quick to sort people into simple categories of worthy and unworthy. She told him that whatever Himiko's story eventually revealed, kindness offered carefully and with open eyes was rarely wasted, even when it did not resolve into the clean, comfortable narrative people sometimes wished it would, and that she had raised him, more than anything else, to be exactly the kind of person who noticed the quiet, guarded sadness behind someone else's easy smile rather than looking away from it. He thought of Ochako's honesty, Momo's patient thoughtfulness, Melissa's steady friendship across an ocean, Tsuyu's grounded uncertainty, and now this new, unresolved thread involving a girl whose loneliness seemed to run considerably deeper than anything the past year's other, gentler revelations had prepared him for, and understood, sitting there in the familiar warmth of his mother's kitchen, that the coming year held far more waiting to unfold than even the eventful months just behind him had suggested. He went to bed that night with more questions than answers, about Himiko, about his own uncertain heart, about everything still waiting on the far side of a second year that had only just begun, but he carried those questions, for the first time in his life, without the old, isolating dread that had once accompanied every uncertainty he faced alone. Whatever came next, he understood, he would meet it surrounded by the same wide, hard-won constellation of people who had spent an entire transformative year proving to him, one patient act of chosen kindness at a time, that he never had to face anything by himself again, and he closed his eyes that night with that steady, settled certainty carrying him gently toward sleep. Chapter 79. A letter arrived from Pony Tsunotori in the second month of the new term, considerably more fluent in written Japanese than she had been during the exchange program the previous year, and full of enthusiastic updates about her own continued growth back at her home academy. The basic stances he had once taught her now fully integrated into a personal technique she had developed further on her own, a detail that filled Izuku with a quiet, specific pride he had not expected a simple letter to stir so thoroughly. She wrote that she had shared what she learned from him with several of her own classmates, several of whom had expressed genuine interest in the kind of quirk-agnostic technique he had built from nothing, and asked, hesitantly, whether he would ever consider visiting to teach a proper workshop, an idea he turned over with real interest once he read it, recognizing in the request an echo of Melissa's own insistence that his self-taught story deserved to be studied and shared far more widely than a single classroom had ever allowed. He wrote back a long, detailed reply, answering her questions about technique with the same patient thoroughness he always brought to teaching, and mentioned, almost as an afterthought, the idea of a future workshop, an idea that would, though he did not yet know it, eventually grow into something considerably larger than either of them anticipated in that first exchange of letters. For now, it remained simply another small, warm thread connecting him to the wide, generous world his single transformative year had built, proof, once again, that the patient kindness he had extended to a struggling exchange student months earlier had rippled outward in ways he was only now beginning to fully appreciate. He showed the letter to his mother that evening, and she read it twice through, smiling the whole time, before telling him that she found something quietly remarkable in the fact that a single act of patient kindness, extended without any expectation of return to a nervous exchange student the previous year, had grown into an entire ongoing correspondence spanning countries, and that she suspected, watching the pattern repeat itself again and again across his life now, that this was simply who he had always been underneath every hardened year of isolation the world had once forced onto him, someone who made people feel genuinely, thoroughly seen, and who was finally, at last, getting to watch that same gift returned to him from every direction at once. Chapter 80. Bubble Girl requested him specifically for a joint operation later that month, a coordinated flood response following a series of severe autumn storms that had overwhelmed several of the city's drainage systems, and Izuku spent 3 demanding days working alongside her containment-focused team, wading through flooded streets to help evacuate stranded residents while she worked tirelessly to redirect the worst of the flooding away from residential areas. The work was exhausting and entirely unglamorous, none of it destined for any headline, and Izuku found himself, by the operation's end, more thoroughly satisfied with the outcome than almost any of the more visible, celebrated work he had done over the past year. Bubble Girl told him, once the immediate crisis had finally passed, that watching him work over those 3 demanding days had only deepened her earlier assessment from their Harbor District meeting, that his reliability under sustained, unglamorous pressure was exactly the quality the hero industry too often failed to properly value, and that she considered herself fortunate to have gotten the chance to work alongside him directly rather than simply hearing about his reputation secondhand. He returned home after that operation more physically exhausted than he had been in weeks, but carrying with him a quiet, settled satisfaction that had nothing to do with recognition and everything to do with the simple, steady knowledge that real people, frightened and displaced by circumstances entirely outside their control, had been genuinely helped because he had shown up and done the difficult, unglamorous work without complaint. His mother, seeing the exhaustion in his face when he finally made it home, did not ask him to recount every detail the way she sometimes did. She simply made him a proper meal, sat with him while he ate it, and let the comfortable, wordless presence of her company say everything else that needed saying. Chapter 81. The autumn term settled, in the weeks that followed, into a fuller, richer rhythm than any stretch of his life before it, hero work studies deepening his professional competence week by week, his uncertain feelings toward Ochako and Momo and the wider circle of people who had come to care about him continuing to unfold at their own unhurried, honest pace, and the persistent, unresolved mystery of Himiko's guarded loneliness threading quietly through it all, unanswered but no longer entirely ignored. He sat one evening at his bedroom desk, an old childhood habit resurfacing that he had not fully returned to in some time, and opened a fresh notebook, not to catalog hero statistics the way his childhood notebooks once had, but simply to write, in his own unhurried words, everything the past year and a half had taught him about the world he had once been so certain would never make room for him. He wrote about the condemned training hall and its cracked, patient mirror. He wrote about Ryukyu's steady hands in the rain, Mirko's blunt generosity, Midnight's careful advocacy, Mandalay's patient honesty. He wrote about Momo's rigorous trust, Ochako's easy warmth, Melissa's engineering-minded kinship, and a dozen other names besides, each one its own small, hard-won proof against a rule he had once built his entire identity around. He wrote, too, about the strangers who had once made that identity necessary in the first place, not with the old, hardened bitterness that had once colored every memory of them, but with something closer to plain, unflinching honesty, an accounting of exactly what had happened to him and exactly how he had answered it, neither excusing the cruelty nor letting it define the whole of the story any longer. He did not know, closing the notebook that evening and setting it carefully on his desk beside the older, dog-eared volumes from his childhood, exactly what the rest of the second year would ask of him, what final shape his own tangled heart would eventually settle into, or what the quiet, aching thread connecting him to a lonely girl on a train platform was ultimately building toward. But he understood, turning off his desk lamp and settling into a sleep that came easier now than it ever had in the anxious, isolated years before, that whatever came next, he was ready to meet it the same patient, disciplined, open-hearted way he had met everything since a single rainy night first began quietly rewriting the story of a boy the world had once tried, and thoroughly failed, to convince that he would always be facing it alone. Chapter 82. It was Ochako, in the end, who finally gave him the clarity the autumn's slower unfolding had not yet fully provided, seeking him out on a quiet weekend afternoon at the same small park where he had once spent an entire afternoon with his mother hearing stories from before he was born, and telling him, with the same steady honesty that had first started this entire complicated season of his life, that she was not asking for an answer that day, only wanted to sit with him a while, the way they always had, without either of them needing the moment to resolve into anything more complicated than simple, comfortable company. They walked the park's familiar paths together as the afternoon stretched toward evening, talking easily about nothing in particular the way they always had since that very first bus ride to the sports festival, and Izuku found himself, somewhere in the comfortable, unhurried quiet between conversation topics, noticing with a clarity that startled him just how naturally her presence had woven itself into the fabric of his ordinary days, not as a question still waiting to be answered but as something that had, almost without his noticing exactly when, simply become one of the steadiest, most cherished constants of his entire transformed life. He told her that, haltingly at first and then with more confidence as the words found their proper shape, that he did not yet have a complete answer for her, or for Momo, or for anyone else who had offered him their honest feelings over the past several months, but that he understood now, with a certainty that had been building quietly beneath all his careful uncertainty, that whatever shape his own heart eventually settled into, she would be part of it, in some form, for the rest of his life. Because the ease and warmth and steady trust she had shown him from that very first shared lunch on a nervous bus ride had become something he genuinely could not imagine his life without. She did not push him for more than that, understanding, with the same patient grace she had shown him throughout the entire unhurried season, that an honest partial answer offered with real feeling was worth infinitely more than a rushed, complete one offered only to satisfy the pressure of the moment. She simply smiled at him, warm and genuine and entirely unguarded, and told him that hearing it, even in its incomplete, still forming shape, meant more to her than he probably realized, and that she was content, more than content, to keep walking this uncertain, honest road beside him for exactly as long as it took him to find his way fully down it. They sat together on a bench as the sun began to set, saying little else, simply sharing the comfortable, wordless closeness that had defined so much of their friendship since the very beginning, and Izuku understood, watching the light fade gently over the familiar park, that whatever the rest of the second year eventually revealed, about Momo, about the wider circle of people who had come to care for him, about the still unresolved mystery of a lonely girl on a train platform, he was walking toward all of it now not as someone still bracing against an uncertain, hostile world, but as someone who had, over the course of one extraordinary transformative year, finally learned how to let himself be fully, unguardedly loved, and who intended, whatever the future eventually asked of him, to keep extending that same hard-won gift outward to everyone who had ever needed someone willing to see them clearly, exactly as he had once, on a curb with a split lip, needed it himself. Chapter 83. Ryukyu called Izuku into her office for a private briefing in the second month of the new term, her expression more serious than the routine scheduling meetings that usually filled that particular time slot, and told him, once the door was closed, that the agency's intelligence division had finally compiled enough scattered reports to draw a clearer picture of the girl who had crossed his path 3 times now under increasingly strange circumstances. Himiko Toga, the file confirmed, had a documented history extending back several years, minor incidents involving blood-related quirk activity that had never quite escalated into anything requiring formal intervention, though the pattern, viewed together for the first time, painted a picture of someone the system had noticed only enough to flag and never enough to actually help. Ryukyu told him, with the same careful, measured honesty she always extended him, that the intelligence division suspected, though could not yet confirm, some connection between the girl and looser criminal networks operating at the city's margins, the kind of loosely organized opportunists who preyed specifically on people the world had already written off as too strange or too damaged to be worth protecting properly. Izuku listened to the briefing with the same focused, analytical attention he gave every piece of information that mattered, and told Ryukyu, honestly, that everything he had personally observed across their 3 brief encounters suggested someone profoundly lonely rather than someone genuinely dangerous, a guarded, aching sadness he recognized, uncomfortably, from his own reflection in a cracked mirror years earlier. Ryukyu did not dismiss the observation. She told him that his instincts about people had proven reliable enough, across an entire year and a half of watching him work, that she intended to weigh his read on this situation seriously alongside the agency's more clinical assessment, and that if their paths crossed again, she wanted him to treat the encounter with the same careful compassion he always did, but also with appropriate caution, since compassion and caution had never actually been opposites, whatever some parts of the hero industry sometimes assumed. He left her office that evening carrying the weight of the briefing with him, turning it over the same way he turned over every difficult piece of information, and found himself thinking, walking home through the cooling evening air, about the particular cruelty of a system that so often noticed people only long enough to flag them as a problem, never quite reaching far enough to actually intervene before the problem became unavoidable. He had lived some version of that same neglect himself, though his own had never tipped toward anything approaching real danger, and he understood, with a clarity that had taken years to fully develop, that the difference between his own story and whatever Himiko's ultimately turned out to be had probably come down to little more than the specific, arbitrary luck of who happened to notice him first, and when. It was not a comfortable thought, and he did not try to make it one. He simply carried it with him, the way he carried every hard truth that mattered, and let it sharpen his resolve rather than his despair. Chapter 84. The crisis, when it finally arrived, came without warning on an otherwise ordinary Thursday evening, an emergency alert rippling through every active agency's communication channel simultaneously, reporting a hostage situation at a small, struggling clinic on the city's eastern edge, a loosely organized group of desperate criminals holding the clinic's staff and several patients while they searched, with increasing panic, for a way out of a situation that had clearly spiraled beyond whatever their original plan had been. Ryukyu's team arrived among the first responders, and it was Izuku, scanning the scene's perimeter with the same ground-reading instinct that had carried him through every crisis since a falling storefront awning years earlier, who first spotted a small, blonde-haired figure among the group visible through the clinic's front window, not one of the hostages, but clearly, unmistakably, one of the group holding them, her posture rigid with a tension that read, to his careful eye, less like criminal resolve and more like someone trapped in a situation considerably larger than she had ever intended to be part of. He told Ryukyu immediately, and the negotiation team shifted its approach accordingly once the identification was confirmed through the clinic's exterior cameras, but Izuku, watching the tense standoff unfold from the perimeter, felt an old, familiar pull he recognized from years of running toward exactly the kind of trouble a more cautious version of himself might have been tempted to leave to trained professionals. He asked Ryukyu, directly, whether he could be the one to make first contact if an opening presented itself, explaining, as clearly as the tense moment allowed, that he believed, based on everything he had observed across their previous encounters, that he was the one person in the assembled response who might actually be able to reach her before the situation escalated into something none of them could walk back. Ryukyu studied him for a long moment, weighing the risk against everything she had come to know about his judgment over the past year and a half, and finally agreed, on the strict condition that he stay within her direct line of support the entire time, and that he abandon the approach immediately if she gave the order. Izuku nodded, understanding the gravity of the trust being extended to him, and began moving carefully toward the clinic's side entrance, his heart steady despite the danger, carrying with him the same quiet, unshakable conviction that had once sent him running toward a frightened child on a dark street years earlier, that some people simply needed someone willing to see past the fear to the person still trapped underneath it. The walk toward the side entrance felt considerably longer than its actual short distance, every careful step measured against the constant, quiet stream of updates in his earpiece as Ryukyu's team worked to contain the situation's other exits, and Izuku found his mind, in that tense, narrow window, returning briefly to every rescue that had shaped him into someone capable of walking calmly toward this particular kind of danger, the collapsing storefront in the rain, the mountain landslides, unstable debris field, the license exam's rogue construct bearing down on two frozen strangers. Each of those moments had asked something slightly different of him, but all of them, he understood now, had been building steadily toward exactly this kind of quiet, deliberate courage, the willingness to walk directly into uncertainty because someone on the other side of it needed a steady presence more than they needed anyone's hesitation. Chapter 85. He found her near the clinic's rear supply room, separated from the main group by a stroke of fortunate timing, and she startled visibly when she saw him, her hand flying to the small blade at her side before recognition registered and something in her rigid posture cracked open into raw, unguarded fear. She told him, voice shaking in a way he had never heard from her across any of their previous meetings, that this was not supposed to happen this way, that she had only gotten involved because the group had offered her something she desperately needed and had not properly explained what that help would actually require of her until it was already too late to walk away safely, and that she did not know how to get herself or anyone else out of the building without someone getting badly hurt. He kept his voice low and steady, the same calm, patient tone he had used in the license exams negotiation scenario months earlier, and told her that he believed her, that he had believed, since their very first meeting, that whatever had brought her to this point was not simple cruelty but something considerably more complicated and considerably more survivable if she was willing to let someone actually help her through it. She asked him, tears finally breaking through the careful composure she had maintained across every previous encounter. Why he would bother, why anyone would bother, with someone who had spent her whole life being told she was too strange, too intense, too much for the world to have any real place for, and Izuku, hearing in her question an echo of his own childhood certainty that a quirkless boy could never be anything the world wanted, told her, with total honesty, that he understood better. Then she probably realized exactly what it felt like to be written off before anyone bothered to actually look, and that he was not offering to help her because it was easy or safe, but because he had spent an entire transformative year learning that the world held more room for complicated, hurting people than either of them had ever been taught to expect. She let him guide her toward the clinic's side entrance after that, the two of them moving carefully together while the rest of the response team, alerted through Izuku's quiet channel updates, worked to safely resolve the standoff with the remaining group members, and by the time the full crisis finally concluded, no hostages seriously harmed and the remaining criminals in custody, Himiko stood beside Izuku near the perimeter, shaking and exhausted, but alive and free, for the first time in longer than she could remember, of the desperate isolation that had driven her into that clinic in the first place. Ryukyu found them both a few minutes later, and rather than immediately moving to formalize Himiko's custody the way procedure might have strictly demanded, she took a moment first to kneel down to the shaking girl's level and ask, gently, whether she was hurt, a small act of basic human consideration that Izuku watched with quiet gratitude, understanding exactly how much it meant, in a moment like that one, to be treated first as a frightened person and only second as a case to be processed. Himiko, startled by the unexpected kindness, managed a small, wobbling nod, and Ryukyu told her, plainly, that whatever came next in the formal proceedings, tonight she had done the hardest, bravest thing available to her, which was choosing to let herself be helped instead of running deeper into the danger that had trapped her, and that this choice, more than anything the system's paperwork would eventually record, was the part of the night that actually mattered most. Chapter 86. The formal proceedings that followed took weeks to fully resolve, Himiko's cooperation and her comparatively minor, coerced role in the incident weighing significantly in her favor, and Izuku, called to testify about his own observations across their several encounters, spoke honestly about everything he had witnessed, the guarded loneliness, the desperate circumstances, the genuine remorse she had shown the moment real help was finally offered to her. The hearing itself proved considerably less adversarial than Izuku had privately feared, the presiding officials clearly more interested in understanding the full context of a young life shaped by neglect and desperation than in simply cataloging a list of offenses, and Ryukyu's own testimony, delivered with the same measured professional authority she brought to everything, carried particular weight in establishing that the agency's own assessment supported treating Himiko as someone worth genuine investment rather than someone to be discarded into the system's harshest available track. Izuku left the final hearing with a profound, quiet relief he had not fully expected to feel so intensely, understanding, watching Himiko's own cautious, disbelieving hope as the outcome was finally read aloud, exactly how rare and precious it was for the world's formal systems to actually get this particular kind of judgment right. Ryukyu helped connect her, through the agency's own community outreach resources, with a structured rehabilitation and support program designed specifically for young people whose difficult circumstances had pulled them toward the city's criminal margins, and Izuku visited her there several times over the following months, watching, with the same quiet satisfaction he felt after every difficult rescue, as she slowly began building something steadier than the isolated, desperate life that had defined her before. She told him, during one of these visits, that she still did not fully understand why he had bothered to keep showing up for her, and he told her, simply, that he had promised himself, once he learned to recognize kindness for what it actually was rather than mistaking it for weakness, that he would never again walk past someone who reminded him of who he used to be. She began, over the following months, to build something resembling an ordinary life for the first time, tentative friendships within the program, a growing interest in a vocational training track focused on medical support work that let her channel her fascination with blood into something genuinely helpful rather than dangerous, and Izuku found himself, watching her slow, careful progress, thinking often of Mandalay's words beside a dying campfire more than a year earlier, that certainty built in isolation rarely survives contact with actual people, and understanding now, watching that same principle work its quiet magic on someone else's life, exactly how true it had been of his own. He made a point of visiting consistently rather than only when convenient, understanding from his own long experience exactly how much a single, unreliable act of kindness could sting when it inevitably faded, and Himiko told him, more than once, that his consistency itself, more than any single grand gesture, was what had finally convinced her that his concern for her had never been the passing curiosity she initially assumed it must be. Chapter 87. Word of the clinic incident and its resolution spread through Class 1A in the days that followed, and Izuku found himself fielding a steady stream of questions and quiet, genuine concern from classmates who had watched the news coverage with real worry once his involvement became public. Ochako sought him out first, checking carefully that he was truly unharmed before allowing herself to properly process everything else the incident implied, and told him, once she was satisfied he was safe, that she was not remotely surprised he had walked directly toward the most dangerous part of that crisis if it meant reaching someone else who needed him. Momo, characteristically thoughtful about it, asked him detailed questions about the negotiation itself, genuinely curious about the specific judgment calls that had let him succeed where a more conventional approach might have failed, and told him afterward that she considered the incident the clearest possible demonstration yet of exactly the kind of hero the year and a half since the recommendation exam had shaped him into. Bakugo, gruff as ever, simply told him he had heard about it and that it was, characteristically, exactly the kind of reckless nonsense he expected from him, delivered with a tone that made clear the comment was less criticism than its own particular, backhanded form of pride. His mother's reaction, when he finally told her the full story that weekend, carried the same complicated mixture of fear and pride that had come to define her response to nearly everything about his chosen path, and she held him for a long moment before telling him that she was endlessly proud of the compassion he had shown a frightened, desperate stranger, and that she hoped, someday, the world built enough safety nets that fewer young people ever found themselves as lost and alone as that girl clearly had been before he found her. He told her he hoped for exactly the same thing, and that he intended, whatever shape his eventual career took, to spend at least part of it working toward building those safety nets himself, rather than simply responding to their absence one crisis at a time. She told him, studying his face with the same careful attention she had given him since he was small enough to sit on her lap, that she recognized in that particular ambition an echo of a promise he had made to her years earlier at their own kitchen table, that he would never let anyone hurt the people who mattered to him, and that watching that promise grow, over the years, from a fierce, narrow vow into something as wide and generous as caring for total strangers he had only just met, was proof enough for her that whatever the world had once cost him, it had never managed to take the most important part of who he was. Chapter 88. The months that followed settled into the fullest, richest rhythm of Izuku's entire life, hero work studies deepening steadily under Ryukyu's continued mentorship, his growing friendship with the wide, generous constellation of people who had chosen him over the past 2 extraordinary years continuing to flourish in all its varied, patient forms, and the quiet, unresolved question between himself and Ochako finally, gently, finding its own honest shape. It happened on an ordinary evening, nothing dramatic marking the occasion beyond the simple, accumulated weight of 2 years' worth of chosen closeness finally settling into clarity, the two of them walking home together after a study session the way they had 100 times before, and Izuku, feeling the moment arrive with the same steady certainty that had once told him exactly when to move during a fight, told her, plainly and without any of his old hesitation, that he had spent the months since their conversation by the park bench turning everything over with the same careful attention he gave everything that mattered, and had arrived, finally, at an answer he trusted completely, that she was, and had been for longer than he had let himself fully admit, the person his heart most naturally reached for. She did not respond right away, simply looking at him for a long moment with an expression that held more happiness than words could easily carry, and then told him, her voice a little unsteady with the emotion of it, that she had been patient because she trusted the answer would be worth waiting for, and that hearing it now, offered with the same honest, careful consideration he brought to everything, meant more to her than any rushed declaration ever could have. They walked the rest of the way home that evening hand in hand, something new and steady and thoroughly earned settled quietly between them, and Izuku understood, in the comfortable, easy quiet of that walk, that this particular answer had not erased or diminished any of the other genuine, valued relationships that continued to fill his life, Momo's rigorous friendship, Melissa's steady kinship across an ocean, the wide, generous circle of people who had each, in their own way, chosen to see him clearly. It had simply, finally, given his own heart the clarity it had spent 2 patient years quietly working toward. Chapter 89. Momo received the news with the same grace she had shown throughout the entire unhurried process, telling Izuku, when he found the courage to speak with her directly about it, that she had suspected this particular answer for some time, watching the specific, easy warmth between him and Ochako grow steadily over the past 2 years in a way that had never quite matched the shape of her own feelings toward him, however genuine those feelings remained. She told him she valued their friendship far too much to let this outcome diminish it in any way, and that she considered herself, if anything, fortunate to have been part of the honest, patient process that had helped him find his own way to clarity, even if the clarity itself pointed somewhere other than toward her. The wider circle absorbed the news with the same easy, generous acceptance that had come to define so much of Izuku's world, Kanoko and Ibra and Reiko each expressing genuine happiness for both him and Ochako without any trace of the awkwardness a lesser group of friends might have carried, Mina declaring loudly and cheerfully that she had called it months ago and demanding proper credit for her prediction, Kyoka rolling her eyes at the announcement with obvious affection while Toru narrated her own enthusiastic approval at considerable volume. Setsuna and Itsuka, hearing the news through the informal channels connecting the 2 classes, sent their own warm congratulations, and Melissa, reached through their usual video call, told him she was thrilled for him, and that she had, in fact, suspected as much since watching the 2 of them together during her festival visit, though she had been too polite to say so outright at the time. Izuku found himself, in the weeks that followed, genuinely moved by how thoroughly the people who mattered most to him had absorbed this new, settled chapter of his life without any of the complications he might once have feared, understanding, with a clarity that had taken 2 full years to properly arrive, that the wide, generous world he had built around himself was strong enough, and secure enough, to hold real change without fracturing, because it had never actually been built on anything as fragile as who he ultimately chose to love. It had been built, from the very beginning, on the simple, steady foundation of everyone involved choosing, again and again, to see each other clearly and care for each other honestly, and that foundation, he understood now, was not going anywhere. Chapter 90. Bakugo, in his own gruff, characteristically indirect way, marked the occasion by challenging Izuku to a proper sparring match the following weekend, informing him that a boy claiming to have his life sufficiently sorted out ought to be able to back it up with something more than sentiment, and Izuku, recognizing the challenge for exactly the strange, affectionate ritual it actually was, agreed without hesitation. Word of the match spread quickly through the wider circle of friends who had, over the years, learned to treat these particular contests as something closer to entertainment than genuine rivalry, and a respectable crowd gathered to watch. Kirishima loudly narrating the action with his usual enthusiasm, Kyoka and Toru trading commentary from the sidelines while Mina attempted, with mixed success, to organize an informal betting pool that Ida shut down within minutes on the grounds that it violated at least 3 separate school policies. Ochako, watching with the easy confidence of someone who had long since stopped worrying whether Izuku could handle himself, cheered for both competitors with equal enthusiasm, more invested, she told anyone who asked, in the sheer spectacle of it than in either man's victory. The match that followed drew a respectable crowd of classmates curious to see the 2 rivals test themselves against each other again after so many months, and it played out with the same hard-fought, mutually respectful intensity that had defined every meeting between them since their first real reconciliation at the sports festival 2 years earlier, ending, this time, in Bakugo's narrow favor, a result he accepted with considerably more grace than his younger self would ever have managed. Extending a hand to help Izuku up and telling him, gruffly, that he expected a rematch the moment Izuku got tired of being distracted by his own happiness. Mineta, watching the match from the sidelines, offered his usual grumbling commentary about the whole situation, unable, even now, to fully let go of the old resentment that had never quite matched the rest of the class's genuine acceptance, and Izuku, catching the muttered complaints, felt considerably less bothered by them than he once might have, understanding, after 2 full years of watching nearly everyone else around him choose generosity over the old, easy cruelty, that Mineta's persistent bitterness said everything about his own character and nothing at all about Izuku's worth. The rest of the class, largely, had simply learned to work around Mineta's occasional pettiness the same practiced way they worked around any minor, unresolved flaw in an otherwise trusted teammate, and Izuku found he no longer needed anyone's universal approval to feel entirely secure in exactly who he had become. Chapter 91. The final months of the second year brought a fresh round of advanced hero work studies placements, faculty gradually loosening the careful oversight that had defined the students' first 2 years in favor of assignments that increasingly resembled genuine, independent professional practice, and Izuku's continued placement with Ryukyu evolved, over those months, into something closer to a formal apprenticeship, the agency's senior staff treating him now with the same working respect they extended to their most trusted junior professionals. He spent that stretch of the year balancing an increasingly demanding placement schedule with the deepening, comfortable rhythm of his relationship with Ochako, the two of them navigating the particular challenge of building something genuinely romantic while both still fully immersed in the demanding, unpredictable life of hero training, and finding, more often than either of them expected, that the same qualities that had first drawn them together, patience, honesty, a steady willingness to show up for each other without being asked, made that particular balancing act considerably easier than either of them had feared it might be. Ryukyu called him into her office one final time before the term's end, informing him that she had begun the formal process of recommending him for the kind of advanced placement typically reserved for students entering their final year, a track that would, if approved, put him on a considerably faster path toward full professional licensing than the standard timeline usually allowed. She told him, watching his stunned, grateful reaction with obvious satisfaction, that she had never once regretted the decision to stop and check on a quirkless boy holding a beam off a stranger's collapsed storefront in the rain, and that everything he had built since that night, through nothing but stubborn, disciplined heart, had more than justified every ounce of faith she had placed in him from that very first evening. He thanked her, quietly overwhelmed, and told her that he still sometimes found it difficult to fully believe how far a single rainy encounter had ultimately carried him, and she told him, with a small, genuine smile, that she considered it one of the great privileges of her own career to have been standing there to witness the very beginning of it. Chapter 92. Summer arrived once more, and with it a final training camp before the third and final year of hero course study began, this one considerably more advanced than either of its predecessors. Faculty and invited professional heroes running the assembled second years through scenarios calibrated to test genuine field readiness rather than simple technique refinement. Izuku moved through the camp's demanding exercises with the settled, confident competence of someone who had spent 2 full years proving, again and again, that his self-taught foundation could stand up to any test the world put in front of it, and found himself, watching the newest cohort of exercises unfold, thinking often of the frightened, uncertain boy who had first walked into a condemned training hall behind a shuttered noodle shop nearly 6 years earlier, utterly certain that no one would ever bother teaching him anything, utterly unaware of exactly how far that solitary, stubborn discipline would eventually carry him. Himiko, now several months into her own steady, hard-won recovery, sent him a letter partway through the camp, her handwriting considerably steadier than it had been during their first hospital visit together, telling him she had recently been accepted into a formal medical support training program, the first genuine, structured path her difficult life had ever offered her, and that she wanted him to know, plainly, that she would not have found her way to that opportunity without the specific, patient kindness he had shown her on a night when nearly everyone else in her life had already written her off as beyond saving. He read the letter twice through, sitting alone for a moment in the quiet mountain evening, before folding it carefully and tucking it away, one more small, hard-won piece of evidence that the world, given half a genuine chance, held considerably more room for redemption than either of them had once dared to hope. Chapter 93. The camp's final evening brought the entire assembled cohort together for a bonfire considerably larger than the modest gathering that had marked the end of Izuku's very first training camp 2 years earlier, and he found himself, sitting near its warm edge with Ochako beside him, surrounded by the same wide, hard-won constellation of people who had shaped nearly every meaningful turn of his extraordinary journey so far. Mandalay found a quiet moment to sit with him again, the same patient presence she had offered beside a different fire 2 years earlier, and told him, watching the flames dance across a face considerably more settled and confident than the guarded young man she remembered from that first camp, that she felt a particular, quiet pride watching everything that patient, hard-won openness had ultimately grown into. She told him she had met a great many talented young heroes across her long career, but few who had done the harder, less glamorous work of actually letting themselves be changed by the people who chose to care about them, and that this, more than any single feat of skill or strength, was the quality she expected would define the whole of his eventual career. Pixie Bob and Ragdoll joined them a little later, the four of them settling into the same easy, comfortable rapport that had first taken shape during that difficult mountain landslide rescue years earlier, and Ragdoll told him, with characteristic cheer, that her tracking quirk had flagged something remarkable in him from the very first moment they met, and that watching the years since confirm every bit of that early instinct remained one of the more satisfying professional judgments of her entire career. He thought, sitting there in the warm firelight with Ochako's hand comfortable in his own, of everything the past 2 years had built, the rainy rescue that started it all, the alley where Mirko first saw something worth investing in, the mountain where Momo learned to trust his lead, the stadium where Bakugo finally offered his hand, the harbor district where Bubble Girl taught him the quiet value of reliability, the overseas symposium where Melissa Shield showed him a mirror of his own discipline built from steel instead of muscle, the clinic where a frightened, desperate girl finally let herself be helped, and the patient, unhurried unfolding of his own heart that had led him, at last, to the steady, settled love now sitting warm and comfortable beside him. He understood, watching the fire burn low against the mountain dark, that he had spent his entire childhood believing the world held no place for a boy without a quirk, and that he had spent the 2 years since proving, patiently and thoroughly and beyond any reasonable doubt, exactly how wrong that belief had always been. Ochako, sensing the depth of his quiet, asked him softly what he was thinking about, and he told her, honestly, that he was simply grateful, more thoroughly and completely than he suspected he would ever fully find the words for, and she leaned her head against his shoulder without needing him to say anything further, understanding, the way she always had, that some feelings were better held in comfortable silence than forced into any tidy shape of language. Chapter 94. The third and final year of Hero Corps study began not long after, and Class 1A gathered for its opening homeroom with a gravity that had noticeably deepened since their very first nervous assembly, every student now standing on the threshold of a final year that would, within its span, carry them through provisional professional licensing and directly toward the start of their actual careers. Aizawa addressed them with slightly more warmth than his usual flat delivery typically allowed, acknowledging, in his own understated way, that the group in front of him bore little resemblance to the anxious and proven first years who had first assembled in that same room 3 years earlier, and telling them that whatever remained ahead in their final year, he considered it his genuine privilege to have watched each of them grow into the professionals now sitting before him. Izuku, listening to that rare, direct acknowledgement from a teacher notoriously reserved with praise, felt the full weight of everything the past 3 years had built settle over him with a quiet, steady gratitude that had become, by now, as familiar and comfortable as any technique he had ever drilled. He caught Ochako's eye across the room, her small, warm smile carrying the same easy comfort it always had, and thought, watching Aizawa continue through the year's demanding syllabus, of the isolated, furious boy who had once trained alone in a condemned building convinced the world would never make room for someone like him. That boy had built, out of nothing but stubbornness and a cracked mirror's patient witness, the entire foundation everything since had been able to grow from, and Izuku understood, sitting in that familiar classroom on the threshold of his final year, that he no longer needed to marvel consciously at how far that foundation had carried him. It had simply, finally, become the settled, unshakable shape of his own extraordinary life, and he intended to spend his final year at UA. Honoring every bit of it, not through any single dramatic achievement, but through the same patient, disciplined, open-hearted consistency that had carried him this far already. Chapter 95. The final year unfolded across its many demanding months in a rhythm that felt, to Izuku, less like a series of discrete challenges and more like the natural, confident culmination of everything the previous 3 years had carefully built. His hero work studies placement deepening into genuine professional practice under Ryukyu's continued guidance, his relationship with Ochako growing steadier and more comfortable with each passing month, and the wide, generous constellation of friends and mentors who had shaped his extraordinary journey continuing to fill his life with the same patient, chosen warmth that had first started rebuilding him back in that condemned training hall so many years earlier. He visited Himiko regularly throughout that final year, watching her own hard-won recovery continue to deepen alongside his, her medical support training progressing steadily, her tentative friendships within the program growing into something considerably more secure, and it was during one of these visits, near the year's midpoint, that she told him, with a quiet, genuine gratitude that had replaced the desperate loneliness of their earliest encounters entirely, that she had recently begun mentoring newer participants in her own program, offering them the same patient, unhurried compassion he had once offered her, because she understood now, better than almost anyone, exactly how much difference that kind of care could make to someone the world had already written off. Pony's promised visit finally arrived that spring as well, her own technique considerably refined since their exchange program encounter years earlier, and the workshop Izuku had once tentatively imagined in a letter exchange finally took proper shape, a small, informal gathering of interested students from several different schools that Izuku found himself, somewhat to his own surprise, genuinely comfortable leading, teaching the same patient, quirk-agnostic technique he had once built. Entirely alone to a room full of eager, attentive students who saw in his story exactly the kind of possibility his own childhood had once insisted was permanently out of reach. Pony told him, watching the workshop's enthusiastic conclusion, that she intended to propose a similar exchange back at her own academy the following year, and asked, half joking and half entirely sincere, whether he would consider making the trip to help her run it properly, an invitation he accepted without hesitation, already looking forward to watching his self-taught foundation take root somewhere even farther from the condemned training hall where it had first, quietly, begun. Chapter 96. The final year's provisional licensing renewal and its accompanying professional evaluation arrived in early winter, a considerably more demanding process than the original license examination 2 years earlier, designed specifically to confirm each student's readiness for the genuine, independent professional responsibility that awaited them on the other side of graduation. Izuku moved through the evaluation with the same settled, confident competence that had come to define nearly everything about him over the preceding 3 years, and Ryukyu, present as his official sponsoring agency representative throughout the process, told him afterward, once the results confirmed what neither of them had seriously doubted, that watching him complete this final formal step felt less like an ending and more like the natural, well-earned beginning of everything the two of them had been quietly building toward since a rainy night in a collapsing storefront first brought them together. She told him, with a warmth she rarely allowed herself to show so openly, that she intended to offer him a formal position at her agency the moment his official graduation made it possible, and that she could not imagine a young hero she would rather build the next chapter of her own agency's legacy alongside. He told her, moved beyond easy words, that he could not imagine a better place to begin the career he had spent so many years, alone at first and then surrounded by an entire hard-won constellation of people who had chosen to believe in him, learning to earn, and the two of them shared a quiet, genuine moment of mutual respect that carried, underneath its professional restraint, the full weight of everything a chance encounter in the rain had ultimately grown into. Chapter 97. Graduation arrived on a clear, bright spring morning nearly 3 full years after Izuku Midoriya had first walked through UA's gates as an anxious, hopeful recommendation student carrying 3 hero signatures folded carefully in his jacket pocket, and the ceremony itself unfolded with all the formal pageantry the school reserved for the occasion, Principal Nizu addressing the graduating class with genuine warmth, faculty and family filling the assembled stands, the entire accumulated weight of 3 transformative years settling over the proceedings with a gravity that left more than a few students, Izuku included, blinking back unexpected tears. His mother sat in the front row beside Ryukyu, who had made a point of attending personally despite her own demanding schedule, and beside them, having flown in specifically for the occasion, Melissa Shield, who had promised months earlier that she would not miss this particular milestone for anything her own considerable workload might otherwise have demanded. Izuku scanned the crowd during the ceremony's opening remarks and found himself nearly overwhelmed by just how many of the people who had shaped his extraordinary journey had made the effort to be physically present for this single, culminating moment. Mirko and Midnight seated together near the back, Mandalay and the rest of the wild pussycats having rearranged their own schedules to attend, even Bubble Girl, whose quiet, unglamorous reliability had first taught him so much about the actual meaning of hero work, present near the stand's edge with a small, genuine smile. When his name was finally called, Izuku Midoriya, crossing the stage to accept his diploma amid the assembled crowd's warm applause. He thought, for just a moment, of the 8-year-old boy on a curb with a split lip, promising himself he would not cry again, utterly certain the world held no place for someone like him. That boy could never have imagined this moment, this crowd, this wide and generous constellation of people who had chosen him, one patient relationship at a time, across 3 years that had rewritten nearly everything he once believed about his own worth. He accepted his diploma with steady hands and a full heart, and found Ochako's eyes in the crowd the moment he turned back toward his seat, her smile carrying the same warm, unwavering certainty it always had, and understood, walking back to his place among his graduating classmates, that whatever came next in the career now properly, officially beginning, he would meet it exactly as he had met everything since that first rainy rescue, surrounded, fully and unguardedly, by people who had proven, again and again, that the world held far more room for him than he had ever dared to hope. As the ceremony concluded and the graduating class dispersed into the bright spring afternoon, Class 1A gathered one last time as students rather than professionals, a loose, laughing cluster of former classmates trading final hugs and promises to stay in close touch, and Izuku moved through that final gathering slowly, deliberately, making sure to properly thank, in his own quiet way, every single person whose patient, chosen kindness had helped carry him to this exact, hard-won moment. Chapter 98. Izuku began his official career at Ryukyu's agency the following month, the formal position she had promised him now his in full, and the early weeks of genuine, independent professional practice carried both the familiar comfort of work he had spent 3 years preparing for and the fresh, exhilarating weight of responsibility that no longer came wrapped in the careful safety net of student status. He and Ochako, both now working professionals navigating the early demands of their respective agencies, settled into a rhythm that honored the same patient, honest partnership that had defined their relationship from its very beginning, making time for each other amid demanding schedules the same deliberate way they had always made time for everything that mattered between them. Momo, having chosen her own path at a different agency entirely, remained one of his closest and most trusted friends, their friendship exactly as steady and valued as it had always been, simply settled now into its own honest, permanent shape. Melissa's calls continued, prototype testing partnerships evolving into genuine professional collaboration as her own engineering career began its own remarkable ascent, and Himiko, her medical support training nearing its own completion, had begun, in her own quiet way, building a life that would have seemed impossible to imagine on the night they first met. Tsuyu, settled now into her own steady, respected career, still made a point of meeting him for the same easy, unhurried conversations that had once grounded him through the uncertainty of his tangled feelings years earlier, and told him, on one such visit, that she considered the settled, patient shape his life had ultimately taken exactly the kind of quiet, well-earned outcome she had always privately hoped for him, back before either of them had any way of knowing how the story would eventually unfold. On a quiet evening some months into that new chapter, Izuku stood once more at the window of the modest apartment he had recently moved into, close enough to his mother's home that he could still visit her easily, and looked out over the same city lights that had once represented, to a furious, isolated boy, a world with no place for him at all. The view had never really changed. He thought of the condemned training hall and its cracked, patient mirror, of Ryukyu's steady hands in the rain, of every name in the long, hard-won constellation of people who had chosen him across 3 transformative years, and understood, standing there in the quiet evening light with his whole career and his whole chosen family stretching out ahead of him, that the story the world had once tried to write for a quirkless boy on a curb with a split lip had never once been the true one. He had written his own instead, one patient, disciplined, open-hearted choice at a time, and he intended, whatever the years ahead still held, to keep writing it exactly that way. Chapter 99. 2 years into his professional career, Izuku found himself standing once more outside UA's main gates, though this time not as a student but as an invited guest speaker for the school's annual entrance exam orientation, the same event whose distant memory had once felt like an impossible dream to a quirkless boy with nothing but 4 years of solitary discipline to his name. He addressed the gathered crowd of nervous applicants and their families with the same patient, careful honesty that had come to define nearly everything about him, telling them, without embellishment, the full unvarnished story of a childhood spent believing the world held no place for him, the condemned training hall and its cracked, patient mirror, the 4 years of falling down alone with no one to correct his form, and the entire, wide, generous constellation of people who had ultimately proven that hardened childhood certainty wrong in every way that mattered. He watched, from the podium, several young quirkless applicants in the crowd sit up a little straighter as he spoke, their expressions shifting from anxious uncertainty towards something that looked, unmistakably, like hope, and he understood, delivering the rest of his remarks with renewed conviction, exactly why Melissa had once told him his story deserved to be shared far more widely than a single classroom had ever allowed. Ryukyu, seated in the audience alongside several other invited alumni, told him afterward that watching him deliver that speech had confirmed something she had believed about him since their very first meeting in the rain, that his greatest gift had never actually been the martial technique he built so painstakingly alone, but the specific, hard-won capacity to make other struggling people believe, through nothing more than his own honest example, that their own difficult circumstances did not have to be the final word on who they eventually became. Chapter 100. Bakugo's own career had taken off with the explosive, headline-generating trajectory everyone had long expected of him, but the two of them made a point, despite their divergent paths and increasingly demanding schedules, of meeting regularly for the same hard-fought sparring sessions that had defined their friendship since the sports festival years earlier, and it was during one of these sessions, catching their breath after a particularly grueling exchange, that Bakugo told him, with the same gruff, indirect honesty that had always characterized his rare moments of real vulnerability, that watching Izuku's career unfold had taught him more about what actually made someone worth respecting than a decade of raw natural talent ever had on its own. He admitted, in the same breath and with visible discomfort at the admission, that his own younger self's cruelty toward Izuku remained one of the genuine regrets of his life, not because Izuku had ever demanded an apology beyond what he had already offered years earlier, but because Bakugo had come to understand, watching the full arc of everything Izuku had built since, exactly how much unnecessary pain that cruelty had added to a path that was already going to be hard enough without it. Izuku told him, honestly, that he had long since let go of any lingering resentment, that the version of Bakugo he called friend now bore little resemblance to the boy who had once cornered him behind a gymnasium fence, and that he valued their hard-won friendship, forged through mutual respect rather than easy sentiment, more than Bakugo probably realized. Bakugo, uncomfortable with too much direct emotion even now, simply grunted an acknowledgement and challenged him to another round, and Izuku, laughing, agreed without hesitation, understanding that this particular ritual, gruff and understated as it always was, had become its own steady, permanent form of brotherhood between them. Chapter 101. Mineta's path, in the years that followed graduation, diverged considerably from the rest of his former classmates, his career progressing along a modest, unremarkable trajectory that never quite matched the trust and recognition so many of his peers had earned, and Izuku, hearing occasional updates through the wider circle of former classmates who still gathered regularly, felt less satisfaction in that outcome than he might once have expected, understanding, with the same clear-eyed honesty that had shaped so much of his own growth, that Mineta's persistent failure to extend other people the same basic respect he expected for himself had simply, naturally, cost him the kind of deep professional trust that careers like Izuku's own had been built on. He did not wish Mineta active harm, and made a point, on the rare occasions their paths still crossed at alumni gatherings, of extending the same basic courtesy he extended everyone, but he no longer felt any particular need to work at repairing a relationship that had never, across 3 full years of shared classroom experience, shown any genuine sign of wanting to be repaired from the other direction. It was, he had come to understand, one of the harder but more important lessons the past several years had taught him, that grace extended towards someone who consistently refused to meet it halfway was not weakness to offer, but it also did not obligate him to keep extending it indefinitely at the cost of his own boundaries, and that the difference between generous forgiveness and self-erasing tolerance was a distinction worth holding on to carefully. Chapter 102. 5 years into his professional career, Izuku Midoriya stood in a small, sunlit apartment considerably larger than the one he had first moved into after graduation, Ochako beside him surrounded by moving boxes that represented, in their own quiet way, the next settled chapter of a partnership that had grown steadily stronger with every year that passed since a nervous bus ride to the sports festival first began, quietly and without either of them noticing exactly when, to change the entire shape of his life. His mother visited often, delighting in a grandmother's role she had begun, in recent months, to speak about with a hopeful anticipation that made both Izuku and Ochako smile every time the subject came up, though neither of them had rushed to confirm or deny her gentle hints about the future. Momo remained one of his closest friends, her own career flourishing at a different agency entirely, the two of them meeting regularly for the same rigorous, comfortable conversations that had defined their friendship from its earliest days. Melissa's visits had grown more frequent as her own engineering career brought her increasingly to Japan for collaborative projects, several of which now involved Izuku's own agency directly, their old prototype testing partnership having evolved into a genuine, respected professional collaboration that neither of them had fully anticipated back in that first symposium workshop years earlier. Himiko, her own hard-won path having led her fully into a career as a medical support specialist, sent him a message that same week announcing she had just been formally hired at a hospital not far from his own agency, and told him, with the same steady gratitude that had come to define every conversation between them since that difficult night at the clinic, that she intended to bring him a proper thank you gift the next time their schedules allowed, though she suspected, as she always did in these messages, that no gift could ever fully capture what his patient, unglamorous kindness had ultimately given her. Chapter 103. On a quiet evening not long after the move, Izuku stood once more at a window overlooking the city, Ochako's steady presence beside him, and found himself thinking, as he often still did on evenings like this one, of the entire long, hard-won journey that had carried him from a curb with a split lip to exactly this moment, surrounded by a chosen, generous family that the world had once insisted a quirkless boy could never possibly build for himself. He thought of Ryukyu's steady hands in the rain, Mirko's blunt, generous investment, Midnight's careful advocacy, Mandalay's patient honesty beside two different campfires years apart, Momo's rigorous trust, Melissa's engineering-minded kinship built from an ocean away, Himiko's slow, hard-won redemption, Bakugo's gruff, unlikely brotherhood, and the steady, unwavering love of the woman standing beside him now, each of them a small, specific, irreplaceable piece of the wide and generous life he had built, one patient, chosen relationship at a time, out of nothing but stubbornness and a cracked mirror's quiet witness. Whatever the years still ahead eventually asked of him, he understood, standing there in the comfortable evening quiet with his whole extraordinary life stretching out before him, that he was ready to meet all of it exactly as he always had, not as the isolated, hardened boy the world had once tried and thoroughly failed to convince him he would always be, but as the person that same world, given the patient chance to prove itself, had ultimately helped him become instead, someone who had learned, fully and completely, that he never had to walk any of it alone, and who intended, for the rest of his life and however many more chapters it still held, to keep extending that same hard-won gift to every person he ever met who still needed, as badly as he once had, someone willing to finally, truly see them. Chapter 104. A wedding invitation arrived at Izuku's apartment nearly a year after the move, the return address belonging to Setsuna Tokage, who had, over the years since their days sparring together in the cavalry battle and the joint training exercises that followed, built a career and eventually a life alongside a fellow hero she had met during her own hero work studies placement, and Izuku and Ochako attended together, delighted to reconnect with so much of the wider circle that had shaped his UA. Years but drifted, as careers inevitably scattered people, into less frequent contact over time. Setsuna, radiant in her wedding attire and characteristically unable to resist a bit of playful teasing even on her own big day, told Izuku during a quiet moment near the reception's edge that she still remembered, vividly, the exact tell in her shoulder rotation he had once explained to her after their cavalry battle clash, and that she had spent years afterward training herself out of the habit specifically because of that conversation, a small, lasting mark he had left on her own technique. That she said she thought about fondly every time she stepped into the ring. Itsuka was there as well, her own leadership instincts having carried her into a respected position coordinating a mid-sized agency's field operations, and she greeted Izuku with the same warm, direct affection that had defined their friendship since Class 1B and Class 1A's earliest joint exercises, telling him she had followed his career with real pride from a professional distance and always known, since that very first cavalry battle clash, that he would end up exactly where he currently stood. Kinoko, Ibara, Reiko, and Yui had all made the trip as well. Each of them settled into their own varied, hard-won careers, and the reunion stretched long into the evening, old stories and new updates trading places in easy, comfortable succession, everyone marveling, at some point or another, at just how far the small, unlikely constellation gathered in that reception hall had traveled since the anxious, uncertain days of their shared first year. Nijire, now well established in her own celebrated career, found Izuku near the reception's edge at one point, and told him, with the same unfiltered enthusiasm that had defined her from their very first meeting on the festival sidelines years earlier, that she had never once doubted, watching him back then, that his name would eventually be spoken across the entire hero industry without anyone thinking twice about the quirk that had once been absent beside it, and that seeing the prediction so thoroughly proven true felt like one of the more satisfying validations of her entire career. Cammy, arriving fashionably late with her usual easy grin, told him much the same, adding that Shiketsu still occasionally cited his story in their own training discussions, a fact she delivered with the particular pride of someone who had watched a rival school's rumor prove entirely, gloriously true. Chapter 105. 10 years after that first rainy rescue, Izuku Midoriya stood before a gathered crowd of young hero course applicants once more, this time not as an occasional guest speaker but as the newly appointed head of his own agency's junior training division, a role Ryukyu had personally recommended him for once her own trust in his judgment had grown, over a full decade of partnership, into something closer to certainty than simple professional confidence. She had told him, offering him the position, that she considered it the natural culmination of everything he had already been quietly doing for years regardless of any formal title, mentoring young interns with the same patient thoroughness that had once been extended to him, and that making it official simply gave him the resources and authority to do more of it, more deliberately, for more people who needed exactly that kind of steady, unglamorous investment. He looked out over the assembled crowd of nervous young applicants, several of them, he could tell from a decade's worth of practiced observation, carrying the same particular weight he himself had once carried, the weight of a world that had already, in ways large and small, suggested they might not belong in the room they were currently sitting in, and he began his remarks the same way he always did, with the honest, unembellished story of a boy on a curb with a split lip who had once been utterly certain that story was the only one the world would ever let him have. Ochako sat in the audience that day too, their own small, growing family settled comfortably in the front row, and Izuku, catching her eye partway through his remarks, felt the full, settled weight of everything a single decade had built, a career he had once been told was impossible, a love that had grown steadily and patiently into the deepest, most trusted partnership of his life, and an entire wide, generous constellation of chosen family who had proven, across 10 transformative years, that the world held infinitely more room for a determined, open-hearted person than any single hardened childhood certainty could ever have predicted. He finished his remarks the way he always did, telling the assembled young applicants that whatever the world had told them about their own limitations, he hoped they would spend the years ahead proving, patiently and thoroughly and on their own determined terms, exactly how wrong that story had always been, the same way an entire generous world had once helped him prove it, one hard-won, chosen relationship at a time. Chapter 106. On a quiet weekend visit to his mother's apartment not long after that speech, the same modest home where he had grown up, Izuku found her sorting through an old box of his childhood belongings, unearthed during a long overdue cleaning effort, and among the contents, carefully preserved despite the passage of so many years, sat the dog-eared notebooks of his early childhood, filled with the meticulous hero analysis of a small boy who had not yet learned the word quirkless would ever be used against him. He sat with her on the living room floor for the better part of an afternoon, paging through those old notebooks together, and found himself moved, more than he expected, by the sheer, unguarded hope visible in every careful diagram and excited annotation, evidence of a child who had wanted, with his whole undamaged heart, exactly the thing the world would soon spend years trying to convince him he could never have. His mother, watching him read, told him she had kept every single one of those notebooks specifically because she had never stopped believing, even through the hardest years, that the boy who filled them with such earnest, hopeful detail was the truest version of her son, and that watching him grow, eventually, into someone who had reclaimed that same hopeful earnestness after everything the world had put him through felt, to her, like one of the great, quiet miracles of her entire life. He brought the notebooks home with him that evening, and showed them, later that week, to the small, curious child who had recently begun asking endless questions about what her father's own hero training had been like, and watching her pore over the same careful old diagrams with the same wide-eyed fascination he himself had once brought to them. Izuku understood, with a quiet, settled joy that needed no further words, that whatever story the world eventually tried to tell his own children about their own limits, he intended to make certain, for as long as he possibly could, that they never had to face it without someone standing steadily beside them the whole way through, exactly as an entire wide and generous constellation of people had once done for him. Thanks for listening.